Children of the Bush. By Henry Lawson. Is it any harm to wake you? It was about 9 o'clock in the morning, and though it was Sunday morning, it was no harm to wake me. But the shearer had mistaken me for a deaf jackaroo, who was staying at the shanty and was something like me, and had good-naturedly shouted almost at the top of his voice, and he woke the whole shanty. Anyway, he woke 3 or 4 others who were sleeping on beds and stretchers, and one on a shakedown on the floor, in the same room. It had been a wet night, and the shanty was full of shearers from Big Billabong's shed which had cut out the day before. My room-mates had been drinking and gambling overnight, and they swore luridly at the intruder for disturbing them. He was 6'3" or thereabout. He was loosely built, bony, sandy-complexioned, and gray-eyed. He wore a good-humored grin at most times, as I noticed later on. He was of a type of bushman that I always liked, the sort that seem to get more good-natured the longer they grow, yet are hard-knuckled and would accommodate a man who wanted to fight, or thrash a bully in a good-natured way. The sort that like to carry somebody's baby round, and cut wood, carry water, and do little things for overworked married bushwomen. He wore a saddle tweed sack suit 2 sizes too small for him, and his face, neck, great hands, and bony wrists were covered with sunblotches and freckles. "I hope I ain't disturbing yer," he shouted, as he bent over my bunk. "But there's a cove." "You needn't shout," I interrupted. "I'm not deaf." "Oh, I beg your pardon," he shouted. "I didn't know I was yellin'. I thought you was the deaf feller." "Oh, that's all right," I said. "What's the trouble?" "Wait till them other chaps is done swearin' and I'll tell yer," he said. He spoke with a quiet, good-natured drawl, with something of the nasal twang, but tone and drawl distinctly Australian, altogether apart from that of the Americans. "Oh, spit it out for Christ's sake, Longman!" yelled One-Eyed Bogan, who had been the worst swearer in a rough shed, and he fell back on his bunk as if his previous remarks had exhausted him. "It's that there sick jackaroo that was pickin' up at Big Billabong," said the Giraffe. "He had to knock off the first week, and he's been here ever since. They're sendin' him away to the hospital in Sydney by the special train. They're just goin' to take him up in the wagonette to the railway station, and I thought I might as well go round with the hat and get him a few bob. He's got a missus and kids in Sydney." "You're always goin' round with your gory hat," growled Bogan. "You'd blunky well take it round in hell." "That's what he's doing, Bogan," muttered Gentleman Once, on the shakedown, with his face to the wall. The hat was a genuine cabbage tree, one of the sort that last a lifetime. It was well colored, almost black in fact with weather and age, and it had a new strap round the base of the crown. I looked into it, and saw a dirty pound note and some silver. I dropped in half a crown, which was more than I could spare, for I had only been a green hand at Big Billabong. "Thank yer," he said. "Now then, you fellers! I wish you'd keep your hat on your head, and your money in your pockets and your sympathy somewhere else," growled Jack Moonlight as he raised himself painfully on his elbow, and felt under his pillow for 2 half-crowns. "Here," he said. "Here's 2 half-cases. Chuck 'em in and let me sleep for God's sake." Gentleman Once, the gambler, rolled round on his shakedown, bringing his good-looking, dissipated face from the wall. He had turned in his clothes and, with considerable exertion, he shoved his hand down into the pocket of his trousers, which were a tight fit. He brought up a roll of pound notes, and could find no silver. "Here," he said to the Giraffe. "I might as well lay a quid. I'll chance it anyhow. Chuck it in." "You've got rats this mornin', Gentleman Once," growled the Bogan. "It ain't a blanky horse race." "P.R.E.P.S. I have," said Gentleman Once, and he turned to the wall again with his head on his arm. "Now, Bogan, you might as well chuck in somethin'," said the Giraffe. "What's the matter with the jackaroo?" asked the Bogan, tugging his trousers from under the mattress. Moonlight said something in a low tone. He has," said Bogan. "Well, I pity the. Here, I'll chuck in half a quid," and he dropped half a sovereign into the hat. The fourth man, who was known to his face as Barkarat, and behind his back as the Mean Man, had been drinking all night, and not even Bogan's stump-splitting adjectives could rouse him. So Bogan got out of bed, and calling on us, as Blanqui female cattle, to witness what he was about to do, he rolled the drunkard over, prospected his pockets till he made up 5 shillings, or a kaser, in bush language, and chucked them into the hat. And Barkurad is probably unconscious to this day that he was ever connected with an act of charity. The giraffe struck the deaf jackaroo in the next room. I heard the chaps cursing, "Long un," for waking them, and "Deaf un," for being, as they thought at first, the indirect cause of the disturbance. I heard the giraffe and his hat being condemned in other rooms and cursed along the veranda where more shearers were sleeping, and after a while I turned out. The giraffe was carefully fixing a mattress and pillows on the floor of a wagonette, and presently a man, who looked like a corpse, was carried out and lifted into the trap. As the wagonette started, the shanty-keeper, a fat, soulless-looking man, put his hand in his pocket and dropped a quid into the hat which was still going round, in the hands of the giraffe's mate, little Teddy Thompson, who was as far below medium height as the giraffe was above it. The giraffe took the horse's head and led him along on the most level parts of the road towards the railway station, and 2 or 3 chaps went along to help get the sick man into the train. The shearing season was over in that district, but I got a job of house painting, which was my trade, at the Great Western Hotel, a 2-story brick place, and I stayed in Burke for a couple of months. The giraffe was a Victorian native from Bendigo. He was well known in Burke and to many shearers who came through the great dry scrubs from hundreds of miles round. He was stakeholder, drunkard's banker, peacemaker where possible, referee or second to oblige the chaps when a fight was on, big brother or uncle to most of the children in town, final court of appeal when the youngsters had a dispute over a foot race at the school picnic, referee at their fights, and he was the stranger's friend. "The feller as knows can battle around for himself," he'd say. "But I always like to do what I can for a hard-up stranger cove. I was a green hand jackaroo once myself, and I know what it is." "You're always bothering about other people, Giraffe," said Tom Hall, the Shearers' Union secretary, who was only a couple of inches shorter than the giraffe. "There's nothing in it, you can take it from me, I ought to know." "Well, what's a feller to do?" said the giraffe. "I'm only hengin' round here till shearin' starts agin, and a cove might as well be doin' something. Besides, it ain't as if I was like a cove that had old people or a wife and kids to look after. I ain't got no responsibilities. A feller can't be doin' nothin'. Besides, I like to lend a helpin' hand when I can." "Well, all I've got to say," said Tom, most of whose screw went in borrowed quids, etc. "All I've got to say is that you'll get no thanks, and you might blanky well starve in the end. There ain't no fear of me starvin' so long as I've got me hands about me, and I ain't a cove as wants thanks," said the giraffe. He was always helping someone or something. Now it was a bit of a darnce that we was gettin' up for the girls. Again it was Mrs. Smith, the woman whose husband was drowned in the flood in the Bogan River Lars Christmas, or that there poor woman down by the Billabong, her husband cleared out and left her with a lot o' kids. Or Bill something, the bullocky, who was run over by his own wagon, while he was drunk, and got his leg broke. Toward the end of his spree One-Eyed Bogan broke loose and smashed nearly all the windows of the Carrier's Arms, and next morning he was fined heavily at the police court. About dinner time I encountered the giraffe and his hat, with 2 half-crowns in it for a start. "I'm sorry to trouble yer," he said, "but One-Eyed Bogan can't pay his fine, and I thought we might fix it up for him. He ain't half a bad sort of feller when he ain't drinkin'. It's only when he gets too much booze in him." After shearing, the hat usually started round with the giraffe's own dirty crumpled pound note in the bottom of it as a send-off. Later on it was half a sovereign, and so on down to half a crown and a shilling, as he got short of stuff, till in the end he would borrow a few bob, which he always repaid after next shearing dash, just to start the thing goin'. There were several yarns about him and his hat. 'Twas said that the hat had belonged to his father, whom he resembled in every respect, and it had been going round for so many years that the crown was worn as thin as paper by the quids, half-quids, casers, half-casers, bobs and tanners or sprats, to say nothing of the scrums, that had been chucked into it in its time and shaken up. They say that when a new governor visited Burke, the giraffe happened to be standing on the platform close to the exit, grinning good-humoredly, and the local toady nudged him urgently and said in an awful whisper, "Take off your hat! Why don't you take off your hat?" "Why?" drawled the giraffe. "He ain't hard up, is he?" And they fondly cherish an anecdote to the effect that, when the one-man one-vote bill was passed, or payment of members, or when the first Labor Party went in, I forget on which occasion they said it was, the giraffe was carried away by the general enthusiasm, got a few beers in him, chucked a quid into his hat, and sent it round. The boys contributed by force of habit, and contributed largely, because of the victory and the beer. And when the hat came back to the giraffe, he stood holding it in front of him with both hands and stared blankly into it for a while. Then it dawned on him. "Blowed if I haven't been and gone and took up a bloomin' collection for myself," he said. He was almost a teetotaler, but he stood his shout in reason. He mostly drank ginger beer. "I ain't a feller that boozes, but I ain't got nothin' agin chaps enjoyin' themselves, so long as they don't go too far." It was common for a man on the spree to say to him, Here's 5 quid. Look after it for me, giraffe, will yer, till I get off the booze." His real name was Bob Brothers, and his bush names, Longrun the giraffe, Send round the hat, Chuckin' a Bob, and Ginger Ale. Some years before, camels and Afghan drivers had been imported to the Burke district. The camels did very well in the dry country. They went right across country and carried everything from sardines to flooring boards. And the teamsters loved the Afghans nearly as much as Sydney furniture makers loved the cheap Chinese in the same line. They love, and even as union shearers on strike love, blacklegs brought up country to take their places. Now the giraffe was a good, straight unionist, but in cases of sickness or trouble he was as apt to forget his unionism, as all bushmen are, at all times, and for all time, to forget their creed. So one evening, the giraffe blundered into the Carrier's Arms, of all places in the world, when it was full of teamsters. He had his hat in his hand and some small silver and coppers in it. "I say, you fellers, there's a poor, sick Afghan in the camp down there along the—" A big, brawny bullock driver took him firmly by the shoulders, or rather by the elbows, and ran him out before any damage was done. The giraffe took it as he took most things, good-humoredly. But about dusk, he was seen slipping down towards the Afghan camp with a billy of soup. "I believe," remarked Tom Hall, "that when the giraffe goes to heaven, and he's the only one of us, as far as I can see, that has a ghost of a show, I believe that when he goes to heaven, the first thing he'll do will be to take his infernal hat round amongst the angels, getting up a collection for this damned world that he left behind." "Well, I don't think there's so much to his credit, after all," said Jack Mitchell, shearer. "You see, the giraffe is ambitious, he likes public life, and that accounts for him shoving himself forward with his collections. As for bothering about people in trouble, that's only common curiosity. He's one of those chaps that are always shoving their noses into other people's troubles. And, as for looking after sick men, why, there's nothing the giraffe likes better than pottering round a sick man, and watching him and studying him. He's awfully interested in sick men, and they're pretty scarce out here. I tell you there's nothing he likes better, except, maybe, it's pottering round a corpse. I believe he'd ride 40 miles to help and sympathize and potter round a funeral. The fact of the matter is that the giraffe is only enjoying himself with other people's troubles, that's all it is. It's only vulgar curiosity and selfishness. I set it down to his ignorance, the way he was brought up." A few days after the Afghan incident, the giraffe and his hat had a run of luck. A German, one of a party who were building a new wooden bridge over the Big Billabong, was helping unload some girders from a truck at the railway station, when a big log slipped on the skids and his leg was smashed badly. They carried him to the Carrier's Arms, which was the nearest hotel, and into a bedroom behind the bar, and sent for the doctor. The giraffe was in evidence as usual. "It vas not that at all," said German Charlie, when they asked him if he was in much pain. "It vas not that at all. I don't cares a damn for der Bane, but dis is der 3rd year, und I vas going home dis year, after der Gontract, und der Gontract just commence." That was the burden of his song all through, between his groans. There were a good few chaps sitting quietly about the bar and veranda when the doctor arrived. The giraffe was sitting at the end of the counter, on which he had laid his hat while he wiped his face, neck, and forehead with a big speckled sweat rag. It was a very hot day. The doctor, a good-hearted young Australian, was heard saying something. Then German Charlie, in a voice that rung with pain. "Make that leg right, doctor, quick! Dis is der third bloody year, I must go home." The doctor asked him if he was in great pain. "Never mind der bloody bane, doctor! Never mind der bloody bane! Dat vas nossing. Make dat leg well quick, doctor. Dis vas der last contract, and I vas going home dis year." Then the words jerked out of him by physical agony. "Der girl vas waiting 3 year, by God! I must go home." The publican, Waddy Braithwaite, known as Waddy Broadweight, or more familiarly, Waddy Both Ways, turned over the giraffe's hat in a tired, bored sort of way, dropped a quid into it, and nodded resignedly at the giraffe. The giraffe caught up the hint and the hat with alacrity. The hat went all round town, so to speak, and, as soon as his leg was firm enough not to come loose on the road, German Charlie went home. It was well known that I contributed to the Sydney Bulletin and several other papers. The giraffe's bump of reverence was very large, and swelled especially for sick men and poets. He treated me with much more respect than is due from a bushman to a man, and with an odd sort of extra gentleness I sometimes fancied. But one day he rather surprised me. "I'm sorry to trouble yer," he said in a shamefaced way. "I don't know as you go in for sportin', but One-Eyed Bogan and Barkarat is goin' to have a bit of a scrap down the Billy Bong this evenin', and—" "A bit of a what?" I asked. "A bit of fight to a finish," he said apologetically. "And the chaps is tryin' to fix up a fiver to put some life into the thing. There's bad blood between One-Eyed Bogan and Barkarat, and it won't do them any harm to have it out." It was a great fight, I remember. There must have been a couple of score blood-soaked handkerchiefs, or sweat rags, buried in a hole on the field of battle, and the giraffe was busy the rest of the evening helping to patch up the principals. Later on he took up a small collection for the loser, who happened to be Barkarat in spite of the advantage of an eye. The Salvation Army lassie, who went round with the war cry, nearly always sold the giraffe 3 copies. A new chum parson, who wanted a subscription to build or enlarge a chapel, or something, sought the assistance of the giraffe's influence with his mates. "Well," said the giraffe, "I ain't a churchgoer myself. I ain't what you might call a religious cove, but I'll be glad to do what I can to help yer. I don't suppose I can do much. I ain't been to church since I was a kiddie." The parson was shocked, but later on he learned to appreciate the giraffe and his mates, and to love Australia for the bushman's sake, and it was he who told me the above anecdote. The giraffe helped fix some stalls for a Catholic church bazaar, and some of the chaps chaffed him about it in the Union office. "You'll be taking up a collection for a joss house down in the Chinamen's camp next," said Tom Hall in conclusion. "Well, I ain't got nothin' agin the roaming Carflicks," said the giraffe. "And Father O'Donovan's a very decent sort of cove. He stuck up for the Unions all right in the strike anyway. He wouldn't be Irish if he wasn't," someone commented. "I carried swags once for 6 months with a feller that was a Carflick, and he was a very straight feller. And a girl I knowed turned Carflick to marry a chap that had got her into trouble, and she was always just the same to me after as she was before. Besides, I like to help everything that's going on." Tom Hall and 1 or 2 others went out hurriedly to have a drink. But we all loved the giraffe. He was very innocent and very humorous, especially when he meant to be most serious and philosophical. "Some of them bush girls is regular tomboys," he said to me solemnly one day. "Some of them is too cheeky altogether. I remember once I was stoppin' at a place. They was sort of relations o' mine, and they put me to sleep in a room off the veranda, where there was a glass door and no blinds. And the first mornin' the girls, they was sort o' cousins o' mine, they come gigglin' and foolin' round outside the door on the veranda, and kept me in bed till nearly 10 o'clock. I had to put me trousers on under the bedclothes in the end. But I got back on 'em the next night," he reflected. "How did you do that, Bob?" I asked. Why, I went to bed in me trousers. One day I was on a plank, painting the ceiling of the bar of the Great Western Hotel. I was anxious to get the job finished. The work had been kept back most of the day by chaps handing up long beers to me, and drawing my attention to the alleged fact that I was putting on the paint wrong side out. I was slapping it on over the last few boards when. I'm very sorry to trouble yer. I always seem to be troublin' yer, but there's that there woman and them girls. I looked down, about the first time I had looked down on him, and there was the giraffe, with his hat brim up on the plank and 2 half-crowns in it. Oh, that's all right, Bob, I said, and I dropped in half a crown. There were shearers in the bar, and presently there was some barracking. It appeared that there woman and them girls were strange women, in the local as well as the biblical sense of the word, who had come from Sydney at the end of the shearing season, and had taken a cottage on the edge of the scrub on the outskirts of the town. There had been trouble this week in connection with a row at their establishment, and they had been fined, warned off by the police, and turned out by their landlord. This is a bit too red-hot, Giraffe, said one of the shearers. Them S has made enough out of us coves. They've got plenty of stuff, don't you fret. Let 'em go too. I'm blanked if I give a sprat. They ain't got their fares to Sydney, said the Giraffe. And what's more, the little un is sick, and 2 of them has kids in Sydney. How the do you know? Why, one of 'em come to me and told me all about it. There was an involuntary guffaw. Look here, Bob, said Billy Woods, the rouseabout's secretary, kindly. Don't you make a fool of yourself. You'll have all the chaps laughing at you. Those girls are only working you for all you're worth. I suppose one of them came crying and whining to you. Don't you bother about 'em. You don't know 'em, they can pump water at a moment's notice. You haven't had any experience with women yet, Bob. She didn't come whining and crying to me, said the Giraffe, dropping his twanging drawl a little. She looked me straight in the face and told me all about it. I say, Giraffe, said Boxotrix, what have you been doing? You've been down there on the Nod. I'm surprised at your Giraffe. And he pretends to be so gory soft and innocent, too, growled the Bogan. We know all about you, Giraffe. Look here, Giraffe, said Mitchell the shearer. I'd never have thought it of you. We all thought you were the only virgin youth west the river. I always thought you were a moral young man. You mustn't think that because your conscience is pricking you everyone else's is. I ain't had anything to do with them, said the Giraffe, drawling again. I ain't a cove that goes in for that sort of thing. But other chaps has, and I think they might as well help 'em out of their fix. They're a rotten crowd, said Billy Woods. You don't know them, Bob. Don't bother about them, they're not worth it. Put your money in your pocket. You'll find a better use for it before next shearing. Better shout, Giraffe, said Boxotrix. Now, in spite of the Giraffe's softness, he was the hardest man in Burke to move when he'd decided on what he thought was the fair thing to do. Another peculiarity of his was that on occasion, such for instance as saying a few words at a strike meeting, he would straighten himself, drop the twang, and rope in his drawl, so to speak. Well, look here, you chaps, he said now. I don't know anything about them women. I suppose they're bad, but I don't suppose they're worse than men has made them. All I know is that there's 4 women turned out, without any stuff, and every woman in Burke, and the police, and the law agin 'em. And the fact that they is women is against 'em most of all. You don't expect 'em to hump their swags to Sydney. Why, only I ain't got the stuff, I wouldn't trouble yer. I'd pay their fares myself. Look, he said, lowering his voice. There they are now, and one of the girls is cryin'. Don't let 'em see you lookin' dot. I dropped softly from the plank and peeped out with the rest. They stood by the fence on the opposite side of the street, a bit up towards the railway station, with their portmanteaus and bundles at their feet. One girl leant with her arms on the fence rail and her face buried in them, another was trying to comfort her. The third girl and the woman stood facing our way. The woman was good-looking, she had a hard face, but it might have been made hard. The third girl seemed half defiant, half inclined to cry. Presently she went to the other side of the girl who was crying on the fence, and put her arm round her shoulder. The woman suddenly turned her back on us and stood looking away over the paddocks. The hat went round. Billy Woods was first, then Boxotrix, and then Mitchell. Billy contributed with eloquent silence. "I was only jokin', Giraffe," said Boxotrix, dredging his pockets for a couple of shillings. It was some time after the shearing, and most of the chaps were hard up. "Ah, well," sighed Mitchell, "there's no help for it. If the Giraffe would take up a collection to import some decent girls to this God-forgotten hole, there might be some sense in it. It's bad enough for the Giraffe to undermine our religious prejudices, and tempt us to take a morbid interest in sick chows and Afghans, and blacklegs and widows, but when he starts mixing us up with strange women, it's time to buck." And he prospected his pockets and contributed 2 shillings, some odd pennies, and a pinch of tobacco dust. "I don't mind helping the girls, but I'm damned if I'll give a penny to help the old," said Tom Hall. "Well, she was a girl once herself," drawled the Giraffe. The Giraffe went round to the other pubs and to the union offices, and when he returned he seemed satisfied with the plate, but troubled about something else. "I don't know what to do for them for tonight," he said. "None of the pubs or boardin' houses will hear of them, and there ain't no empty houses, and the women is all A&M. "Not all," said Alice, the big, handsome barmaid from Sydney. "Come here, Bob." She gave the Giraffe half a sovereign and a look for which some of us would have paid him £10, had we had the money, and had the look been transferable. "Wait a minute, Bob," she said, and she went in to speak to the landlord. "There's an empty bedroom at the end of the store in the yard," she said when she came back. "They can camp there for tonight if they behave themselves. You'd better tell them, Bob." "Thank yer, Alice," said the Giraffe. Next day, after work, the Giraffe and I drifted together and down by the river in the cool of the evening, and sat on the edge of the steep, drought-parched bank. "I heard you saw your lady friends off this morning, Bob," I said, and was sorry I said it, even before he answered. "Oh, they ain't no friends of mine," he said. "Only 4-foot poor devils of women. I thought they mightn't like to stand waitin' with the crowd on the platform, so I just offered to get their tickets and told them to wait round at the back of the station till the bell rung. And what do you think they did, Harry?" he went on, with an exasperatingly unintelligent grin. "Why, they wanted to kiss me." "Did they?" "Yes. And they would have done it, too, if I hadn't been so long. Why, I'm blessed if they didn't kiss me hands." "You don't say so." "God's truth. Somehow I didn't like to go on the platform with them after that. Besides, they was cryin', and I can't stand women cryin'. But some of the chaps put them into an empty carriage." He thought a moment. Then, "There's some terrible good-hearted fellers in the world," he reflected. I thought so too. "Bob," I said, "you're a single man. Why don't you get married and settle down?" "Well," he said, "I ain't got no wife and kids, that's a fact. But it ain't my fault." He may have been right about the wife. But I thought of the look that Alice had given him, and "Girls seem to like me right enough," he said, "but it don't go no further than that. The trouble is that I'm so long, and I always seem to get shook after little girls. At least there was one little girl in Bendigo that I was properly gone on." "And wouldn't she have you?" "Well, it seems not." "Did you ask her?" "Oh, yes, I asked her right enough." "Well, and what did she say?" "She said it would be ridiculous for her to be seen trottin' alongside of a chimbly like me." "Perhaps she didn't mean that. There are any amount of little women who like tall men." I thought of that too, afterwards. P.R.A.P.S. she didn't mean it that way. I suppose the fact of the matter was that she didn't cotton on to me, and wanted to let me down easy. She didn't want to hurt me feelin's, if you understand. She was a very good-hearted little girl. There's some terrible tall fellers where I come from, and I know too as married little girls. He seemed a hopeless case. "Sometimes," he said, "sometimes I wish that I wasn't so blessed long. There's that there deaf jackaroo," he reflected presently. "He's something in the same fig about girls as I am. He's too deaf and I'm too long." "How do you make that out?" I asked. "He's got 3 girls, to my knowledge, And as for being deaf, why, he gasses more than any man in the town, and knows more of what's going on than old Mother Brindle the washerwoman. Well, look at that now, said the Giraffe slowly. Who'd have thought it? He never told me he had 3 girls, and as for hearing news, I always tell him anything that's going on that I think he doesn't catch. He told me his trouble was that whenever he went out with a girl, people could hear what they was saying. At least they could hear what she was saying to him, and draw their own conclusions, he said. He said he went out one night with a girl, and some of the chaps foxed them and heard her saying don't to him, and put it all round town. What did she say don't for? I asked. He didn't tell me that, but I suppose he was kissing her or hugging her or something. Bob, I said presently, didn't you try the little girl in Bendigo a second time? No, he said. What was the use? She was a good little girl, and I wasn't going to go both there and her. I ain't the sort of cove that goes hanging round where he isn't wanted. But somehow I couldn't stay about Bendigo after she gave me the hint, so I thought I'd come over and have a knock round on this side for a year or 2. And you never wrote to her? No, what was the use of going pesterin' her with letters? I know what trouble letters give me when I have to answer one. She'd have only had to tell me the straight truth in a letter and it wouldn't have done me any good. But I've pretty well got over it by this time. A few days later I went to Sydney. The Giraffe was the last I shook hands with from the carriage window, and he slipped something in a piece of newspaper into my hand. I hope you won't be offended, he drawled. But some of the chaps thought you mightn't be too flush of stuff, you've been shouting a good deal, so they put a quid or 2 together. They thought it might help you to have a bit of a fly round in Sydney. I was back in Burke before next shearing. On the evening of my arrival I ran against the Giraffe. He seemed strangely shaken over something, but he kept his hat on his head. Would you mind talking a stroll as fur as the Billabong? He said. I got something I'd like to tell yer. His big, brown, sunburned hands trembled and shook as he took a letter from his pocket and opened it. I've just got a letter, he said. A letter from that little girl at Bendigo. It seems it was all a mistake. I'd like you to read it. Somehow I feel as if I want to talk to a feller, and I'd rather talk to you than any of them other chaps. It was a good letter, from a big-hearted little girl. She had been breaking her heart for the great ass all these months. It seemed that he had left Bendigo without saying goodbye to her. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to it, he said when I taxed him with it. She had never been able to get his address until last week. Then she got it from a Burke man who had gone south. She called him an awful long fool, which he was, without the slightest doubt, and she implored him to write and come back to her. And will you go back, Bob? I asked. My oath! I'd take the train tomorrow, only I ain't got the stuff. But I've got a stand in Big Billabong's shed and I'll soon knock a few quid together. I'll go back as soon as ever shearin's over. I'm going to write away to her tonight. The Giraffe was the ringer of Big Billabong's shed that season. His tallies averaged 120 a day. He only sent his hat round once during shearing, and it was noticed that he hesitated at first and only contributed half a crown. But then it was a case of a man being taken from the shed by the police for wife desertion. It's always that way, commented Mitchell. Those soft, good-hearted fellows always end by getting hard and selfish. The world makes them so. It's the thought of the soft fools they've been that finds out sooner or later and makes them repent. Like as not the Giraffe will be the meanest man out back before he's done. When Big Billabong cut out, and we got back to Burke with our dusty swags and dirty checks, I spoke to Tom Hall. Look here, Tom, I said. That long fool, the Giraffe, has been breaking his heart for a little girl in Bendigo ever since he's been out back, and she's been breaking her heart for him, and the ass didn't know it till he got a letter from her just before Big Billabong started. He's going tomorrow morning. That evening Tom stole the Giraffe's hat. I suppose it'll turn up in the morning, said the Giraffe. I don't mind a lark, he added, but it does seem a bit red-hot for the chaps to collar a cove's hat and a feller going away for good, PRAPS, in the morning. Mitchell started the thing going with a quid. It's worth it, he said, to get rid of him. We'll have some peace now. There won't be so many accidents or women in trouble when the giraffe and his blessed hat are gone. Anyway, he's an eyesore in the town, and he's getting on my nerves for one. Come on, you sinners! Chuck 'em in. We're only taking quids and half-quids. About daylight next morning, Tom Hall slipped into the giraffe's room at the Carrier's Arms. The giraffe was sleeping peacefully. Tom put the hat on a chair by his side. The collection had been a record one, and besides the packet of money in the crown of the hat, there was a silver-mounted pipe with case, the best that could be bought in Burke, a gold brooch, and several trifles, besides an ugly valentine of a long man in his shirt walking the room with a twin on each arm. Tom was about to shake the giraffe by the shoulder, when he noticed a great foot, with about half a yard of big-boned ankle and shank, sticking out at the bottom of the bed. The temptation was too great. Tom took up the hairbrush, and with the back of it, he gave a smart rap on the point of an ingrowing toenail, and slithered. We heard the giraffe swearing good-naturedly for a while, and then there was a pregnant silence. He was staring at the hat, we supposed. We were all up at the station to see him off. It was rather a long wait. The giraffe edged me up to the other end of the platform. He seemed overcome. There's some terrible good-hearted fellers in this world," he said. "You mustn't forget 'em, Harry, when you make a big name writin'. I'm blessed if I don't feel as if I was just goin' to blubber." I was glad he didn't. The giraffe blubberin' would have been a spectacle. I steered him back to his friends. "Ain't you going to kiss me, Bob?" said the Great Western's big, handsome barmaid, as the bell rang. "Well, I don't mind kissin' you, Alice," he said, wiping his mouth. "But I'm goin' to be married, you know," and he kissed her fair on the mouth. "There's nothin' like gettin' into practice," he said, grinning round. We thought he was improving wonderfully, but at the last moment something troubled him. "Look here, you chaps," he said hesitatingly, with his hand in his pocket. "I don't know what I'm going to do with all this stuff. There's that there poor washerwoman that scalded her legs liftin' the boiler of clothes off the fire." We shoved him into the carriage. He hung, about half of him, out the window, wildly waving his hat, till the train disappeared in the scrub. And, as I sit here writing by lamplight at midday, in the midst of a great city of shallow social sham, of hopeless, squalid poverty, of ignorant selfishness, cultured or brutish, and of noble and heroic endeavor frowned down or callously neglected, I am almost aware of a burst of sunshine in the room, and a long form leaning over my chair, and— "Excuse me for troublin' yer, I'm always troublin' yer, but there's that there poor woman. And I wish I could immortalize him. That pretty girl in the army. The Salvation Army does good business in some of the outback towns of the great pastoral wastes of Australia. There's the thoughtless, careless generosity of the bushman, whose pockets don't go far enough down his trousers, that's what's the matter with him, and who contributes to anything that comes along, without troubling to ask questions, like Long Bob Brothers of Burke, who, chancing to be a Protestant by rights, unwittingly subscribed towards the erection of a new Catholic church, and being chaffed for his mistake said, well, I don't suppose it'll matter a hang in the end, anyway it goes. I ain't got nothink agents the roaming car flicks." There's the shearer, fresh with his check from a cut-out shed, gloriously drunk and happy, in love with all the world, and ready to subscribe towards any creed and shout for all hands, including Old Nick if he happened to come along. There's the shearer, half-drunk and inclined to be nasty, who has got the wrong end of all things with a tight grip, and who flings a shilling in the face of outback conventionality, as he thinks, by chucking a bob into the Salvation Army ring. Then he glares round to see if he can catch anybody winking behind his back. There's the cynical joker, a queer mixture, who contributes generously and tempts the reformed boozer afterwards. There's the severe-faced old station hand, in clean shirt and neckerchief and white moleskins, in for his annual or semi-annual spree, who contributes on principle, and then drinks religiously until his check is gone and the horrors are come. There's the shearer, feeling mighty bad after a spree, and in danger of seeing things when he tries to go to sleep. He has dropped 10 or 20 pounds over bar counters and at cards, and he now chucks a repentant shilling into the ring, with a very private and rather vague sort of feeling that something might come of it. There's the stout, contented, good-natured publican, who tips the army as if it were a barrel organ. And there are others and other reasons, black sheep and ne'er-do-wells, and faint echoes of other times in Salvation Army tunes. Burke, the metropolis of the great scrubs, on the banks of the Darling River, about 500 miles from Sydney, was suffering from a long drought when I was there in '92, and the heat may or may not have been another cause contributing to the success, from a business point of view, of the Burke garrison. There was much beer boozing, and besides, it was vaguely understood, as most things are vaguely understood out there in the drought haze, that the place the army came to save us from was hotter than Burke. We didn't hanker to go to a hotter place than Burke. But that year there was an extraordinary reason for the army's great financial success there. She was a little girl, 19 or 20, I should judge, the prettiest girl I ever saw in the army, and one of the prettiest I've ever seen out of it. She had the features of an angel, but her expression was wonderfully human, sweet and sympathetic. Her big gray eyes were sad with sympathy for sufferers and sinners, and her poke bonnet was full of bunchy, red gold hair. Her first appearance was somewhat dramatic. Perhaps the army arranged it so. The army used to pray, and thump the drum, and sing, and take up collections every evening outside Waddy Bothway's hotel, the Carrier's Arms. They performed longer and more often outside Waddy's than any other pub in town, perhaps because Waddy was considered the most hopeless publican and his customers the hardest crowd of boozers in Burke. The band generally began to play about dusk. Waddy would lean back comfortably in a basket easy-chair on his wide veranda, and clasp his hands, in a calm, contented way, while the army banged the drum and got steam up, and whilst, perhaps, there was a barney going on in the bar, or a bloodthirsty fight in the backyard. On such occasions there was something like an indulgent, or fatherly expression on his fat, and usually emotionless face. And by he'd move his head gently and doze. The banging and the singing seemed to soothe him, and the praying, which was often very personal, never seemed to disturb him in the least. Well, it was about dusk one day. It had been a terrible day, 100-and-something startling in the shade, but there came a breeze after sunset. There had been several dozen of buckets of water thrown on the veranda floor and the ground outside. Waddy was seated in his accustomed place when the army arrived. There was no barney in the bar because there was a fight in the backyard, and that claimed the attention of all the customers. The army prayed for Waddy and his clients. Then a reformed drunkard started to testify against publicans and all their works. Waddy settled himself comfortably, folded his hands, and leaned back and dozed. The fight was over, and the chaps began to drop round to the bar. The man who was saved waved his arms, and danced round and howled. "Yes!" he shouted hoarsely. "The publicans, and boozers, and gamblers, and sinners may think that Burke is hot, but hell is 1,000 times hotter. I tell you—" "Oh, Lord!" said Mitchell, the shearer, and he threw a penny into the ring. "Yes! I tell you that hell is 1,000,000 times hotter than Burke. I tell you—" "Oh, look here!" said a voice from the background. "That won't wash. Why, don't you know that when the Burke people die they send back for their blankets?" The saved brother glared round. "I hear a freethinker speaking, my friends," he said. Then, with sudden inspiration and renewed energy, "I hear the voice of a freethinker. Show me the face of a freethinker," he yelled, glaring round like a hunted, hungry man. "Show me the face of a freethinker, and I'll tell you what he is." Waddy hitched himself into a more comfortable position and clasped his hands on his knee and closed his eyes again. "Yes!" shrieked the brand. "I tell you, my friends, I can tell a freethinker by his face. Show me the face of a—" At this point there was an interruption. One-eyed, or wally-eyed bogan, who had a broken nose, and the best side of whose face was reckoned the ugliest and most sinister, One-eyed bogan thrust his face forward from the ring of darkness into the torchlight of salvation. He had got the worst of a drawn battle. His nose and mouth were bleeding, and his good eye was damaged. "Look at my face!" he snarled, with dangerous earnestness. "Look at my face! That's the face of a freethinker, and I don't care who knows it. Now, what have you got to say against my face, man without a shirt?" The brother drew back. He had been known in the Northwest in his sinful days as Man Without a Shirt, alias Shirty, or the Dirty Man, and was flabbergasted at being recognized in speech. Also, he had been in a shearing shed and in a shanty orgy with One-Eyed Bogan, and knew the man. Now most of the chaps respected the army, and indeed, anything that looked like religion, but the Bogan's face, as representing freethought, was a bit too sudden for them. There were sounds on the opposite side of the ring as from men being smitten repeatedly and rapidly below the belt, and Long Tom Hall and one or two others got away into the darkness in the background, where Tom rolled helplessly on the grass and sobbed. It struck me that Bogan's face was more the result of free speech than anything else. The army was about to pray when the pretty girl stepped forward, her eyes shining with indignation and enthusiasm. She had arrived by the evening train, and had been standing shrinkingly behind an army lass of 50 Australian summers, who was about 6 feet high, flat and broad, and had a square face, and a mouth like a joint in boiler plates. The pretty girl stamped her pretty foot on the gravel, and her eyes flashed in the torchlight. "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves," she said. "Great big men like you to be going on the way you are. If you were ignorant or poor, as I've seen people, there might be some excuse for you. Haven't you got any mothers, or sisters, or wives to think of? What sort of a life is this you lead? Drinking, and gambling, and fighting, and swearing your lives away. Do you ever think of God in the time when you were children? Why don't you make homes? Look at that man's face." She pointed suddenly at Bogan, who collapsed and sidled behind his mates out of the light. "Look at that man's face. Is it a face for a Christian? And you help and encourage him to fight. You're worse than he is. Oh, it's brutal. It's wicked. Great big men like you ought to be ashamed of yourselves." Long Bob Brothers, about 6'4", the longest and most innocent there, shrunk down by the wall and got his inquiring face out of the light. The pretty girl fluttered on for a few moments longer, greatly excited, and then stepped back, seemingly much upset, and was taken under the wing of the woman with the boilerplate mouth. It was a surprise, and very sudden. Bogan slipped round to the backyard, and was seen bathing his battered features at the pump. The rest wore the expression of men who knew that something unusual has happened, but don't know what, and are waiting vacantly for developments. Except Tom Hall, who had recovered and returned. He stood looking over the head of the ring of bushmen, and apparently taking the same critical interest in the girl as he would in a fight. His expression was such as a journalist might wear who is getting exciting copy. The army had it all their own way for the rest of the evening, and made a good collection. The pretty girl stood smiling round with shining eyes as the Bobs and Tanners dropped in, and then, being shoved forward by the flat woman, she thanked us sweetly, and said we were good fellows, and that she was sorry for some things she'd said to us. Then she retired, fluttering and very much flushed, and hid herself behind the hard woman, who, by the way, had an excrescence on her upper lip which might have stood for a rivet. Presently the pretty girl came from behind the big woman and stood watching things with glistening eyes. Some of the chaps on the opposite side of the ring moved a little to one side, and all were careful not to meet her eye, not to be caught looking at her, lest she should be embarrassed. Waddy had roused himself a little at the sound of a strange voice in the army, and such a clear, sweet voice too, and had a look. Then he settled back peacefully again, but it was noticed that he didn't snore that evening. And when the army prayed, the pretty girl knelt down with the rest on the gravel. One or two tall bushmen bowed their heads as if they had to, and One-Eyed Bogan, with the blood washed from his face, stood with his hat off, glaring round to see if he could catch anyone sniggering. Mitchell, the shearer, said afterwards that the whole business made him feel for the moment like he felt sometimes in the days when he used to feel things. The town discussed the pretty girl in the army that night and for many days thereafter, but no one could find out who she was or where she belonged to, except that she came from Sydney last. She kept her secret, if she had one, very close, or else the other s.a. Women were not to be pumped. She lived in skillion rooms at the back of the big weatherboard Salvation Army barracks with two other lassies, who did washing and sewing and nursing, and went shabby, and half-starved themselves, and were baked in the heat, like scores of women in the bush, and even as hundreds of women, suffering from religious mania, slave and stint in city slums, and neglect their homes, husbands and children, for the glory of Booth. The pretty girl was referred to as Sister Hannah by the army people, and came somehow to be known by sinners as Miss Captain. I don't know whether that was her real name, or what rank she held in the army, if indeed she held any. She sold war cries, and the circulation doubled in a day. One-eyed Bogan, being bailed up unexpectedly, gave her half a caser for a cry, and ran away without the paper or the change. Jack Mitchell bought a cry for the first time in his life, and read it. He said he found some of the articles intensely realistic, and many of the statements were very interesting. He said he read one or two things in the cry that he didn't know before. Tom Hall, taken unawares, bought 3 cries from the pretty girl, and blushed to find it fame. Little Billy Woods, the Laborers' Union secretary, who had a poetic temperament and more than the average bushman's reverence for higher things, little Billy Woods told me in a burst of confidence that he generally had 2 feelings, one after the other, after encountering that girl. One was that unfathomable far-away feeling of loneliness and longing that comes at odd times to the best of married men, with the best of wives and children, as Billy had. The other feeling, which came later on, and was a reaction in fact, was the feeling of a man who thinks he's been twisted round a woman's little finger for the benefit of somebody else. Billy said that he couldn't help being reminded by the shy, sweet smile and the shy, sweet, thank you, of the pretty girl in the army, of the shy, sweet smile and the shy, sweet gratitude of a Sydney private barmaid, who had once roped him in the days before he was married. Then he'd reckoned that the army lassie had been sent out back to Burke as a business speculation. Tom Hall was inclined to reckon so too, but that was after he'd been chaffed for a month about the 3 war cries. The pretty girl was discussed from psychological points of view, not forgetting the sex problem. Donald MacDonald, shearer, Union leader and labor delegate to other colonies on occasion, Donald MacDonald said that whenever he saw a circle of plain or ugly, dried-up women or girls round a shepherd, evangelist or a Salvation Army drum, he'd say, "Sexually starved." They were hungry for love. Religious mania was sexual passion damned out of its course. Therefore he held that morbidly religious girls were the most easily seduced. But this couldn't apply to pretty girl in the army. Mitchell reckoned that she'd either had a great sorrow, a lot of trouble, or a disappointment in love. The or is Mitchell's, but they couldn't see how a girl like her could possibly be disappointed in love, unless the chap died or got into jail for life. Donald decided that her soul had been starved somehow. Mitchell suggested that it might be only a craving for notoriety, the same thing that makes women and girls go amongst lepers, and out to the battlefield, and nurse ugly pieces of men back to life again, the same thing that makes some women and girls swear ropes round men's necks. The pretty girl might be the daughter of well-to-do people, even aristocrats, said Mitchell. She was pretty enough and spoke well enough. Every woman's a barmaid at heart, as the bulletin puts it, said Mitchell. But not even one of the haggard women of Burke ever breathed a suspicion of scandal against her. They said she was too good and too pretty to be where she was. You see, it was not as in an old settled town where hags blacken God's world with their tongues. Burke was just a little camping town in a big land, where free, good-hearted democratic Australians, and the best of black sheep from the old world were constantly passing through, where husbands were often obliged to be away from home for 12 months, and the storekeepers had to trust the people, and mates trusted each other, and the folks were broad-minded. The mind's eye had a wide range. After her maiden speech the pretty girl seldom spoke, except to return thanks for collections, and she never testified. She had a sweet voice and used to sing. Now, if I were writing pure fiction, and were not cursed with an obstinate inclination to write the truth, I might say that, after the advent of the pretty girl, the morals of Burke improved suddenly and wonderfully. That one-eyed Bogan left off gambling and drinking and fighting and swearing, and put on a red coat and testified and fought the devil only. That Mitchell dropped his mask of cynicism. That Donald MacDonald ate no longer of the tree of knowledge and ceased to worry himself with psychological problems, and was happy, and that Tom Hall was no longer a scoffer. That no one sneaked round through the scrub after dusk to certain necessary establishments in weatherboard cottages on the outskirts of the town, and that the broad-minded and obliging ladies thereof became Salvation Army lassies. But none of these things happened. Drunks quieted down or got out of the way if they could when the pretty girl appeared on the scene. Fights and games of head and em were adjourned, and weak, ordinary language was used for the time being, and that was about all. Nevertheless, most of the chaps were in love with that pretty girl in the army, all those who didn't worship her privately. Long Bob brothers hovered round in hopes, they said, that she'd meet with an accident, get run over by a horse or something, and he'd have to carry her in. He scared the women at the barracks by dropping firewood over the fence after dark. Barkarat, the meanest man in the back country, was seen to drop a threepenny bit into the ring, and a rumor was industriously circulated, by Tom Hall, to the effect that one-eyed Bogan intended to shave and join the army disguised as a lassie. Handsome Jake Borum, alias Borem, a sentimental shearer from New Zealand, who had read Bret Harte, made an elaborate attempt for the pretty girl, by pretending to be going to the dogs headlong, with an idea of first winning her sorrowful interest and sympathy, and then making an apparently hard struggle to straighten up for her sake. He related his experience with the cheerful and refreshing absence of reserve which was characteristic of him, and is of most bushmen. "I'd had a few drinks," he said, "and was having a spell under a gum by the river, when I saw the pretty girl and another army woman coming down along the bank. It was a blazing hot day. I thought of Sandy and the schoolmistress and Bret Harte, and I thought it would be a good idea to stretch out in the sun and pretend to be helpless, so I threw my hat on the ground and lay down, with my head in the blazing heat, in the most graceful position I could get at, and I tried to put a look of pained regret on my face, as if I was dreaming of my lost boyhood and me mother. I thought, perhaps, the girl would pity me, and I felt sure she'd stoop and pick up my hat and put it gently over my poor troubled head. Then I was going to become conscious for a moment, and look hopelessly round, and into her eyes, and then start and look sorrowful and ashamed, and stagger to my feet, taking off my hat like the Silver King does to the audience when he makes his first appearance drunk on the stage, and then I was going to reel off, trying to walk as straight as I could. And next day I was going to clean up my teeth and nails and put on a white shirt, and start to be a new man henceforth. Well, as I lay there with my eyes shut, I heard the footsteps come up and stop, and heard em whisper, and I thought I heard the pretty girl say poor fellow, or something that sounded like that, and just then I got a God Almighty poke in the ribs with an umbrella, at least I suppose it was aimed for my ribs. But women are bad shots, and the point of the umbrella caught me in the side, just between the bottom rib and the hip bone. And I sat up with a click, like the blade of a pocket knife. The other lassie was the big square-faced woman. The pretty girl looked rather more frightened and disgusted than sentimental, but she had plenty of pluck, and soon pulled herself together. She said I ought to be ashamed of myself, a great big man like me, lying there in the dust like a drunken tramp, an eyesore and a disgrace to all the world. She told me to go to my camp, wherever that was, and sleep myself sober. The square-jawed woman said I looked like a fool sitting there. I did feel ashamed, and I reckon I did look like a fool. A man generally does in a fix like that. I felt like one anyway. I got up and walked away, and it hurt me so much that I went over to West Burke and went to the dogs properly for a fortnight, and lost 20 quid on a game of draughts against a blindfold player. Now both those women had umbrellas, but I'm not sure to this day which of them it was that gave me the poke. It wouldn't have mattered much anyway. I haven't borrowed one of Bret Harte's books since. Jake reflected a while. The worst of it was, he said ruefully, that I wasn't sure that the girl or the woman didn't see through me, and that worried me a bit. You never can tell how much a woman suspects, and that's the worst of 'em. I found that out after I got married. The pretty girl in the army grew pale and thin and big-eyed. The women said it was a shame, and that she ought to be sent home to her friends, wherever they were. She was laid up for 2 or 3 days, and some of the women cooked delicacies and handed 'em over the barracks fence, and offered to come in and nurse her, but the square woman took washing home and nursed the girl herself. The pretty girl still sold war cries and took up collections, but in a tired, listless, half-shamefaced way. It was plain that she was tired of the army, and growing ashamed of the Salvationists. Perhaps she had come to see things too plainly. You see, the army does no good out back in Australia, except from a business point of view. It is simply there to collect funds for hungry headquarters. The bushmen are much too intelligent for the army. There was no poverty in Burke, as it is understood in the city. There was plenty of food, and camping out and roughing it come natural to the bushmen. In cases of sickness, accident, widows or orphans, the chaps sent round the hat, without banging a drum or testifying, and that was all right. If a chap was hard up, he borrowed a couple of quid from his mate. If a strange family arrived without a penny, someone had to fix them up, and the storekeepers helped them till the man got work. For the rest, we work out our own salvation, or damnation, as the case is, in the bush, with no one to help us, except a mate perhaps. The army can help us, but a fellow sinner can, sometimes, who has been through it all himself. The army is only a drag on the progress of democracy, because it attracts many who would otherwise be aggressive Democrats, and for other reasons. Besides, if we all reformed, the army would get deuced little from us for its city mission. The pretty girl went to service for a while with the stock inspector's wife, who could get nothing out of her concerning herself or her friends. She still slept at the barracks, stuck to the army, and attended its meetings. It was Christmas morning, and there was peace in Berk and goodwill towards all men. There hadn't been a fight since yesterday evening, and that had only been a friendly one, to settle an argument concerning the past ownership, and, at the same time, to decide as to the future possession of a dog. It had been a hot, close night, and it ended in a suffocating sunrise. The free portion of the male population were in the habit of taking their blankets and sleeping out in the park, or town square, in hot weather. The wives and daughters of the town slept, or tried to sleep, with bedroom windows and doors open, while husbands lay outside on the verandas. I camped in a corner of the park that night, and the sun woke me. As I sat up, I caught sight of a swagman coming along the white, dusty road from the direction of the bridge, where the cleared road ran across west and on, 130 miles, through the barren, broiling mulgus scrubs, to Hungerford, on the border of Sheol. I knew that swagman's walk. It was John Merrick, Jack Moonlight, one-time Shearer's Union Secretary at Cunable, and generally, Rep. Shearer's representative, in any shed where he sheared. He was a better-class shearer. One of those quiet, thoughtful men of whom there are generally 2 or 3 in the roughest of rough sheds, who have great influence, and give the shed a good name from a Union point of view. Not quiet with the resentful or snobbish reserve of the educated Englishman, but with a sad or subdued sort of quietness that has force in it, as if they fully realize that their intelligence is much higher than the average, that they have suffered more real trouble and heartbreak than the majority of their mates, and that their mates couldn't possibly understand them if they spoke as they felt and couldn't see things as they do. Yet men who understand and are intensely sympathetic in their loneliness and sensitive reserve. I had worked in a shed with Jack Moonlight, and had met him in Sydney, and to be mates with a bushman for a few weeks is to know him well. Anyway, I found it so. He had taken a trip to Sydney the Christmas before last, and when he came back there was something wanting. He became more silent, he drank more, and sometimes alone, and took to smoking heavily. He dropped his mates, took little or no interest in Union matters, and traveled alone, and at night. The Australian bushman is born with a mate who sticks to him through life, like a mole. They may be hundreds of miles apart sometimes, and separated for years, yet they are mates for life. A bushman may have many mates in his roving, but there is always one his mate. My mate. And it is common to hear a bushman, who is, in every way, a true mate to the man he happens to be traveling with, speak of his mate's mate. Jack's mate, who might be in Klondike or South Africa. A bushman has always a mate to comfort him and argue with him, and work and tramp and drink with him, and lend him quids when he's hard up, and call him a fool, and fight him sometimes, to abuse him to his face and defend his name behind his back, to bear false witness and perjure his soul for his sake, to lie to the girl for him if he's single, and to his wife if he's married, to secure a pen for him at a shed where he isn't on the spot, or, if the mate is away in New Zealand or South Africa, to write and tell him if it's any good coming over this way. And each would take the word of the other against all the world, and each believes that the other is the straightest chap that ever lived. A white man! And next best to your old mate is the man you're tramping, riding, working, or drinking with. About the first thing the cook asks you when you come along to a shearer's hut is, "Where's your mate?" I traveled alone for a while one time, and it seemed to me sometimes, by the tone of the inquiry concerning the whereabouts of my mate, that the bush had an idea that I might have done away with him, and that the thing ought to be looked into. When a man drops mateship altogether and takes to hatting in the bush, it's a step towards a convenient tree and a couple of saddle straps buckled together. I had an idea that I, in a measure, took the place of Jack Moonlight's mate about this time. "Hullo, Jack!" I hailed as he reached the corner of the park. "Good morning, Harry," said Jack, as if he'd seen me last yesterday evening instead of 3 months ago. "How are you getting on?" We walked together towards the Union office, where I had a camp in the skillion room at the back. Jack was silent. But there's no place in the world where a man's silence is respected so much, within reasonable bounds, as in the Australian bush, where every man has a past more or less sad, and every man a ghost, perhaps from other lands that we know nothing of, and speaking in a foreign tongue. They say in the bush, "Oh, Jack's only thinking," and they let him think. Generally you want to think as much as your mate, and when you've been together some time it's quite natural to travel all day without exchanging a word. In the morning Jim says, "Well, I think I made a bargain with that horse, Bill." And sometime late in the afternoon, say 20 miles farther on, it occurs to Bill to rejoin, "Well, I reckon the blank as sold it to you had your proper." I like a good thinking mate, and I believe that thinking in company is a lot more healthy and more comfortable, as well as less risky, than thinking alone. On the way to the Union office Jack and I passed the Royal Hotel, and caught a glimpse, through the open door, of a bedroom off the veranda, of the landlord's fresh, fair, young Sydney girl wife, sleeping prettily behind the mosquito net, like a sleeping beauty, while the boss lay on a mattress outside on the veranda, across the open door. He wasn't necessary for publication, but an evidence of good faith. I glanced at Jack for a grin, but didn't get one. He wore the pained expression of a man who is suddenly hit hard with the thought of something that might have been. I boiled the billy and fried a pound of steak. "Been traveling all night, Tack?" I asked. "Yes," said Jack. "I camped at Amy's yesterday." He didn't eat. I began to reckon that he was brooding too much for his health. He was much thinner than when I saw him last, and pretty haggard, and he had something of the hopeless, haggard look that I'd seen in Tom Hall's eyes after the last big shearing strike, when Tom had worked day and night to hold his mates up all through the hard, bitter struggle, and the battle was lost. "Look here, Jack," I said at last. "What's up?" "Nothing's up, Harry," said Jack. "What made you think so? Have you got yourself into any fix?" I asked. "What's the Hungerford track been doing to you?" "No, Harry," he said. "I'm all right. How are you?" And he pulled some string and papers and a roll of dusty pound notes from his pocket and threw them on the bunk. I was hard up just then, so I took a note and the billy to go to the Royal and get some beer. I thought the beer might loosen his mind a bit. "Better take a couple of quid," said Jack. "You look as if you want some new shirts and things." But a pound was enough for me, and I think he had reason to be glad of that later on, as it turned out. "Anything new in Burke?" asked Jack as we drank the beer. "No," I said. "Not a thing, except there's a pretty girl in the Salvation Army." "And it's about time," growled Jack. "Now look here, Jack," I said presently. "What's come over you lately at all? I might be able to help you. It's not a bit of use telling me that there's nothing the matter. When a man takes to brooding and traveling alone it's a bad sign, and it will end in a leaning tree and a bit of clothesline as likely as not. Tell me what the trouble is. Tell us all about it. There's a ghost, isn't there?" "Well, I suppose so," said Jack. "We've all got our ghosts for that matter. But never you mind, Harry, I'm all right. I don't go interfering with your ghosts, And I don't see what call you've got to come haunting mine. Why, it's as bad as kicking a man's dog. And he gave the ghost of a grin. Tell me, Jack, I said, is it a woman? Yes, said Jack. It's a woman. Now, are you satisfied? Is it a girl? I asked. Yes, he said. So there was no more to be said. I'd thought it might have been a lot worse than a girl. I'd thought he might have got married somewhere, sometime, and made a mess of it. We had dinner at Billy Woods's place, and a sensible Christmas dinner it was, everything cold, except the vegetables, with the hose going on the veranda in spite of the bylaws, and Billy's wife and her sister, fresh and cool-looking and jolly, instead of being hot and brown and cross like most Australian women who roast themselves over a blazing fire in a hot kitchen on a broiling day, all the morning, to cook scalding plum pudding and red-hot roasts, for no other reason than that their grandmothers used to cook hot Christmas dinners in England. And in the afternoon we went for a row on the river, pulling easily up the Anna branch and floating down with the stream under the shade of the river timber, instead of going to sleep and waking up helpless and soaked in perspiration, to find the women with headaches, as many do on Christmas Day in Australia. Mrs. Woods tried to draw Jack out, but it was no use, and in the evening he commenced drinking, and that made Billy uneasy. I'm afraid Jack's on the wrong track, he said. After tea most of us collected about Waddy's veranda. Most things that happened in Burke happened at Waddy's pub, or near it. If a horse bolted with a buggy or cart, he was generally stopped outside Waddy's, which seemed to suggest, as Mitchell said, that most of the heroes drank at Waddy's, also that the pluckiest men were found amongst the hardest drinkers. But sometimes the horse fetched up against Waddy's sign and lamppost, which was a stout one of iron bark, and smashed the trap. Then Waddy's was the Carrier's Arms, a union pub, and Australian teamsters are mostly hard cases, while there was something in Waddy's beer which made men argue fluently, and the best fights came off in his backyard. Waddy's dogs were the most quarrelsome in town, and there was a dog fight there every other evening, followed as often as not by a man fight. If a bushman's horse ran away with him, the chances were that he'd be thrown onto Waddy's veranda, if he wasn't pitched into the bar, and victims of accidents, and sick, hard-up shearers, were generally carried to Waddy's pub, as being the most convenient and comfortable for them. Mitchell denied that it was generosity or good nature on Waddy's part. He said it was all business, advertisement. Waddy knew what he was doing. He was very deep, was Waddy. Mitchell further hinted that if he was sick he wouldn't be carried to Waddy's, for Waddy knew what a thirsty business a funeral was. Tom Hall reckoned that Waddy bribed the army on the quiet. I was sitting on a stool along the veranda wall with Donald MacDonald, Bob Brothers, the Giraffe, and Mitchell, and one or two others, and Jack Moonlight sat on the floor with his back to the wall and his hat well down over his eyes. The army came along at the usual time, but we didn't see the pretty girl at first. She was a bit late. Mitchell said he liked to be at Waddy's when the army prayed and the pretty girl was there. He had no objection to being prayed for by a girl like that, though he reckoned that nothing short of a real angel could save him now. He said his old grandmother used to pray for him every night of her life and 3 times on Sunday, with Christmas Day extra when Christmas Day didn't fall on a Sunday. But Mitchell reckoned that the old lady couldn't have had much influence because he became more sinful every year, and went deeper in ways of darkness, until finally he embarked on a career of crime. The army prayed, and then a thin, ratty, little woman bobbed up in the ring. She'd gone mad on religion as women do on women's rights and hundreds of other things. She was so skinny in the face, her jaws so prominent, and her mouth so wide, that when she opened it to speak it was like a ventriloquist's dummy, and you could almost see the cracks open down under her ears. "They say I'm cracked," she screamed in a shrill, cracked voice. "But I'm not cracked. I'm only cracked on the Lord Jesus Christ. That's all I'm cracked on." And just then the Amen man of the army groaner we called him, who was always putting both feet in it, just then he blundered forward, rolled up his eyes, threw his hands up and down as if he were bouncing 2 balls, and said, with deep feeling, "Thank the Lord she's got a crack in the right place." Tom Hall doubled up, and most of the other sinners seemed to think there was something very funny about it. And the army, too, seemed struck with an idea that there was something wrong somewhere, for they started a hymn. A big American Negro, who'd been a night watchman in Sydney, stepped into the ring and waved his arms and kept time, and as he got excited he moved his hands up and down rapidly, as if he was hauling down a rope in a great hurry through a pulley block above, and he kept saying, "Come down, Lord!" all through the hymn, like a bass accompaniment. "Come down, Lord, come down, Lord, come down, Lord, come down, Lord!" And the quicker he said it, the faster he hauled. He was as good as a drum. And when the hymn was over, he started to testify. "My friends," he said, "I was once black as der coals in der mind. I was once black as der ink in der ocean of sin. But now, thank and bless the Lord, I am whiter dan der driven snow." Tom Hall sat down on the edge of the veranda and leaned his head against a post and cried. He had contributed a bob this evening, and he was getting his money's worth. Then the pretty girl arrived and was pushed forward into the ring. She looked thinner and whiter than I'd ever seen her, and there was a feverish brightness in her eyes that I didn't like. "Men," she said, "this is Christmas Day ... I didn't hear any more, for, at the sound of her voice, Jack Moonlight jumped up as if he'd sat on a baby. He started forward, stared at her for a moment as if he couldn't believe his eyes, and then said, "Hannah!" short and sharp. She started as if she was shot, gave him a wild look, and stumbled forward. The next moment he had her in his arms and was steering for the private parlor. I heard Mrs. Bothways calling for water and smelling salts. She was as fat as Watty, and very much like him in the face, but she was emotional and sympathetic. Then presently I heard, through the open window, the pretty girl say to Jack, "Oh, Jack, Jack! Why did you go away and leave me like that? It was cruel!" "But you told me to go, Hannah," said Jack. That didn't make any difference." "Why didn't you write?" she sobbed. "Because you never wrote to me, Hannah," he said. That was no excuse," she said. "It was so cruel of you, Jack." Mrs. Bothways pulled down the window. A newcomer asked Watty what the trouble was, and he said that the army girl had only found her chap, or husband, or long-lost brother or something, but the missus was looking after the business. Then he dozed again. "And then we adjourned to the Royal and took the army with us." "That's the way of it," said Donald MacDonald. "With a woman it's love or religion, with a man it's love or the devil." "Or with a man," said Mitchell, presently. "It's love and the devil both, sometimes, Donald." I looked at Mitchell hard, but for all his face expressed he might only have said, "I think it's going to rain." Lord Douglas. The Imperial Hotel was rather an unfortunate name for an outback town pub, for outback is the stronghold of Australian democracy. It was the outback vote and influence that brought about "one man, one vote" payment of members, and most of the democratic legislation of late years, and from outback came the overwhelming vote in favor of Australian as Imperial Federation. The name Royal Hotel is as familiar as that of the Railway Hotel, and passes unnoticed and ungrowled at, even by Bush Republicans. The Royal Hotel at Burke was kept by an Irishman, one O'Donoghue, who was Union to the backbone, loudly in favor of Australia for the Australians, and, of course, against even the democratic New South Wales government of the time. He went round town all one St. Patrick's morning with a bunch of green ribbon fastened to his coat-tail with a large fish-hook, and wasn't aware of the fact till he sat down on the point of it. But that's got nothing to do with it. The Imperial Hotel at Burke was unpopular from the first. It was said that the very existence of the house was the result of a swindle. It had been built with money borrowed on certain allotments in the center of the town, and on the understanding that it should be built on the mortgaged land, whereas it was erected on a free allotment. Which fact was discovered, greatly to its surprise, by the building society when it came to foreclose on the allotments some years later. While the building was being erected, the Burke people understood, in a vague way, that it was to be a convent. Perhaps the building society thought so, too, and when certain ornaments in brick and cement in the shape of a bishop's mitre were placed over the corners of the walls, the question seemed decided. But when the place was finished, a bar was fitted up, and up went the sign, to the disgust of the other publicans, who didn't know a license had been taken out, for licensing didn't go by local option in those days. It was rumored that the place belonged to, and the whole business was engineered by, a priest. And priests are men of the world. The Imperial Hotel was patronized by the pastoralists, the civil servants, the bank manager and clerks, all the scrub aristocracy. It was the headquarters of the Pastoralists' Union in Burke, a barracks for blacklegs brought up from Sydney to take the place of Union shearers on strike, and the new governor, on his inevitable visit to Burke, was banquet at the Imperial Hotel. The editor of the local, capitalistic rag, stayed there. The pastoralists' member was elected mostly by dark ways and means devised at the Imperial Hotel, and one of its managers had stood as a dummy candidate to split the labor vote. The management of the hotel was his reward. In short, it was there that most of the plots were hatched to circumvent freedom, and put away or deliver into the clutches of law and order certain sons of light and liberty who believed in converting blacklegs into jellies by force of fists, when bribes, gentle persuasion, and pure Australian language failed to convert them to clean unionism. The Imperial Hotel was called the Squatter's Pub, the Scabby, and other and more expressive names. The hotel became still more unpopular after Percy Douglas had managed it for a while. He was an avowed enemy of labor unionists. He employed Chinese cooks, and that in the height of the anti-Chinese agitation in Australia, and he was known to have kindly feelings towards the Afghans who, with their camels, were running white carriers off the roads. If an excited unionist called a man a blackleg, or scab, in the Imperial Bar he was run out, sometimes with great difficulty, and occasionally as far as the lockup. Percy Douglas was a fine-looking man, with a chest on him unwell hung, a fine figure of a man, as O'Donoghue pronounced it. He was tall and erect, he dressed well, wore small side whiskers, had an eagle nose, and looked like an aristocrat. Like many of his type, who start sometimes as billiard markers and suddenly become hotel managers in Australia, nothing was known of his past. Jack Mitchell reckoned, by the way he treated his employees and spoke to workmen, that he was the educated son of an English farmer, gone wrong and sent out to Australia. Someone called him Lord Douglas, and the nickname caught on. He made himself well hated. He got one-eyed Bogan 3 months hard for taking a bottle of whiskey off the Imperial Bar counter because he, Bogan, was drunk and thirsty and had knocked down his check, and because there was no one minding the bar at the moment. Lord Douglas dismissed the barmaid, and, as she was leaving, he had her boxes searched and gave her in charge for stealing certain articles belonging to the hotel. The chaps subscribed to defend the case, and subsequently put a few pounds together for the girl. She proved her gratitude by bringing a charge of a baby against one of the chaps, but that was only one of the little ways of the world, as Mitchell said. She joined a Chinese camp later on. Lord Douglas employed a carpenter to do some work about the hotel, and because the carpenter left before the job was finished, Lord Douglas locked his tools in an outhouse and refused to give them up, and when the carpenter, with the spirit of an Australian workman, broke the padlock and removed his tool chest, the landlord gave him in charge for breaking and entering. The chaps defended the case and won it, and hated Lord Douglas as much as if he were their elder brother. Mitchell was the only one to put in a word for him. "I've been puzzling it out," said Mitchell, as he sat nursing his best leg in the Union office. "And, as far as I can see, it all amounts to this: we're all mistaken in Lord Douglas. We don't know the man. He's all right. We don't understand him. He's really a sensitive, good-hearted man who's been shoved a bit off the track by the world. It's the world's fault, he's not to blame. You see, when he was a youngster he was the most good-natured kid in the school, he was always soft, and consequently, he was always being imposed upon, and bullied, and knocked about. Whenever he got a penny to buy lollies he'd count 'em out carefully and divide 'em round amongst his schoolmates and brothers and sisters. He was the only one that worked at home, and consequently they all hated him. His father respected him, but didn't love him, because he wasn't a younger son, and wasn't bringing his father's gray hairs down in sorrow to the grave. If it was in Australia, probably Lord Douglas was an elder son and had to do all the hard graft, and teach himself at night, and sleep in a bark skillion while his younger brothers benefited. They were born in the new brick house and went to boarding schools. His mother had a contempt for him because he wasn't a black sheep and a prodigal, and when the old man died, the rest of the family got all the stuff and Lord Douglas was kicked out because they could do without him now. And the family hated him like poison ever afterwards, especially his mother, and spread lies about him, because they had treated him shamefully and because his mouth was shut. They knew he wouldn't speak. Then probably he went in for democracy and worked for freedom, till freedom trod on him once too often with her hobnailed boots. Then the chances are, in the end, he was ruined by a girl or woman, and driven, against his will, to take refuge in pure individualism. He's all right, only we don't appreciate him. He's only fighting against his old ideals, his old self that comes up sometimes, and that's what makes him sweat his barmaids and servants, and hate us, and run us in. And perhaps when he cuts up extra rough it's because his conscience kicks him when he thinks of the damned soft fool he used to be. He's all right, take my word for it. It's all a mask. Why, he might be one of the kindest-hearted men in Burke underneath. Tom Hall rubbed his head and blinked, as if he was worried by an idea that there might be some facts in Mitchell's theories. "You're allers findin' excuses for blacklegs and scabs, Mitchell," said Barkurat, who took Mitchell seriously, and who would have taken a laughing jackass seriously. "Why, you'd find a white spot on a squatter. I wouldn't be surprised if you blacklegged yourself in the end." This was an unpardonable insult, from a Union point of view, and the chaps half unconsciously made room on the floor for Barkurat to fall after Jack Mitchell hit him. But Mitchell took the insult philosophically. "Well, Barkurat," he said, nursing the other leg, "for the matter of that, I did find a white spot on a squatter once. He lent me a quid when I was hard up. There's white spots on the blackest characters if you only drop prejudice and look close enough. I suppose even Jack the Ripper's character was speckled. Why, I can even see spots on your character sometimes, Barkurat. I've known white spots to spread on chaps' characters until they were little short of saints. Sometimes I even fancy I can feel my own wings sprouting. And as for turning blackleg, well, I suppose I've got a bit of the crawler in my composition, most of us have, and a man never knows what might happen to his principles." "Well," said Barkurat, "I beg your pardon, ain't that enough?" "No," said Mitchell. "You ought to wear a 3-bushel bag and ashes for 3 months, and drink water. But since the police would send you to an asylum if you did that, I think the best thing we can do is to go out and have a drink. Lord Douglas married an Australian girl somewhere, somehow, and brought her to Burke, and there were 2 little girls, regular little fairies. She was a gentle, kind-hearted little woman, but she didn't seem to improve him much, save that he was very good to her." "It's mostly that way," commented Mitchell. "When a boss gets married and has children he thinks he's got a greater right to grind his fellow men and rob their wives and children. I'd never work for a boss with a big family. It's hard enough to keep a single boss nowadays in this country." After one stormy election, at the end of a long and bitter shearing strike, One-Eyed Bogan, his trusty enemy, Barkurat, and 1 or 2 other enthusiastic reformers were charged with rioting, and got from 1 to 3 months hard. And they had only smashed 3 windows of the Imperial Hotel and chased the Chinese cook into the river. "I used to have some hopes for democracy," commented Mitchell, "but I've got none now. How can you expect liberty, equality, or fraternity? How can you expect freedom and universal brotherhood and equal rights in a country where sons of light get 3 months hard for breaking windows and bashing a Chinaman? It almost makes me long to sail away in a gallant bark." There were other cases in connection with the rotten egging of capitalistic candidates on the Imperial Hotel balcony, and it was partly on the evidence of Douglas and his friends that certain respectable labor leaders got heavy terms of imprisonment for rioting and sedition, and inciting, in connection with organized attacks on blacklegs and their escorts. Retribution, if it was retribution, came suddenly and in a most unexpected manner to Lord Douglas. It seems he employed a second carpenter for 6 months to repair and make certain additions to the hotel, and put him off under various pretenses until he owed him £100 or thereabout. At last, immediately after an exciting interview with Lord Douglas, the carpenter died suddenly of heart disease. The widow, a strong-minded bushwoman, put a bailiff in the hotel on a very short notice, and against the advice of her lawyer, who thought the case hopeless, and the Lord Douglas bubble promptly burst. He had somehow come to be regarded as the proprietor of the hotel, but now the real proprietors or proprietor, he was still said to be a priest, turned Douglas out and put in a new manager. The old servants were paid after some trouble. The local storekeepers and one or two firms in Sydney, who had large accounts against the Imperial Hotel, and had trusted it, mainly because it was patronized by capitalism and fat, were never paid. Lord Douglas cleared out to Sydney, leaving his wife and children, for the present, with her brother, a hay and corn storekeeper, who also had a large and hopeless account against the hotel, and when the brother went broke and left the district, she rented a 2-roomed cottage and took in dressmaking. Dressmaking didn't pay so well in the bush then as it did in the old diggings days when sewing machines were scarce and the possession of one meant an independent living to any girl, when diggers paid 10 shillings for a strip of flannen, doubled over and sewn together, with holes for arms and head, and called a shirt. Mrs. Douglas had a hard time, with her 2 little girls, who were still better and more prettily dressed than any other children in Burke. One grocer still called on her for orders and pretended to be satisfied to wait till Mr. Douglas came back, and when she would no longer order what he considered sufficient provisions for her and the children, and commenced buying sugar, etc., by the pound, for cash, he one day sent a box of groceries round to her. He pretended it was a mistake. However, he said, "I'd be very much obliged if you could use Mrs. Douglas. I'm overstocked now. Haven't got room for another tin of sardines in the shop. Don't you worry about bills, Mrs. Douglas. I can wait till Douglas comes home. I did well enough out of the Imperial Hotel when your husband had it, and a pound's worth of groceries won't hurt me now. I'm only too glad to get rid of some of the stock." She cried a little, thought of the children, and kept the groceries. "I suppose I'll be sold up soon myself if things don't get brighter," said that grocer to a friend. "So it doesn't matter much." The same with Foley the butcher, who had a brogue with a sort of drawling groan in it, and was a cynic of the Mitchell school. "You see," he said, "she's as proud as the devil, but when I send round a bit o' roast, or pork, or the undercut o' the blade bone, she thinks o' the little garls before she thinks o' sending it back to me. That's where I've got the pull on her." The Giraffe borrowed a horse and tipdray one day at the beginning of winter and cut a load of firewood in the bush, and next morning, at daylight, Mrs. Douglas was nearly startled out of her life by a crash at the end of the cottage, which made her think that the chimney had fallen in, or a tree fallen on the house, and when she slipped on a wrapper and looked out, she saw a load of short-cut wood by the chimney, and caught a glimpse of the back view of the Giraffe, who stood in the dray with his legs wide apart, and was disappearing into the edge of the scrub, and soon the rapid clock of the wheels died away in the west, as if he were making for West Australia. The next we heard of Lord Douglas, he had got 2 years hard for embezzlement in connection with some canvassing he had taken up. Mrs. Douglas fell ill, a touch of brain fever, and one of the laborers' wives took care of the children while 2 others took turns in nursing. While she was recovering, Bob Brothers sent round the hat, and, after a conclave in the Union office, as mysterious as any meeting ever called with the object of downing bloated capitalism, it was discovered that one of the chaps, who didn't wish his name to be mentioned, had borrowed just £25 from Lord Douglas in the old days and now wished to return it to Mrs. Douglas. So the thing was managed, and if she had any suspicions she kept them to herself. She started a little fancy goods shop and got along fairly comfortable. Douglas, by the way, was, publicly supposed, for her sake and because of the little girls, to be away in West Australia on the goldfields. Time passes without much notice out back, and one hot day, when the sun hung behind the fierce sandstorms from the northwest as dully lurid as he ever showed in a London fog, Lord Douglas got out of the train that had just finished its 500 miles run, and not seeing a new chum porter, who started forward by force of habit to take his bag, he walked stiffly off the platform and down the main street towards his wife's cottage. He was very gaunt, and his eyes, to those who passed him closely, seemed to have a furtive, hunted expression. He had let his beard grow, and it had grown gray. It was within a few days of Christmas, the same Christmas that we lost the pretty girl in the Salvation Army. As a rule, the big shearing sheds within a fortnight of Burke cut out in time for the shearers to reach the town and have their Christmas dinners and sprees, and for some of them to be locked up over Christmas Day, within sound of a church-going bell. Most of the chaps gathered in the Shearers' Union office on New Year's Eve and discussed Douglas amongst other things. "I vote we kick the cow out of the town," snarled One-Eyed Bogan viciously. "We can't do that," said Bob Brothers, the giraffe, speaking more promptly than usual. "There's his wife and youngsters to consider, you know." "He's something well deserted his wife," snarled Bogan. "And now he comes crawlin' back to her to keep him." "Well," said Mitchell mildly, "but we ain't all got as much against him as you have, Bogan." "He made a crimson jailbird of me," snapped Bogan. "Well," said Mitchell, "that didn't hurt you much, anyway. It rather improved your character, if anything. Besides, he made a jailbird of himself afterwards, so you ought to have a fellow feeling, a feathered feeling, so to speak. Now you needn't be offended, Bogan, we're all jailbirds at heart, only we haven't all got the pluck. I'm in favor of Blonky well tearin' and featherin' him and kickin' him out of the town," shouted Bogan. "It would be a good turn to his wife, too, she'd be well rid of the—" "Perhaps she's fond of him," suggested Mitchell. "I've known such cases before. I saw them sitting together on the veranda last night when they thought no one was looking." "He deserted her," said One-Eyed Bogan, in a climbing down tone, "and left her to starve." "Perhaps the police were to blame for that," said Mitchell. "You know you deserted all your old mates once for 3 months, Bogan, and it wasn't your fault." "He seems to be a crimson pet of yours, Jack Mitchell," said Bogan, firing up. "Ah, well, all I know," said Mitchell, standing up and stretching himself wearily, "all I know is that he looked like a gentleman once, and treated us like a gentleman, and cheated us like a gentleman, and ran some of us in like a gentleman, and, as far as I can see, he's served his time like a gentleman and come back to face us and live himself down like a man. I always had a sneaking regard for a gentleman." "Why, Mitchell, I'm beginning to think you are a gentleman yourself," said Jake Borum. "Well," said Mitchell, "I used to have a suspicion once that I had a drop of blue blood in me somewhere, and it worried me a lot, but I asked my old mother about it one day, and she scolded me, God bless her, and father chased me with a stockwhip, so I gave up making inquiries." "You'll join the bloomin' capitalists next," sneered One-Eyed Bogan. "I wish I could, Bogan," said Mitchell. "I'd take a trip to Paris and see for myself whether the French women are as bad as they're made out to be, or go to Japan. But what are we going to do about Douglas?" "Kick the skunk out of town, or boycott him," said one or two. "He ought to be tarred and feathered and hanged." "Couldn't do worse than hang him," commented Jake Borum, cheerfully. "Oh, yes, we could," said Mitchell, sitting down, resting his elbows on his knees, and marking his points with one forefinger on the other. "For instance, we might boil him slow in tar. We might skin him alive. We might put him in a cage and poke him with sticks, with his wife and children in another cage to look on and enjoy the fun." The chaps, who had been sitting quietly listening to Mitchell, and grinning, suddenly became serious and shifted their positions uneasily. "But I can tell you what would hurt his feelings more than anything else we could do," said Mitchell. "Well, what is it, Jack?" said Tom Hall, rather impatiently. "Send round the hat and take up a collection for him," said Mitchell. "Enough to let him get away with his wife and children and start life again in some less respectable town than Burke. You needn't grin, I'm serious about it." There was a thoughtful pause, and one or two scratched their heads. "His wife seems pretty sick," Mitchell went on in a reflective tone. "I passed the place this morning and saw him scrubbing out the floor. He's been doing a bit of house painting for old Heegard today. I suppose he learned it in jail. I saw him at work and touched my hat to him." "What?" cried Tom Hall, affecting to shrink from Mitchell in horror. "Yes," said Mitchell. "I'm not sure that I didn't take my hat off. Now I know it's not bush religion for a man to touch his hat, except to a funeral, or a strange roof or woman sometimes, but when I meet a braver man than myself I salute him. I've only met 2 in my life. And who were they, Jack? Asked Jake Borum. One, said Mitchell. One is Douglas, and the other, well, the other was the man I used to be. But that's got nothing to do with it. But perhaps Douglas thought you were crowing over him when you took off your hat to him, sneering at him, like Mitchell, reflected Jake Borum. No, Jake, said Mitchell, growing serious suddenly. There are ways of doing things that another man understands. They all thought for a while. Well, said Tom Hall, supposing we do take up a collection for him, he'd be too damned proud to take it. But that's where we've got the pull on him, said Mitchell, brightening up. I heard Dr. Morgan say that Mrs. Douglas wouldn't live if she wasn't sent away to a cooler place, and Douglas knows it, and besides, one of the little girls is sick. We've got him in a corner, and he'll have to take the stuff. Besides, 2 years in jail takes a lot of the pride out of a man. Well, I'm damned if I'll give a sprat to help the man who tried his best to crush the unions, said One-Eyed Bogan. Damned if I will either, said Baccarat. Now look here, One-Eyed Bogan, said Mitchell. I don't like to harp on old things, for I know they bore you, but when you returned to public life that time no one talked of kicking you out of the town. In fact, I heard that the chaps put a few pounds together to help you get away for a while till you got over your modesty. No one spoke. I passed Douglas's place on my way here from my camp tonight, Mitchell went on musingly, and I saw him walking up and down in the yard with his sick child in his arms. You remember that little girl, Bogan? I saw her run and pick up your hat and give it to you one day when you were trying to put it on with your feet. You remember Bogan? The shock nearly sobered you. There was a very awkward pause. The position had become too psychological altogether, and had to be ended somehow. The awkward silence had to be broken, and Bogan broke it. He turned up Bob Brothers's hat, which was lying on the table, and chucked, in a quid, qualifying the hat and the quid, and disguising his feelings with the national oath of the land. We've had enough of this gory, maudlin, sentimental tommy-rot, he said. Here, Barcoo, stump up or I'll belt it out of your hide. I'll take you to pieces. But Douglas didn't leave the town. He sent his wife and children to Sydney until the heat wave was past, built a new room onto the cottage, and started a book and newspaper shop, and a poultry farm in the back paddock, and flourished. They called him Mr. Douglas for a while, then Douglas, then Percy Douglas, and now he is well known as Old Daddy Douglas, and the Sydney Worker, Truth, and Bulletin, and other democratic rags are on sale at his shop. He is big with schemes for locking the Darling River, and he gets his drink at O'Donoghue's. He is scarcely yet regarded as a straight-out Democrat. He was a gentleman once, Mitchell said, and the old blood was not to be trusted. But last elections, Douglas worked quietly for unionism, and gave the leaders certain hints, and put them up to various electioneering dodges which enabled them to return, in the face of monopoly, a Labour member who is as likely to go straight as long as any other Labour member. The blindness of One-Eyed Bogan. They judge not and they are not judged, 'tis their philosophy. There's something wrong with every ship that sails upon the sea. The Ballad of the Rouseabout. And what became of One-Eyed Bogan? I asked Tom Hall when I met him and Jack Mitchell down in Sydney with their shearing checks the Christmas before last. You'd better ask Mitchell, Harry, said Tom. He can tell you about Bogan better than I can. But first, what about the drink we're going to have? We turned out of Pitt Street into Hunter Street, and across George Street, where a double line of fast electric tramway was running, into Margaret Street, and had a drink at Fallard's Hotel, where a counter lunch, as good as many dinners you get for a shilling, was included with a sixpenny drink. Get a quiet corner, said Mitchell. I like to bear myself cackle. So we took our beer out in the fernery and got a cool place at a little table in a quiet corner amongst the fern boxes. Well, One-Eyed Bogan was a hard case, Mitchell, I said. Wasn't he? Yes, said Mitchell, putting down his long beer glass. He was. Rather a bad egg? Yes, a regular bad egg, said Mitchell, decidedly. I heard he got caught cheating at cards, I said. Did you? said Mitchell. Well, I believe he did. Ah, well, he added reflectively, after another long pull. One-eyed Bogan won't cheat at cards any more. Why? I said. Is he dead then? No, said Mitchell. He's blind. Good God, I said. How did that happen? He lost the other eye, said Mitchell, and he took another drink. Ah, well, he won't cheat at cards any more, unless there's cards invented for the blind. How did it happen? I asked. Well, said Mitchell, you see, Harry, it was this way. Bogan went pretty free in Burke after the shearing before last, and in the end he got mixed up in a very ugly-looking business. He was accused of doing 2 new chum jackaroos out of their stuff by some sort of confidence trick. Confidence trick? I said. I'd never have thought that one-eyed Bogan had the brains to go in for that sort of thing. Well, it seems he had, or else he used somebody else's brains. There's plenty of broken-down English gentlemen sharpers knocking about out back, you know, and Bogan might have been taking lessons from one. I don't know the rights of the case, it was hushed up, as you'll see presently, but anyway, the jackaroos swore that Bogan had done 'em out of 10 quid. They were both cockneys and I suppose they reckoned themselves smart, but bushmen have more time to think. Besides, Bogan's one eye was in his favor. You see, he always kept his one eye fixed strictly on whatever business he had in hand. If he'd had another eye to rove round and distract his attention and look at things on the outside, the chances are he would never have got into trouble. Never mind that, Jack, said Tom Hall. Harry wants to hear the yarn. Well, to make it short, one of the jackaroos went to the police and Bogan cleared out. His character was pretty bad just then, so there was a piece of blue paper out for him. Bogan didn't seem to think the thing was so serious as it was, for he only went a few miles down the river and camped with his horses on a sort of island inside an Unabridged, till the thing should blow over or the new chums leave Burke. Bogan's old enemy, Constable Campbell, got wind of Bogan's camp and started out after him. He rode round the outside track and came in on to the river just below where the Unabridged joins it, at the lower end of the island and right opposite Bogan's camp. You know what those billabongs are, dry gullies till the river rises from the Queensland rains and backs them up till the water runs round into the river again and makes Unabridges of them. Places that you thought were hollows you'll find above water, and you can row over places you thought were hills. There's no water so treacherous and deceitful as you'll find in some of those billabongs. A man starts to ride across a place where he thinks the water is just over the grass, and blunders into a deep channel that wasn't there before, with a steady undercurrent with the whole weight of the darling river funneled into it, and if he can't swim and his horse isn't used to it, or sometimes if he can swim, it's a case with him, and the darling river cod hold an inquest on him, if they have time, before he's buried deep in darling river mud forever. And somebody advertises in the missing column for Jack somebody who was last heard of in Australia. Never mind that, Mitchell, go on, I said. Well, Campbell knew the river and saw that there was a stiff current there, so he hailed Bogan. Good day, Campbell, shouted Bogan. I want you, Bogan, said Campbell. Come across and bring your horses. I'm damned if I will, says Bogan. I'm not going to catch me death o' cold to save your skin. If you want me you'll have to bloody well come and get me. Bogan was a good strong swimmer, and he had good horses, but he didn't try to get away. I suppose he reckoned he'd have to face the music one time or another, and one time is as good as another out back. Campbell was no swimmer. He had no temptation to risk his life. You see, it wasn't as in war with a lot of comrades watching ready to advertise a man as a coward for staying alive. So he argued with Bogan and tried to get him to listen to reason, and swore at him. I'll make it damned hot for you, Bogan, he said, if I have to come over for you. Two can play at that game, says Bogan. Look here, Bogan, said Campbell, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you give me your word that you'll come up to the police station tomorrow, I'll go back and say nothing about it. You can say you didn't know a warrant was out after you. It will be all the better for you in the end. Better give me your word, man. Perhaps Campbell knew Bogan better than any of us. Now then, Bogan, he said, don't be a fool. Give your word like a sensible man, and I'll go back. I'll give you 5 minutes to make up your mind, and he took out his watch. But Bogan was nasty and wouldn't give his word, so there was nothing for it but for Campbell to make a try for him. Campbell had plenty of pluck, or obstinacy, which amounts to the same thing. He put his carbine and revolver under a log, out of the rain that was coming on, saw to his handcuffs, and then spurred his horse into the water. Bogan lit his pipe with a stick from his campfire, so Campbell said afterwards, and sat down on his heels and puffed away, and waited for him. Just as Campbell's horse floundered into the current, Bogan shouted to go back, but Campbell thought it was a threat and kept on. But Bogan had caught sight of a log coming down the stream, and on, with a sharp, splintered end, and before Campbell knew where he was, the sharp end of the log caught the horse in the flank. The horse started to plunge and struggle sideways, with all his legs, and Campbell got free of him as quick as he could. Now, you know, in some of those darling river reaches the current will seem to run steadily for a while, and then come with a rush. I was caught in one of those rushes once, when I was in swimming, and would have been drowned if I hadn't been born to be hanged. Well, a rush came along just as Campbell got free from his horse, and he went downstream one side of a snag and his horse the other. Campbell's pretty stout, you know, and his uniform was tight, and it handicapped him. Just as he was being washed past the lower end of the snag, he caught hold of a branch that stuck out of the water and held on. He swung round and saw Bogan running down to the point opposite him. Now, you know, there was always a lot of low cunning about Bogan, and I suppose he reckoned that if he pulled Campbell out he'd stand a good show of getting clear of his trouble. Anyway, if he didn't save Campbell it might be said that he killed him. Besides, Bogan was a good swimmer, so there wasn't any heroism about it anyhow. Campbell was only a few feet from the bank, but Bogan started to strip, to make the job look as big as possible, I suppose. He shouted to Campbell to say he was coming, and to hold on. Campbell said afterwards that Bogan seemed an hour undressing. The weight of the current was forcing down the bough that Campbell was hanging on to, and suddenly, he said, he felt a great feeling of helplessness take him by the shoulders. He yelled to Bogan and let go. Now, it happened that Jake Borum and I were passing away the time between shearings, and we were having a sort of fishing and shooting loaf down the river in a boat arrangement that Jake had made out of boards and tarred canvas. We called her the Jolly Coffin. We were just poking up the bank in the slack water, a few hundred yards below the billabong, when Jake said, "Why, there's a horse or something in the river." Then he shouted, "No, by God, it's a man," and we poked the coffin out into the stream for all she was worth. "Looks like two men fighting in the water," Jake shouts presently. "Hurry up, or they'll drown each other." We hailed them, and Bogan shouted for help. He was treading water and holding Campbell up in front of him now in real professional style. As soon as he heard us he threw up his arms and splashed a bit. I reckon he was trying to put as much style as he could into that rescue. But I caught a crab, and before we could get to them, they were washed past into the top of a tree that stood well below flood mark. I pulled the boat's head round and let her stern down between the branches. Bogan had one arm over a limb and was holding Campbell with the other, and trying to lift him higher out of the water. I noticed Bogan's face was bleeding. There was a dead limb stuck in the tree with nasty sharp points on it, and I reckon he'd run his face against one of them. Campbell was gasping like a codfish out of water, and he was the whitest man I ever saw, except one, and he'd been drowned for a week. Campbell had the sense to keep still. We asked Bogan if he could hold on, and he said he could, but he couldn't hold Campbell any longer. So Jake took the oars and I leaned over the stern and caught hold of Campbell, and Jake ran the boat into the bank, and we got him ashore. Then we went back for Bogan and landed him. We had some whiskey and soon brought Campbell round, but Bogan was bleeding like a pig from a nasty cut over his good eye, so we bound wet handkerchiefs round his eyes and led him to a log, and he sat down for a while, holding his hand to his eye and groaning. He kept saying, "I'm blind, mates, I'm blind. I've lost me other eye," but we didn't dream it was so bad as that. We kept giving him whiskey. We got some dry boughs and made a big fire. Then Bogan stood up and held his arms stiff down to his sides, opening and shutting his hands as if he was in great pain. And I've often thought since what a different man Bogan seemed without his clothes and with the broken bridge of his nose and his eyes covered by the handkerchiefs. He was clean shaven, and his mouth and chin are his best features, and he's clean limbed and well hung. I often thought afterwards that there was something of a blind god about him as he stood there naked by the fire on the day he saved Campbell's life, something that reminded me of a statue I saw once in the art gallery. Pity the world isn't blinder to a man's worst points. Presently Jake listened and said, "By God, that's lucky," and we heard a steamer coming upriver, and presently we saw her coming round the point with a couple of wool barges in tow. We got Bogan aboard and got some clothes on him, and took him ashore at Burke to the new hospital. The doctors did all they knew, but Bogan was blind for life. He never saw anything again, except a sort of dull white blur, as he called it, or his past life sometimes, I suppose. Perhaps he saw that for the first time. Ah, well! Bogan's old enemy, Barkurat, went to see him in the hospital, and Bogan said, "Well, Barku, I reckon we've had our last fight. I owe you a hiding, but I don't see how I'm going to pay you." "Never mind that, Bogan, old man," says Barku. "I'll take it from anyone you likes to appoint, if that worries yer. And look here, Bogan, if I can't fight you I can fight for you, and don't you forget it." And Barku used to lead Bogan round about town in his spare time and tell him all that was going on, and I believe he always had an ear cocked in case someone said a word against Bogan, as if any of the chaps would say a word against a blind man. Bogan's case was hushed up. The police told us to fix it up the best way we could. One of the jackaroos, who reckoned that Bogan had swindled him, was a gentleman, and he was the first to throw a quid in the giraffe's hat when it went round for Bogan, but the other jackaroo was a cur. He said he wanted the money that Bogan had robbed him of. There were 2 witnesses, but we sent them away, and Tom Hall, there, scared the jackaroo. You know Tom was always the best hand we had at persuading witnesses in union cases to go home to see their mothers. "How did you scare that jackaroo, Tom?" I asked. "Tell you about it some other time," said Tom. "Well," said Mitchell, "Bogan was always a good wool sorter, so, next shearing, old Baldy Thompson, you know Baldy Thompson, Harry, of Westow Sunday Station, Baldy had a talk with some of the chaps, and took Bogan out in his buggy with him to Westow Sunday. Bogan would sit at the end of the rolling tables, in the shearing shed, with a boy to hand him the fleeces, and he'd feel a fleece and tell the boy what bin to throw it into, and by he began to learn to throw the fleeces into the bins himself. And sometimes Baldy would have a sheet brought to him and get him to feel the fleece and tell him the quality of it. And then again Baldy would talk, just loud enough for Bogan to overhear, and swear that he'd sooner have Bogan, blind as he was, than half a dozen scientific jackaroo experts with all their eyes about them. Of course Bogan wasn't worth anything much to Baldy, but Baldy gave him £2 a week out of his own pocket, and another quid that we made up between us, so he made enough to pull him through the rest of the year. It was curious to see how soon he learned to find his way about the hut and manage his tea and tucker. It was a rough shed, but everybody was eager to steer Bogan about, and in fact 2 of them had a fight about it one day. Baldy and all of us, and especially visitors when they came, were mighty interested in Bogan, and I reckon we were rather proud of having a blind wool sorter. I reckon Bogan had 30 or 40 pairs of eyes watching out for him in case he'd run against something or fall. It irritated him to be messed round too much. He said a baby would never learn to walk if it was held all the time. He reckoned he'd learn more in a year than a man who'd served a lifetime to blindness. But we didn't let him wander much, for fear he'd fall into the big rocky waterhole there, by accident. And after the shearing season Bogan's wife turned up in Burke. "Bogan's wife!" I exclaimed. "Why, I never knew Bogan was married." "Neither did anyone else," said Mitchell. "But he was. Perhaps that was what accounted for Bogan. Sometimes, in his sober moods, I used to have an idea that there must have been something behind the Bogan to account for him. Perhaps he got trapped, or got married and found out that he'd made a mistake, which is about the worst thing a man can find out. Except that his wife made the mistake, Mitchell," said Tom Hall. "Or that both did," reflected Mitchell. "Ah, well, never mind. Bogan had been married 2 or 3 years. Maybe he got married when he was on the spree. I knew that he used to send money to someone in Sydney, and I suppose it was her. Anyway, she turned up after he was blind. She was a hard-looking woman, just the sort that might have kept a third-rate pub or a slygrog shop. But you can't judge between husband and wife, unless you've lived in the same house with them, and under the same roofs with their parents right back to Adam for that matter. Anyway, she stuck to Bogan all right. She took a little two-roomed cottage and made him comfortable. She's got a sewing machine and a mangle and takes in washing and sewing. She brought a carroty-headed youngster with her, and the first time I saw Bogan sitting on the veranda with that youngster on his knee I thought it was a good thing that he was blind. Why? I asked. Because the youngster isn't his, said Mitchell. How do you know that? By the look of it, and by the look on her face, once, when she caught me squinting from the kid's face to Bogan's. And whose was it? I asked without thinking. How am I to know? Said Mitchell. It might be yours for all I know. It's ugly enough, and you never had any taste in women. But you mustn't speak of that in Burke. But there's another youngster coming, and I'll swear that'll be Bogan's all right. A curious thing about Bogan is that he's begun to be fidgety about his personal appearance, and you know he wasn't a dude. He wears a collar now, and polishes his boots. He wears elastic sides, and polishes them himself. The only thing is that he blackens over the elastic. He can do many things for himself, and he's proud of it. He says he can see many things that he couldn't see when he had his eyes. You seldom hear him swear, save in a friendly way. He seems much gentler, but he reckons he would stand a show with Baccarat even now, if Baku would stand up in front of him and keep yelling. By the way, I asked, how did Bogan lose the sight of his other eye? Sleeping out in the rain when he was drunk, said Mitchell. He got a cold in his eye. Then he asked suddenly, did you ever see a blind man cry? No, I said. Well, I have, said Mitchell. You know Bogan wears goggles to hide his eyes. His wife made him do that. The chaps often used to drop round and have a yarn with Bogan and cheer him up, and one evening I was sitting smoking with him, and yarning about old times, when he got very quiet all of a sudden, and I saw a tear drop from under one of his shutters and roll down his cheek. It wasn't the eye he lost saving Campbell. It was the old wall-eye he used to use in the days before he was called One-Eyed Bogan. I suppose he thought it was dark and that I couldn't see his face. There's a good many people in this world who think you can't see because they can't. It made me feel like I used to feel sometimes in the days when I felt things. Come on, Mitchell, said Tom Hall. You've had enough beer. I think I have, said Mitchell. Besides, I promised to send a wire to Jake Borum to tell him that his mother's dead. Jake's shearing at Westoe Sunday. Shearing won't be over for 3 or 4 weeks, and Jake wants an excuse to get away without offending old Baldy and come down and have a fly round with us before the holidays are over. Down at the telegraph office Mitchell took a form and filled it in very carefully. Jacob Borum, Westoe Sunday Station. Burke. Come home at once. Mother is dead. In terrible trouble. Father dying. Mary Borum. I think that will do, said Mitchell. It ought to satisfy Baldy, and it won't give Jake too much of a shock, because he hasn't got a sister or sister-in-law, and his father and mother's been dead over 10 years. Now, if I was running a theater, said Mitchell, as we left the office, I'd give £5 a night for the face Jake'll have on him when he takes that telegram to Baldy Thompson. 2 Sundowners. Sheep stations in Australia are any distance from 20 to 100 miles apart, to keep well within the boundaries of truth and the great pastoral country. Shearing at any one shed only lasts a few weeks in the year. The number of men employed is according to the size of the shed, from 3 to 5 men in the little bough-covered shed of the small cockatoo, up to 150 or 200 hands all told in the big corrugated iron machine shed of a pastoral company. Shearing starts early up in northern Queensland, where you can get a January shed, and further south, in February, March or April sheds, and so on down into New South Wales, where shearing often lasts over Christmas. Shearers travel from shed to shed, some go a travel season without getting a pen, and an unlucky shearer might ride or tramp for several seasons and never get hands in wool, and all this explains the existence of the footman, with his swag, and the horseman with his pack-horse. They have a rough life, and the Australian shearers are certainly the most democratic and perhaps the most independent, intelligent, and generous body of workmen in the world. Shearers at a shed elect their own cook, pay him so much a head, and they buy their rations in the lump from the station store. And travelers, i.e., shearers and rouseabouts traveling for work, are invited, as a matter of course, to sit down to the shearer's table. Also, a certain allowance of tea, sugar, flour, or meat is still made to travelers at most Western station stores, so it would be rather surprising if there weren't some who traveled on the game. The swagman loafer, or bummer, times himself, especially in bad weather, to arrive at the shed just about sundown. He is then sure of tea, shelter for the night, breakfast, and some tucker from the cook to take him on along the track. Brummy and Swampy were sundowners. Swampy was a bummer born, and proud of it. Brummy had drifted down to loaferdom, and his nature was soured and his spirit revengeful against the world because of the memory of early years wasted at hard work and in being honest. Both were short and stout, and both had scrubby beards, but Brummy's beard was a dusty black and Swampy's fiery red. He indulged in a monkey shave sometimes, but his lower face was mostly like a patch of coarse stubble with a dying hedge round it. They had traveled together for a long time. They seemed at times to hate each other with a murderous hatred, but they were too lazy to fight. Sometimes they'd tramp side by side and growl at each other by the hour, other times they'd sulk for days. One would push on ahead and the other drop behind until there was a mile or two between them, but one always carried the billy, or the sugar, or something that was necessary to the comfort of the other, so they'd come together at sundown. They had traveled together a long time, and perhaps that was why they hated each other. They often agreed to part and take different tracks, and sometimes they parted, for a while. They agreed in cadging, and cadged in turn. They carried a spare set of tucker bags, and if, for instance, they were out of sugar and had plenty flour and tea, Brummy or Swampy would go to the store, Boundary Rider's hut, or Selector's, with the sugar bag in his hand and the other bags in his shirt front on spec. He'd get the sugar first, and then, if it looked good enough, the flour bag would come out, then the tea bag. And before he left he'd remark casually that he and his mate hadn't had a smoke for 2 days. They never missed a chance. And when they'd cadged more tucker than they could comfortably carry, they'd camp for a day or two and eat it down. Sometimes they'd have as much as a pound of tobacco, all in little borrowed bits, cut from the sticks or cakes of honest travelers. They never missed a chance. If a stranger gave Swampy his cake of tobacco with instructions to cut off a pipeful, Swampy would cut off as much as he thought judicious, talking to the stranger and watching his eye all the time, and hiding his palm as much as possible, and sometimes, when he knew he'd cut off more than he could cram into his pipe, he'd put his hand in his pocket for the pipe and drop some of the tobacco there. Then he'd hand the plug to his mate, engage the stranger in conversation, and try to hold his eye or detract his attention from Brummy so as to give Brummy a chance of cutting off a couple of pipefuls, and maybe nicking off a corner of the cake and slipping it into his pocket. I once heard a bushman say that no one but a skunk would be guilty of this tobacco trick, that it is about the meanest trick a man could be capable of, because it spoils the chances of the next hard-up swaggy who asks the victim for tobacco. When Brummy and Swampy came to a shed where shearing was in full swing, they'd inquire, first thing, and with some show of anxiety, if there was any chance of getting on. If the shed was full-handed they'd growl about hard times, wonder what the country was coming to, talk of their missuses and kids that they'd left in Sydney, curse the squatters and the government, and next morning get a supply of rations from the cook and depart with looks of gloom. If, on the other hand, there was room in the shed for one or both of them, and the boss told them to go to work in the morning, they'd keep it quiet from the cook if possible, and depart, after breakfast, unostentatiously. Sometimes, at the beginning of a drought, when the tall dead grass was like tinder for hundreds of miles and a carelessly dropped match would set the whole country on fire, Swampy would strike a hard-faced squatter, manager or overseer with a cold eye, and the conversation would be somewhat as follows. Swampy: "Good day, boss." Boss, shortly: "Day." Swampy: "Any chance of a job?" Boss: "Nah. Got all I want and we don't start for a fortnight." Swampy: "Can I get a bit o' meat?" Boss: "Nah. Don't kill till Saturday." Swampy: "Pint o' flour?" Boss: Nah. Short ourselves. Swampy. Bit o' tea or sugar, boss? Boss. Nah, what next? Swampy. Bit o' botcha, boss. Ain't had a smoke for a week. Boss. Nah. Ain't got enough for myself till the wagon comes out. Swampy. Ah, well. It's hot, ain't it, boss? Boss. Yes, it's hot. Swampy. Country very dry? Boss. Yes. Looks like it. Swampy. A fire you'd be very bad just now. Boss. Eh? Swampy. Yes. Now I'm allers very careful with matches and fire when I'm on the track. Boss. Are yer? Swampy. Yes. I never lights a fire near the grass, allers in the middle of the track. It's the safest place yer can get. And I allers puts the fire out afore I leaves the camp. If there ain't no water ter spare, I covers the ashes with dirt. And some fellers are so careless with matches light in their pipes. Reflective pause. Boss. Are they? Swampy. Yes. Now, when I lights me pipe on the track in dry weather, I allers rubs the match head up and drops it in the dust. I never drops a burnin' match. But some travelers is so careless. A chap might light his pipe and fling the match away without thinkin', and the match might fall in a dry tuft, and there you are. With a wave of his arms. Hundreds of miles o' grass gone and thousands o' sheep starvin'. Some fellers is so careless, they never thinks. And what's more, they don't care if they'd burn the whole country. Boss, scratching his head reflectively. You can go up to the store and get a bit of tucker. The storekeeper might let yer have a bit o' tobacco. On one occasion, when they were out of flour and meat, Brummy and Swampy came across two other pilgrims camped on a creek, who were also out of flour and meat. One of them had tried a surveyor's camp a little further down, but without success. The surveyor's cook had said that he was short of flour and meat himself. Brummy tried him, no luck. Then Swampy said he'd go and have a try. As luck would have it, the surveyor's cook was just going to bake. He had got the flour out in the dish, put in the salt and baking powder, mixed it up, and had gone to the creek for a billy of water when Swampy arrived. While the cook was gone, Swampy slipped the flour out of the dish into his bag, wiped the dish, set it down again, and planted the bag behind a tree at a little distance. Then he stood waiting, holding a spare empty bag in his hand. When the cook came back, he glanced at the dish, lowered the billy of water slowly to the ground, scratched his head, and looked at the dish again in a puzzled way. Blanked if I didn't think I got that flour out, he said. What's that, mate? Asked Swampy. Why, I could have sworn I got the flour out in the dish and mixed it before I went for the water, said the cook, staring at the dish again. It's rum what tricks your memory plays on you sometimes. Yes, said Swampy, showing interest, while the cook got some more flour out into the dish from a bag in the back of the tent. It is strange. I've done the same thing myself. I suppose it's the heat that makes us all a bit off at times. Do you cook then? Asked the surveyor's cook. Well, yes. I've done a good bit of it in me time, but it's about played out. I'm after stragglers now. Stragglers are stray sheep missed in the general muster and found about the out paddocks and shorn after the general shearing. They had a yarn and Swampy bit the cook's ear for a bit o' meat and tea and sugar, not forgetting a handful of flour if yer can spare it. Sorry, said the cook, but I can only let you have about a pint. We're very short ourselves. Oh, that's all right, said Swampy, as he put the stuff into his spare bags. Thank you. Good day. Good day, said the cook. The cook went on with his work and Swampy departed, catching up the bag of flour from behind the tree as he passed it, and keeping the clump of timber well between him and the surveyor's camp, lest the cook should glance round, and, noticing the increased bulk of his load, get some new ideas concerning mental aberration. Nearly every bushman has at least one superstition, or notion, that lasts his time, as nearly every bushman has at least one dictionary word which lasts him all his life. Brummy had a gloomy notion, Lord knows how he got it, that he should have gone on the boards if his people hadn't been so ignorant. He reckoned that he had the face and cut of an actor, could mimic any man's voice, and had wonderful control over his features. They came to a notoriously hungry station, where there was a Scottish manager and storekeeper. Brummy went up to Government House, in his own proper person, had a talk with the storekeeper, spoke of a sick mate, and got some flour and meat. They camped down the creek, and next morning Brummy started to shave himself. "Whatever are you doing of, Brummy?" gasped Swampy in great astonishment. "Wait and see," growled Brummy, with awful impressiveness, as if he were going to cut Swampy's throat after he'd finished shaving. He shaved off his beard and whiskers, put on a hat and coat belonging to Swampy, changed his voice, dropped his shoulders, and went limping up to the station on a game leg. He saw the cook and got some brownie, a bit of cooked meat and a packet of baking powder. Then he saw the storekeeper and approached the tobacco question. Sandy looked at him and listened with some slight show of interest. Then he said, "Oh, that's all right now. But ye needn't ha' troubled shavin' your beard, the cold weather's comin' on. And your mate studs don't suit ye, they're too SMA, and your game leg doesn't fit either, it takes a lot o' practice. Ha' ye got ony tea and sugar?" Brummy must have touched something responsive in that old Scot somewhere, but his lack of emotion upset Brummy somewhat, or else an old deep-rooted superstition had been severely shaken. Anyway, he let Swampy do the cadging for several days thereafter. But one bad season they were very hard up indeed, even for Brummy and Swampy. They'd tramped a long hungry track and had only met a few wretched jackaroos, driven out of the cities by hard times, and tramping hopelessly west. They were out of tobacco, and their trousers were so hopelessly gone behind that when they went to cadge at a place where there was a woman they were moved to back and sidle and edge away again, and neither Brummy nor Swampy was over fastidious in matters of dress or personal appearance. It was absolutely necessary to earn £1 or £2, so they decided to go to work for a couple of weeks. It wouldn't hurt them, and then there was the novelty of it. They struck Westo Sunday Station, and the boss happened to want a rouse about to pick up wool and sweep the floor for the shearers. "I can put one of you on," he said. "Fix it up between yourselves and go to work in the morning." Brummy and Swampy went apart to talk it over. "Look here, Brum, old man," said Swampy, with great heartiness. "We've been mates for a long while now, and shared alike. You've allers acted straight to me and I want to do the fair thing by you. I don't want to stand in your light. You take the job and I'll be satisfied with a pair of pants out of it, and a bit o' tobacco now and agin. There ya are. I can't say no fairer than that." "Yes," said Brummy, resentfully. "And you'll always be throwing it up to me afterwards that I done you out of a job." "I'll swear I won't," said Swampy, hurriedly. "But since you're so blasted touchy and suspicious about it, you take this job and I'll take the next that turns up. How'll that suit you?" Brummy thought resentfully. "Look here," he said presently. "Let's settle it and have done with this damned sentimental tommyrot. I'll tell you what I'll do, I'll give you the job and take my chance. The boss might want another man tomorrow. Now, are you satisfied?" But Swampy didn't look grateful or happy. "Well," growled Brummy, "of all the I ever traveled with, you're the— What do you want anyway? What'll satisfy you? That's all I want to know. Hey, can't you speak? Let's toss up for it," said Swampy, sulkily. "All right," said Brummy, with a big oath, and he felt in his pocket for 2 old pennies he had. But Swampy had got a suspicion somehow that one of those pennies had 2 heads on it, and he wasn't sure that the other hadn't 2 tails. Also, he suspected Brummy of some skill in palming. So he picked up a chip from the wood heap, spat on it, and spun it into the air. "Sing out!" he cried. "Wet or dry?" "Dry," said Brummy, promptly. He had a theory that the wet side of the chip, being presumably heaviest, was more likely to fall downwards, but this time it was wet up 3 times in succession. Brummy ignored Swampy's hand thrown out in hearty congratulation, and next morning he went to work in the shed. Swampy camped down the river, and Brummy supplied him with a cheap pair of moleskin trousers, tucker, and tobacco. The shed cut out within 3 weeks, and the 2 sundowners took the track again, Brummy with £2 odd in his pocket, he having negotiated his cheque at the shed. But now there was suspicion, envy, and distrust in the hearts of those two wayfarers. Brummy was now a bloated capitalist, and proud, and anxious to get rid of Swampy. At least Swampy thought so. He thought that the least that Brummy might have done was to have shared the stuff with him. "Look here, Brummy," he said reproachfully. "We've shared and shared alike, and we never shared money," said Brummy, decidedly. "Do you think I want your blasted money?" retorted Swampy, indignantly. "When did I ever ask you for a sprat? Tell me that. You wouldn't have got it if you had asked," said Brummy, uncompromisingly. "Look here," with vehemence. "Didn't I keep you in tobacco and buy your gory pants? What are you nagging about anyway?" "Well," said Swampy, "all I was going to say was that you might let me carry one of them quids in case you lost one. You're careless and lose things. Or in case anything happened to you." "I ain't going to lose it, if that's all that's fretting you," said Brummy. "And there ain't nothing going to happen to me, and don't you forget it. That's all the thanks I get for giving you my gory job," said Swampy, savagely. "I won't be sick a soft fool agin, I can tell yer." Brummy was silent, and Swampy dropped behind. He brooded darkly, and it's a bad thing for a man to brood in the bush. He was reg'lar disgusted with Brummy. He'd allers acted straight to him, and Brummy had acted like a cow. He'd stand it no longer, but he'd have some satisfaction. He wouldn't be a fool. If Brummy was mean skunk enough to act to a mate like that, Swampy would be even with him. He would wait till Brummy was asleep, collar the stuff, and clear. It was his job, anyway, and the money was his by rights. He'd have his rights. Brummy, who carried the billy, gave Swampy a long tramp before he camped and made a fire. They had tea in silence, and smoked moodily apart until Brummy turned in. They usually slept on the ground, with a few leaves under them, or on the sand where there was any, each wrapped in his own blankets, and with their spare clothes, or rags rather, for pillows. Presently Swampy turned in and pretended to sleep, but he lay awake watching, and listening to Brummy's breathing. When he thought it was safe he moved cautiously and slipped his hand under Brummy's head, but Brummy's old pocket-book, in which he carried some dirty old letters in a woman's handwriting, was not there. All next day Swampy watched Brummy sharply every time he put his hands into his pockets, to try and find out in which pocket he kept his money. Brummy seemed very cheerful and sociable, even considerate, to his mate all day, and Swampy pretended to be happy. They yarned more than they had done for many a day. Brummy was a heavy sleeper, and that night Swampy went over him carefully and felt all his pockets, but without success. Next day Brummy seemed in high spirits. They were nearing Burke, where they intended to loaf round the pubs for a week or two. On the third night Swampy waited till about midnight, and then searched Brummy, every inch of him he could get at, and tickled him with a straw of grass till he turned over, and ran his hands over the other side of him, and over his feet. Brummy slept with his socks on, and looked in his boots, and in the billy and in the tucker bags, and felt in every tuft of grass round the camp, and under every bush, and down a hollow stump, and up a hollow log, but there was no pocket-book. Brummy couldn't have lost the money and kept it dark, he'd have gone back to look for it at once. Perhaps he'd thrown away the book and sewn the money in his clothes somewhere. Swampy crept back to him and felt the lining of his hat, and was running his hand over Brummy's chest when Brummy suddenly started to snore, and Swampy desisted without loss of time. He crept back to bed, breathing short, and thought hard. It struck him that there was something aggressive about that snore. He began to suspect that Brummy was up to his little game, and it pained him. Next morning Brummy was decidedly frivolous. At any other time Swampy would have put it down to a touch o' the sun. But now he felt a growing conviction that Brummy knew what he'd been up to the last 3 nights, and the more he thought of it the more it pained him, till at last he could stand it no longer. "Look here, Brummy," he said frankly, "where the hell do you keep that flamin' stuff o' yourn? I've been tryin' to get at it ever since we left West o' Sunday." "I know you have, Swampy," said Brummy, affectionately, as if he considered that Swampy had done his best in the interests of mateship. "I knowed you knowed. exclaimed Swampy, triumphantly. But where the blazes did you put it? Under your head, Swampy, old man, said Brummy, cheerfully. Swampy was hurt now. He commented in the language that used to be used by the bullock punchers of the good days as they pranced up and down by their teams and lammed into the bullocks with saplings and crowbars, and called on them to lift a heavy load out of a bog in the bed of a muddy creek. Never mind, Swampy, said Brummy, soothingly, as his mate paused and tried to remember worse oaths. It wasn't your fault. But they parted at Burke. Swampy had allers acted straight to Brummy, share and share alike. He'd do as much for a mate as any other man, and put up with as much from a mate. He had put up with a lot from Brummy. He picked him up on the track and learned him all he knowed. Brummy would have starved many a time if it hadn't been for Swampy. Swampy had learned him how to battle. He'd stick to Brummy yet, but he couldn't stand ingratitude. He hated low cunning and suspicion, and when a gory mate got suspicious of his own old mate and wouldn't trust him, and took to planting his crimson money, it was time to leave him. A sketch of mateship. Bill and Jim, professional shearers, were coming into Burke from the Queensland side. They were horsemen and had 2 pack horses. At the last camp before Burke, Jim's pack horse got disgusted and homesick during the night, and started back for the place where he was foaled. Jim was little more than a new chum jackaroo. He was no bushman and generally got lost when he went down the next gully. Bill was a bushman, so it was decided that he should go back to look for the horse. Now Bill was going to sell his pack horse, a well-bred mare, in Burke, and he was anxious to get her into the yards before the horse sales were over. This was to be the last day of the sales. Jim was the best, baracker, of the 2. He had great imagination. He was a very entertaining storyteller and conversationalist in social life, and a glib and a most impressive liar in business, so it was decided that he should hurry on into Burke with the mare and sell her for Bill. £7 reserve. Next day Bill turned up with the missing horse and saw Jim standing against a veranda post of the Carrier's Arms, with his hat down over his eyes, and thoughtfully spitting in the dust. Bill rode over to him. "'Ullo, Jim." "'Ullo, Bill. I see you got him." "Yes, I got him." Pause. "Where'd yer find him?" "'Bout 10 mile back. Near Ford's Bridge. He was just feed in along." Pause. Jim shifted his feet and spat in the dust. "Well," said Bill at last. "How did you get on, Jim?" "Oh, all right," said Jim. "I sold the mare." "That's right," said Bill. "How much did she fetch?" £8. Then, rousing himself a little and showing some emotion. "And I could 'a' got £10 for her if I hadn't been a damn fool." "Oh, that's good enough," said Bill. "I could 'a' got £10 if I'd 'a' waited." "Well, it's no use cryin'. £8 is good enough. Did you get the stuff?" "Oh, yes." They parted all right. "If I hadn't been such a damn fool and rushed it, there was a feller that would 'a' given £10 for that mare." "Well, don't break your back about it," said Bill. "8 is good enough." "Yes. But I could 'a' got 10, said Jim, languidly, putting his hand in his pocket. Pause. Bill sat waiting for him to hand over the money, but Jim withdrew his hand empty, stretched, and said, "Ah, well, Bill, I done it in. Lend us a couple o' notes." Jim had been drinking and gambling all night, and he'd lost the £8 as well as his own money. Bill didn't explode. What was the use? He should have known that Jim wasn't to be trusted with money in town. It was he who had been the fool. He sighed and lent Jim £1, and they went in to have a drink. Now it strikes me that if this had happened in a civilized country, like England, Bill would have had Jim arrested and jailed for larceny as a bailee, or embezzlement, or whatever it was. And would Bill or Jim or the world have been any better for it? On the Tucker track, a Steelman story. Steelman and Smith, professional wanderers from New Zealand, took a run over to Australia one year to have a look at the country, and drifted out back, and played cards and had an M at the shearing sheds, while pretending to be strangers to each other, and sold eye water and unpatented medicine, and worked the Tucker tracks. They struck a streak of bad luck at West O'Sunday Station, where they were advised by the boss and about 50 excited shearers, to go east, and not to stop till they reached the coast. They were tramping along the track towards Burke. They were very hard up and had to battle for tucker and tobacco along the track. They came to a lonely shanty, about 2 camps west of Burke. "We'll turn off into the scrub and strike the track the other side of the shanty and come back to it," said Steelman. "You see, if they see us coming into Burke they'll say to themselves, 'Oh, we're never likely to see these chaps again,' and they won't give us anything, or, perhaps, only a pinch of tea or sugar and a big lump of paper. There's some women that can never see a tucker bag, even if you hold it right under their noses. But if they see us going out back they'll reckon that we'll get a shed likely as not, and we'll be sure to call there with our checks coming back. I hope the old man's got the lumbago, or sciatica, or something." "Why?" asked Smith. "Because whenever I see an old man poking round the place on a stick I always make for him straight and inquire about his trouble, and no matter what complaint he's got, my old man suffered from it for years. It's pretty hard graft listening to an old man with a pet leg, but I find it pays, and I always finish up by advising him to try St. Jacob's oil. Perhaps he's been trying it for years, but that doesn't matter. The consultation works out all right all the same, and there's never been a remedy tried yet, but I've got another. I've got a lot of Maori and blackfellow remedies in my mind, and when they fail I can fall back on the Chinese. And if that isn't enough I've got a list of my grandmother's remedies that she wrote down for me when I was leaving home, and I kept it for a curiosity. It took her 3 days to write them, and I reckon they'll fill the bill. You don't want a shave. You look better with that stubble on. You needn't say anything. Just stand by and wear your usual expression, and if they ask me what's the matter with my mate I'll fix up a disease for you to have, and get something extra on your account. Poor beggar. I wish we had a chap with us that could sing a bit and run the gamut on a fiddle or something. With a sickly-looking fish like you to stand by and look interesting and die slowly of consumption all the time, and me to do the talking, we'd be able to travel from one end of the bush to the other and live on the fat of the land. I wouldn't cure you for £100. They reached the shanty, and there, sure enough, was an old man pottering round with a list to starboard. He was working with a hoe inside a low paling fence round a sort of garden. Steelman and Smith stopped outside the fence. "Good day, boss." "Day." "It's hot." "It's hot." So far it was satisfactory. He was a little man, with a wiry, red beard. He might have been a Scandinavian. "You seem to be a bit lame," said Steelman. "Hurt your foot?" "Nah," said the old man. "It's an old thing." "Ah," said Steelman. "Lumbago, I suppose? My father suffered cruel from it for years." "Nah," said the old man, moving closer to the fence. "It ain't in me back, the trouble's with me leg." "Oh," said Steelman. "One a bit shorter than the other?" "Well, yes. It seems to be wearin' a bit shorter. I must see to it." "Hip disease, perhaps?" said Steelman. "A brother o' mine had." "Nah, it's not in the hip," said the old man. "My leg's gone at the knee." "Oh. Stiff joint, I know what that is. Had a touch of it once myself. An uncle of mine was nearly crippled with it. He used to use St. Jacob's oil. Ever try St. Jacob's oil?" "Nah," said the old man. "Not that I know of. I've used linseed oil, though." "Linseed oil?" said Steelman. "I've never heard of that for stiff knee. How do you use it?" "Use it raw," said the old man. "Raw linseed oil. I've rubbed it in, and I've soaked me leg in it." "Soaked your leg in it?" said Steelman. "And did it do it any good?" "Well, it seems to preserve it, keeps it from warping, and it wears better, and it makes it heavier. It seemed a bit too light before." Steelman nudged Smith under cover of the palings. The old man was evidently a bit ratty. "Well, I hope your leg will soon be all right, boss," said Steelman. "Thank you," said the old man. "But I don't think there's much hope. I suppose you want some tucker?" "Well, yes," said Steelman, rather taken aback by the old man's sudden way of putting it. "We're hard up." "Well, come along to the house and I'll see if I can get you something," said the old man, and they walked along outside the fence, and he hobbled along inside, till he came to a little gate at the corner. He opened the gate and stumped out. He had a wooden leg. He wore his trouser leg down over it, and the palings had hidden the bottom from Steelman and Smith. He wanted them to stay to dinner, but Steelman didn't feel comfortable, and thanked him, and said they'd rather be getting on. Steelman always spoke for Smith, so the old man gave them some cooked meat, bread, and a supply of tea and sugar. Steelman watched his face very close, but he never moved a muscle. But when they looked back, he was leaning on his hoe, and seemed to be shaking. "Took you back a bit, Steely, didn't it?" suggested Smith. "How do you make that out?" snorted Steelman, turning on him suddenly. "I knew a carpenter who used to soak his planes in raw linseed oil to preserve them and give them weight. There's nothing funny about that." Smith rubbed his head. "A bush publican's lament. I wish I was spifflicated before I ever seen a pub. You see, it's this way. Suppose a cove comes along on a blazin' hot day in the drought, and you ought to know how hell hot it can be out here, and he dumps his swag in the corner of the bar, and he turns round and he says to me, 'Look here, boss, I ain't got a lonely stever on me, and God knows when I'll get one. I've tramped 10 mile this mornin', and I'll have ter tramp another 10 afore tonight. I'm expecting ter get on shearin' with the Baldy Thompson at Westo Sunday next week. I got a thirst on me like a sunstruck bone, and, for God's sake, put up a couple old beers for me and my mate, and I'll fix it up with yer when I come back after shearin' dot. And what's a feller ter do? I'd been there myself, and I'd put it to you. I've known what it is to have a thirst on me. And suppose a poor devil comes along in the jim jams, with every inch on him jumpin' and a look in his eyes like a man bein' murdered and sent ter hell, and a whine in his voice like a whipped cur, and the snakes a chasing of him, and he hooks me with his finger to the far end o' the bar, as if he was goin' ter tell me that the world was ended, and he hangs over the bar and chews me lug, and tries to speak, and breaks off inter a sort o' low shriek, like a terrified woman, and he says, for Mother o' Christ sake, give me a drink! And what am I to do? I'd been there myself. I knows what the horrors is. He mighter blued his check at the last shanty. But what am I ter do? I put it ter you. If I let him go, he might hang hisself to the next leanin' tree. What's a drink? You're might arst. I don't mind a drink or two, but when it comes to half a dozen in a day it mounts up, I can tell yer. Drinks is 6 here. I have to pay for it, and pay carriage on it. It's all up ter me in the end. I used sometimes to think it was lucky I wasn't west o' the 6-penny line, where I'd lose a shillin' on every drink I give away. And supposin' a sundowner comes along smokin' tea leaves, and says ter me, 'Look her, boss! Me and my mate ain't had a smoke for 3 days. What's a man ter do?' I put it ter you. I'm a heavy smoker myself, and I've known what it is to be without a smoke on the track. But, nailrod, is 9 a stick out here, and I have ter pay carriage. It all mounts up, I can tell yer. And supposin' old King Billy and his old black gin comes round at holiday time and squats on the veranda, and blarneys and wheedles and whines and argues like 100 Jews and old Irish women put together, and accuses me o' talking his blarsted country from him, and makes me and the missus laugh, and we gives him a bottle o' rum and a bag of grub ter get rid of him and his rotten old scarecrow tribe, it all tells up. I was allers soft on the blacks, and, beside, old Jin nursed me and me mother when I was born, and saved me blessed life, not that that mounts to much. But it all tells up, and I got me license ter pay. And some bloody skunk goes and informs on me for supplying the haboriginals with intoxicatin' liquor, and I have ter pay a fine and risk me license. But what's a man ter do? And 3 or 4 herrin-gutted jackaroos comes along about dinner time, when the table's set and the cookin' smellin' from the kitchen, with their belts done up 3 holes, and not the price of a feed on 'em. What's a man ter do? I've known what it is ter do a parish on the track myself. It's not the tucker I think on. I don't care a damn for that. When the shearers come, every one is free to go into the kitchen and forage for hisself when he feels hungry, so long as he pays for his drink. But the jackaroos can't pay for drinks, and I have ter pay carriage on the flour and tea and sugar and groceries, and it all tells up by the end o' the year. And a straight chap that knows me gets a job to take a flock o' sheep or a mob o' cattle to the bloomin' Gulf, or South Australia, or somewheres, and loses one of his horses goin' out ter take charge, and borrows 8 quid from me ter buy another. He'll turn up agin in a year or two and most likely want ter make me take 20 quid for that 8, and make everybody about the place blind drunk. But I've got to wait, and the wine and spirit merchants in the brewery won't. They know I can't do without liquor in the place. And Lars reins Jimmy now at, the bullock driver, gets bogged over his axle trees back there on the black silt plains between 2 flooded billabongs, and prays till the country steams and his soul's busted, and his throat like a lime kiln. He taps a keg o' rum or beer to keep his throat in workin' order. I don't mind that at all, but him and his mates get flood-bound for near a week, and broach more kegs, and go on a howlin' spree in the mud, and spill more'n they swipe, and leave a tarpaulin off a load, and the flour gets wet, and the sugar runs out of the bags like syrup, and what's a feller ter do? Do you expect me to set the law onto Jimmy? I've knowed him all my life, and he knowed my father afore I was born. He's been on the roads this 40 year, till he's as thin as a rat, and as poor as a mile black, and he's got a family ter keep back there in Burke. No, I have to pay for it in the end, and it all mounts up, I can tell yer. And suppose some poor devil of a Newcham black sheep comes along, staggerin' from one side of the track to the other, and spoutin' poetry, dyin' o' heat or fever, or heartbreak and homesickness, or a life o' dissipation he'd led in England, and without a sprat on him, and no claim on the bush, and I catches him in the arms as he stumbles inter the bar, and he wants me ter hold him up while he turns English inter Greek for me. And I put him ter bed, and he gets worse, and I have ter send the buggy 20 mile for a doctor, and pay him. And the jackaroo gets worse, and has ter be watched and nursed and held down sometimes, and he raves about his home and mother in England, and the blarsted university that he was edicated at, and a woman, and somethin' that sounds like poetry in French, and he upsets my missus a lot and makes her blubber. And he dies, and I have ter pay a man ter bury him, and knock up a sort o' fence round the grave arterwards to keep the stock out, and send the buggy agin for a parson, and, well, what's a man ter do? I couldn't let him wander away and die like a dog in the scrub, and be shoved underground like a dog, too, if his body was ever found. The government might pay ter bury him, but there ain't never been a pauper funeral from my house yet, and there won't be one if I can help it, except it be myself. And then there's the bother going through his papers to try and find out who he was and where his friends is. And I have ter get the missus to write a letter to his people, and we have ter make up lies about how he died ter make it easier for him. And goin' through his letters, the missus comes across a portrait and a locket of hair, and letters from his mother and sisters and girl, and they upset her, and she blubbers agin, and gets sentimental, like she used ter long ago when we was first married. There was one bit of poetry, I forget it now, that there jackaroo kept sayin' over and over agin till it buzzed in me head, and, weeks after, I'd ketch the missus mutterin' it to herself in the kitchen till I thought she was goin' ratty. And we gets a letter from the jackaroo's friends that puts us to a lot more bother. I hate havin' anythin' to do with letters. And someone's sure to say he was lammed down and cleaned out and poisoned with bad bush liquor at my place. It's almost enough to make a man wish there was a wreck or an angel. And what's the end of it? I got the blazin' bailiff in the place now. I can't shot him out because he's a decent, hard-up, poor devil from Burke, with consumption or somethin', and he's been talkin' to the missus about his missus and kids, and I see no chance of gettin' rid of him, unless the shearers come along with their checks from Westo Sunday next week and act straight by me. Like as not I'll have to roll up me swag and take the track myself in the end. They say publicans are damned, and I think so too, and I wish I'd been operated on before ever I seen a pub. The shearer's dream. Mitchell and I rolled up our swags after New Year and started to tramp west. It had been a very bad season after a long drought. Old Baldy Thompson had only shorn a few bales of grass seed and burrs, so he said, and thought of taking the track himself, but we hoped to get on shearing stragglers at Westo Sunday, or one of the stations of the Hungerford track. It was very hot weather, so we started after sunset, intending to travel all night. We crossed the Big Billabong, and were plowing through the dust and sand towards West Burke, when a buggy full of city girls and swells passed by. They were part of a theatrical company on tour in the back blocks, and some local Johnnies. They'd been driven out to see an artesian bore, or a woolshed, or something. The horses swerved, and jerked a little squawk out of one of the girls. Then another said, "OW! Two old swaggies. He! I glanced at Mitchell to see if he was hit, and caught his head down, but he pulled himself up and pretended to hitch his swag into an easier position. About 100 yards further on he gave me a side look and said, "Did that touch you, Harry?" "No," I said, and I laughed. "You see," reflected Mitchell, "they're more to be pitied than blamed. It's their ignorance. In the first place, we're not two old tramps, as they think. We are professional shearers, and the Australian shearers are about the most independent and intelligent class of men in the world. We've got more genius in one of our little fingers than there is in the whole of that wagonette load of diddle-daddle and fiddle-faddle and giggles. Their intellects are on a level with the rotten dramas they travel with, and their lives about as false. They are slaves to the public, and their home is the pub parlor, with sickly, senseless Johnnies to shout suppers and drink for them and lend their men money. If one of those girls is above the average, how she must despise those Johnnies, and the life. She must feel a greater contempt for them than the private barmaid does for the boozer she cleans out. He gets his drink and some enjoyment anyhow. And how she must loathe the life she leads. And what's the end of it as often as not? I remember once, when I was a boy, I was walking out with two aunts of mine. They're both dead now. God rest their fussy, innocent old souls, and one of them said suddenly, "Look! Quick, Jack! There's Maggie so-and-so, the great actress," and I looked and saw a woman training vines in a porch. It seemed like seeing an angel to me, and I never forgot her as she was then. The diggers used to go miles out of town to meet the coach that brought her, and take the horses out and drag it in, and throw gold in her lap, and worship her. The last time I was in Sydney I saw her sitting in the back parlor of a third-rate pub. She was dying of dropsy and couldn't move from her chair. She showed me a portrait of herself as I remembered her, and talked quite seriously about going on the stage again. Now, our home is about 2,000 miles wide, and the world's our stage. If the worst comes to the worst, we can always get tucker and wood and water for nothing. If we're camping at a job in a tent, there's no house cleaning to bother us. All we've got to do when the camp gets too dirty is to shift the tent to a fresh place. We've got time to think and we're free. But then, Agin, he reflected, there's the world's point of view to be considered. Some day I might be flashing past in a buggy or saloon carriage, or the chances are it will be you, and you might look out the window and see an old swaggy tramping along in the dust, or camped under a strip of calico in the rain and the scrub. And it might be me, old Mitchell, that really wrote your books, only the world won't know it, and then you'll realize what a wretched, miserable life it was. We never realize the miseries of life till we look back, the mistakes and miseries that had to be and couldn't be helped. It's all luck and chance. But those girls seemed to have graveled Mitchell, and he didn't seem able to talk himself round. He tramped on, brooding for a while, and then suddenly he said, "Look here, Harry! Those girls are giving a dance tonight, and if I like to go back to Burke and tog up and go to the dance, I could pick out the prettiest, dance with her all the evening, and take her for a stroll afterwards, old tramp as they thought me. I've lived, but it wouldn't be worth my while now." I'd seen Jack in a mood like this before, and thought it best to say nothing. Perhaps the terrible heat had affected him a little. We walked on in silence until we came to the next billabong. "Best boil the billy here, Harry," said Mitchell, "and have some tea before we go any further." I got some sticks together, and made a fire and put the billy on. The country looked wretched, like the ghost of a burnt-out land, in the moonlight. The banks of the creek were like ashes, the thin, gnarled gumbush seemed dry-rotting fast, and in many places the surface of the ground was cracked in squares where it had shrunk in the drought. In the bed of the creek was a narrow gutter of water that looked like bad milk. Mitchell sat on his swag, with his pint of tea on the ground by his foot, and chewed his pipe. "What's up, Jack?" I asked. "Have you got the blues?" "Well, yes, Harry," he said. I'm generally dull the first day on the track. The first day is generally the worst, anywhere or any time, except, perhaps, when you're married. I got thinking of the time when a woman's word could have hurt me. Just then one of the travelers, who were camped a bit up the creek, suddenly commenced to sing. It was a song called The Shearer's Dream, and I suppose the buggy of girls, or the conversation they started, reminded him of it. He started his verses and most of his lines with a howl, and there were unexpected howls all through the song, and it wailed off, just as unexpectedly, in places where there was no pathos that I could see. With sudden and great energy, a long drop onto shade, and a wail of intense sadness and regret running on into between, the dirge reaching its wailsomest in the tween, in every case. Oh, you! The singer's voice or memory seemed suddenly to have failed him at this point, but whether his mates hit him on the back of the head with a tomahawk, or only choked him, I do not know. Mitchell was inclined to think, from the sound of it, that they choked him. The Lost Souls Hotel. Hungerford Road, February. 130 miles of heavy reddish sand bordered by dry, hot scrubs. Dense cloud of hot dust. 4 wool teams passing through a gate in a rabbit-proof fence which crosses the road. Clock, clock, clock of wheels and rattle and clink of chains, crack of whips and explosions of Australian language. Bales and everything else coated with dust. Stink of old axle grease and tarpaulins. Tires hot enough to fry chops on, bows and chains so hot that it's a wonder they do not burn through the bullocks' hides. Water lukewarm in blistered kegs slung behind the wagons. Bullocks dragging along as only bullocks do. Wheels plowing through the deep sand, and the load lurching from side to side. Halfway on a dry stretch of 17 miles. Big tank, full of good water through the scrub to the right, but it is a private tank and a boundary rider is shepherding it. Mulga scrub and sparse, spiky undergrowth. The carriers camp for dinner and boil their billies while the bullocks droop under their yokes in the blazing heat. 1 or 2 lie down, and the leaders drag and twist themselves round under a dead tree, under the impression that there is shade there. The carriers look like Red Indians, with the masks of red dust, bound, with sweat on their faces, but there is an unhealthy-looking, whitish space round their eyes, caused by wiping away the blinding dust, sweat, and flies. The dry sticks burn with a pale flame and an almost invisible thin pale blue smoke. The sun's heat dancing and dazzling across every white fence post, sandhill, or light-colored object in the distance. One man takes off his boot and sock, empties half a pint of sand out of them, and pulls up his trouser leg. His leg is sheathed to the knee in dust and sweat. He absently scrapes it with his knife, and presently he amuses himself by moistening a strip with his forefinger and shaving it, as if he were vaguely curious to see if he is still a white man. The Hungerford coach plows past in a dense cloud of dust. The teams drag on again like a wounded snake that dies at sundown. If a wounded snake that dies at sundown could revive sufficiently next morning to drag on again until another sun goes down. Hopeless-looking swagmen are met with during the afternoon, and one carrier, he of the sanded leg, lends them tobacco. His mates contribute bits o' tea, flour, and sugar. Sundown and the bullocks done up. The teamsters unyoke them and drive them on to the next water, 5 miles, having previously sent a mate to reconnoiter and see that boundary rider is not round, otherwise, to make terms with him, for it is a squatter's bore. They hurry the bullocks down to the water and back in the twilight, and then, under cover of darkness, turn them into a clearing in the scrub off the road, where a sign in the grass might be seen, if you look close. But the bullockies are better off than the horse teamsters, for bad chaff is sold by the pound and corn is worth its weight in gold. Mitchell and I turned off the track at the rabbit-proof fence and made for the tank in the mulga. We boiled the billy and had some salt mutton and damper. We were making back for Burke, having failed to get a cut in any of the sheds on the Hungerford track. We sat under a clump of mulga saplings, with our backs to the trunks, and got out our pipes. Usually, when the flies were very bad on the track, we had to keep twigs or wild turkey equals tail feathers going in front of our faces the whole time to keep the mad flies out of our eyes, And when we camped, one would keep the feather going while the other lit his pipe, then the smoke would keep them away. But the flies weren't so bad in a good shade or in a darkened hut. Mitchell's pipe would have smoked out Old Nick. It was an ancient string-bound meerschaum, and strong enough to kill a blackfellow. I had one smoke out of it, once when I felt bad in my inside and wanted to be sick, and the result was very satisfactory. Mitchell looked through his old pocket-book, more by force of habit than anything else, and turned up a circular from Tattersall's. And that reminded him. "Do you know what I'd do, Harry?" he said. "If I won Tattersall's big sweep, or was to come into 50 or 100,000 pounds, or, better still, $1 million? Nothing, I suppose," I said, "except to get away to Sydney or some cooler place than this." "I'll tell you what I'd do," said Mitchell, talking round his pipe. "I'd build a Swagman's Rest right here." "A Swagman's Rest?" "Yes. Right here on this very godforsaken spot. I'd build a Swagman's Rest and call it the Lost Souls Hotel, or the Sundowners' Arms, or the Halfway House too, or some such name that would take the bushman's fancy. I'd have it built on the best plans for coolness in a hot country, bricks, and plenty of wide verandas with brick floors, and balconies, and shingles in the old Australian style. I wouldn't have a sheet of corrugated iron about the place. And I'd have old-fashioned hinged sashes with small panes and vines round them. They look cooler and more homely and romantic than the glaring sort that shove up. And I'd dig a tank or reservoir for surface water as big as a lake, and bore for artesian water, and get it, too, if I had to bore right through to England, and I'd irrigate the ground and make it grow horse feed and fruit, and vegetables too, if I had to cart manure from Burke. And every teamster's bullock or horse, and every shearer's hack, could burst itself free, but I'd make traveling stock pay, for it belongs to the squatters and capitalists. All carriers could camp for one night only. And I wouldn't have any flowers. They might remind some heartbroken, new-chum black sheep of the house where he was born, and the mother whose heart he broke, and the father whose gray hairs he brought down in sorrow to the grave, and break him up altogether. But what about the old-fashioned windows and the vines? I asked. "Oh," said Mitchell, "I forgot them. On second thought, I think I would have some flowers, and maybe a bit of ivy green. The new chum might be trying to work out his own salvation, and the sight of the roses and ivy would show him that he hadn't struck such a God-forgotten country after all, and help strengthen the hope for something better that's in the heart of every vagabond till he dies." Puff, 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 slowly and reflectively. "Until he dies," repeated Mitchell. "And maybe," he said, rousing himself, "I'd have a little room fixed up like a corner of a swell restaurant, with silver and napkins on the table, and I'd fix up a waiter, so that when a broken-down university wreck came along he might feel, for an hour or so, something like the man he used to be. But I suppose," Mitchell reflected, "he wouldn't feel completely his old self without a lady friend sitting opposite to him. I might fix up a black gin for him, but I suppose he'd draw the color line. But that's nonsense. All teamsters and travelers could camp there for one night only. I'd have shower baths, but I wouldn't force any man to have a bath against his will. They could sit down to a table and have a feed off a tablecloth, and sleep in sheets, and feel like they did before their old mothers died, or before they ran away from home." "Who? The mothers?" I asked. "Yes, in some cases," said Mitchell. "And I'd have a nice, cool little summer house down near the artificial lake, out of earshot of the house, where the bullock drivers could sit with their pipes after tea, and tell yarns, and talk in their own language. And I'd have boats on the lake, too, in case an old Oxford or Cambridge man, or an old sailor came along. It might put years onto his life to have a pull at the oars. You remember that old sailor we saw in charge of the engine back there at the government tank? You saw how he had the engine, clean and bright as a new pin, everything spick and span and shipshape, and his hut fixed up like a ship's cabin. I believe he thinks he's at sea half his time, and shoving her through it, instead of pumping muddy water out of a hole in the baking scrubs for starving stock. Or maybe he reckons he's keeping her afloat. And would you have fish in this lake of yours?" I asked. "Oh, yes," said Mitchell. "And any ratty old shepherd or sundowner, That's gone mad of heat and loneliness, like the old codger we met back yonder. He could sit by the lagoon in the cool of the evening and fish to his heart's content with a string and a bent pin, and dream he's playing truant from school and fishing in the brook near his native village in England about 50 years ago. It would seem more real than fishing in the dust as some mad old bushmen do. But you'd draw the line somewhere? I asked. No, said Mitchell. Not even at poets. I tried to cure them, too, with good wholesome food and plenty of physical exercise. The Lost Souls Hotel would be a refuge for men who'd been jailbirds once as well as men who were gentlemen once, and for physical wrecks and ruined drunkards as well as healthy honest shearers. I'd sit down and talk to the boozer or felon just as if I thought he was as good a man as me, and he might be, for that matter, God knows. The sick man would be kept till he recovered, or died, and the boozer, suffering from a recovery, I'd keep him till he was on his legs again. Then you'd have to have a doctor, I said. Yes, said Mitchell. I'd fix that up all right. I wouldn't bother much about a respectable medical practitioner from the city. I'd get a medical wreck who had a brilliant career before him once in England and got into disgrace, and cleared out to the colonies, a man who knows what the DTS is, a man who's been through it all and knows it all. Then you'd want a manager, or a clerk or secretary, I suggested. I suppose I would, said Mitchell. I've got no head for figures. I suppose I'd have to advertise for him. If an applicant came with the highest testimonials of character, and especially if one was signed by a parson, I'd tell him to call again next week, and if a young man could prove that he came of a good Christian family, and went to church regularly, and sang in the choir, and taught Sunday school, I'd tell him that he needn't come again, that the vacancy was filled, for I couldn't trust him. The man who's been extra religious and honest and hard-working in his young days is most likely to go wrong afterwards. I'd sooner trust some poor old devil of a clerk who'd got into the hands of a woman or racing men when he was young, and went wrong, and served his time for embezzlement. Anyway, I'd take him out and give him another chance. And what about woman's influence? I asked. Oh, I suppose there'd have to be a woman, if only to keep the doctor on the line. I'd get a woman with a past, one that hadn't been any better than she should have been. They're generally the most kind-hearted in the end. Say an actress who'd come down in the world, or an old opera singer who'd lost her voice but could still sing a little. A woman who knows what trouble is. And I'd get a girl to keep her company, a sort of housemaid, with a couple of black gins or half-castes to help her. I'd get hold of some poor girl who'd been deceived and deserted, and a baby or two wouldn't be an objection. The kids would amuse the chaps and help humanize the place. And what if the manageress fell in love with the doctor? I asked. Well, I couldn't provide against love, said Mitchell. I fell in love myself more than once, and I don't suppose I'd have been any worse off if I'd have stayed in love. Ah, well. But suppose she did fall in love with the doctor and marry him, or suppose she fell in love with him and didn't marry him, for that matter, and suppose the girl fell in love with the secretary? There wouldn't be any harm done. It would only make them more contented with the home and bind them to it. They'd be a happy family, and the Lost Souls Hotel would be more cheerful and homelike than ever. But supposing they all fell in love with each other and cleared out, I said. I don't see what they'd have to clear out for, said Mitchell. But suppose they did. There's more than one medical wreck in Australia, and more than one woman with a past, and more than one broken old clerk who went wrong and was found out, and who steadied down in jail, and there's more than one poor girl that's been deceived. I could easily replace M. And the Lost Souls Hotel might be the means of patching up many wrecked lives in that way, giving people with pasts the chance of another future, so to speak. I suppose you'd have music and books and pictures? I said. Oh, yes, said Mitchell. But I wouldn't have any bitter or sex problem books. They do no good. Problems have been the curse of the world ever since it started. I think one noble, kindly, cheerful character in a book does more good than all the clever villains or romantic adventurers ever invented. And I think a man ought to get rid of his maudlin sentiment in private, or when he's drunk. It's a pity that every writer couldn't put all his bitterness into one book and then burn it. No, I'd have good cheerful books of the best and brightest sides of human nature, Charles Dickens, and Mark Twain, and Bret Harte, and those men. And I'd have all Australian pictures, showing the brightest and best side of Australian life. And I'd have all Australian songs. I wouldn't have Swanee River, or Home, Sweet Home, or Annie Laurie, or any of those old songs sung at the Lost Souls Hotel. They're the cause of more heartbreaks and drink and suicide in the bush than anything else. And if a jackaroo got up to sing, just before the battle, Mother, or Mother bit me and me sleep, he'd find it was just before the battle all right. He'd have to go out and sleep in the scrub, where the mosquitoes and bulldog ants would bite him out of his sleep. I hate the man who's always whining about his mother through his nose, because, as a rule, he never cared a rap for his old mother, nor for anyone else, except his own paltry, selfish little self. I'd have intellectual and elevating conversation for those that. Who'd take charge of that department? I inquired hurriedly. Well, reflected Mitchell, I did have an idea of taking it on myself for a while anyway, but come to think of it, the doctor or the woman with the pasts would have more experience, and I could look after that part of the business at a pinch. Of course, you're not in a position to judge as to my ability in the intellectual line. You see, I've had no one to practice on since I've been with you. But no matter, there'd be intellectual conversation for the benefit of black sheep new chums. And any broken-down actors that came along could get up a play if they liked. It would brighten up things and help elevate the bullock drivers and sundowners. I'd have a stage fixed up and a bit of scenery. I'd do all I could to attract shearers to the place after shearing, and keep them from rushing to the next shanty with their checks, or down to Sydney, to be cleaned out by barmaids. And I'd have the hero squashed in the last act for a selfish sneak, and marry the girl to the villain. He'd be more likely to make her happy in the end. And what about the farm? I asked. I suppose you'd get some expert from the agricultural college to manage that? No, said Mitchell. I'd get some poor drought-ruined selector and put him in charge of the vegetation. Only the worst of it is, he reflected, if you take a selector who has bullocked all his life to raise crops on dusty, stony patches in the scrubs, and put him on land where there's plenty of water and manure, and where he's only got to throw the seed on the ground and then light his pipe and watch it grow, he's apt to get disheartened. But that's human nature. And of course I'd have to have a character about the place, a sort of identity and joker to brighten up things. I wouldn't get a man who'd been happy and comfortable all his life. I'd get hold of some old codger whose wife had nagged him till she died, and who'd been sold off many times, and run in for drowning his sorrows, and who started as an undertaker and failed at that, and finally got a job pottering round, gardener, or gatekeeper, or something, in a lunatic asylum. I'd get him. He'd most likely be a humorist and a philosopher, and he'd help cheer up the Lost Souls Hotel. I reckon the Lost Souls would get very fond of him. And would you have drink at Lost Souls? I asked. Yes, said Mitchell. I'd have the best beer and spirits and wine to be had. After tea I'd let every man have just enough to make him feel comfortable and happy, and as good and clever, and innocent and honest as any other man, but no more. But if a poor devil came along in the horrors, with every inch of him jumping, and snakes, and green-eyed yahoos, and flaming-nosed bunyips chasing him, we'd take him in and give him soothing draughts, and nurse him, and watch him, and clear him out with purgatives, and keep giving him nips of good whiskey, and above all, we'd sympathize with him, and tell him that we were worse than he was many a time. We wouldn't tell him what a weak, selfish man he was, or harp on his ruined life. We'd try to make him out a good deal better morally than he really was. It's remorse that hurries most men to hell, especially in the bush. When a man firmly believes he is a hopeless case, then there's no hope for him, but let him have doubts and there's a chance. Make him believe that there are far worse cases than his. We wouldn't preach the sin of dissipation to him, no, but we'd try to show him the folly of a wasted life. I ought to be able to preach that, God knows. And above all, we'd try to drive out of his head the cursed old popular idea that it's hard to reform, that a man's got to fight a hard battle with himself to get away from drink. Pity drunkards can't believe how easy it is. and we'd put it to him straight whether his few hours' enjoyment were worth the days he had to suffer hell for it. And likely as not, I said, when you'd put him on his feet he'd take the nearest track to the next shanty, and go on a howling spree, and come back to Lost Souls in a week, raving aid worse than ever. What would you do then? We'd take him in again, and build him up some more, and a third or fourth time if necessary. I believe in going right on with a thing once I take it in hand. And if he didn't turn up after the last spree we'd look for him up the scrub and bring him in and let him die on a bed, and make his death as comfortable as possible. I've seen one man die on the ground, and found one dead in the bush. We'd bury him under a gum and put sacred to the memory of a man who died. Let him R.I.P. over him. I'd have a nice little graveyard, with gums for tombstones, and I'd have some original epitaphs, I promise you. And how much gratitude would you expect to get out of the Lost Souls Hotel? I asked. None, said Mitchell, promptly. It wouldn't be a gratitude discovery syndicate. People might say that the Lost Souls Hotel was a den for kidnapping women and girls to be used as decoys for the purpose of hocussing and robbing bushmen, and the law and retribution might come after me, but I'd fight the thing out. Or they might want to make a KCMG, or a god of me, and worship me before they hung me. I reckon a philanthropist or reformer is lucky if he escapes with a whole skin in the end, let alone his character. But there, talking of gratitude, it's the fear of ingratitude that keeps thousands from doing good. It's just as paltry and selfish and cowardly as any other fear that curses the world. It's rather more selfish than most fears, in fact. Take the fear of being thought a coward, or being considered eccentric, or conceited, or affected, or too good, or too bad, for instance. The man that's always canting about the world's ingratitude has no gratitude owing to him as a rule, generally the reverse. He ought to be grateful to the world for being let live. He broods over the world's ingratitude until he gets to be a cynic. He sees the world like the outside of a window, as it were, with the blind drawn and the dead, cold moonlight shining on it, and he passes on with a sour face, whereas if he took the trouble to step inside he'd most likely find a room full of ruddy firelight, and sympathy and cheerfulness, and kindness, and love, and gratitude. Sometimes, when he's right down on his uppers, and forced to go amongst people and hustle for bread, he gets a lot of surprises at the amount of kindness he keeps running against in the world, and in places where he'd never have expected to find it. But well, I'm getting maudlin. And you forgot all about the Lost Souls Hotel, I said. No, I haven't, said Mitchell. I'd fix that up all right. As soon as I'd got things going smoothly under a man I could trust, I'd tie up every penny I had for the benefit of the concern, get some white men for trustees, and take the track again. I'm getting too old to stay long in one place. I'm a lost soul that always got along better in another place. I'm so used to the track that if I was shut up in a house I'd get walking up and down in my room of nights and disturb the folk. And besides, I'd feel lost and light-shouldered without the swag. So you'd put all your money in the concern? Yes, except £1 or £2 to go on the track with, for, who knows, I might come along there, dusty and tired, and ragged and hard up and old, some day, and be very glad of a night's rest at the Lost Souls Hotel. But I wouldn't let on that I was old Mitchell, the millionaire, who founded Lost Souls. They might be too officious, and I hate fuss. But it's time to take the track, Harry. There came a cool breeze with sunset. We stood up stiffly, shouldered our swags and tucker bags, and pushed on, for we had to make the next water before we camped. We were out of tobacco, so we borrowed some from one of the bullock drivers. The boozer's home. A dipsomaniac, said Mitchell, needs sympathy and common-sense treatment. Sympathy's a grand and glorious thing, taking it all round and looking at it any way you will. A little of it makes a man think that the world's a good world after all, and there's room and hope for sinners, and that life's worth living. Enough of it makes him sure of it, and an overdose of sympathy makes a man feel weak and ashamed of himself, and so moves him to stop whining, and buck up. Now, I'm not taking the case of a workman who goes on the spree on pay night and sweats the drink out of himself at work next day, nor a slum-bred brute who guzzles for the love of it, but a man with brains, who drinks to drown his intellect or his memory. He's generally a man under it all, and a sensitive, generous, gentle man with finer feelings as often as not. The best and cleverest and whitest men in the world seem to take to drink mostly. It's an awful pity. Perhaps it's because they're straight and the world's crooked and they can see things too plain. And I suppose in the bush the loneliness and the thoughts of the girl world they left behind helped to sink him. Now a drunkard seldom reforms at home, because he's always surrounded by the signs of the ruin and misery he has brought on the home, and the sight and thought of it sets him off again before he's had time to recover from the last spree. Then, again, the noblest wife in the world mostly goes the wrong way to work with a drunken husband. Nearly everything she does is calculated to irritate him. If, for instance, he brings a bottle home from the pub, it shows that he wants to stay at home and not go back to the pub anymore. But the first thing the wife does is to get hold of the bottle and plant it, or smash it before his eyes, and that maddens him in the state he is in then. No, a dipsomaniac needs to be taken away from home for a while. I knew a man that got so bad that the way he acted at home one night frightened him, and next morning he went into an inebriate home of his own accord, to a place where his friends had been trying to get him for a year past. For the first day or two he was nearly dead with remorse and shame, mostly shame, and he didn't know what they were going to do to him next, and he only wanted them to kill him quick and be done with it. He reckons he felt as bad as if he was in jail. But there were 10 other patients there, and 1 or 2 were worse than he was, and that comforted him a lot. They compared notes and sympathized and helped each other. They discovered that all their wives were noble women. He struck 1 or 2 surprises too. One of the patients was a doctor who'd attended him one time, and another was an old boss of his, and they got very chummy. And there was a man there who was standing for Parliament. He was supposed to be having a rest down the coast. Yes, my old mate felt very bad for the first day or 2. It was all yes, nurse, and thank you, nurse, and yes, doctor, and no, doctor, and thank you, doctor. But inside a week, he was calling the Dr. Oil pillbox behind his back, and making love to one of the nurses. But he said it was pitiful when women relatives came to visit patients the first morning. It shook the patients up a lot, but I reckon it did 'em good. There were well-bred old lady mothers in black, and hard-working, haggard wives and loving daughters, and the expressions of sympathy and faith and hope in those women's faces. My old mate said it was enough in itself to make a man swear off drink forever. Ah, God, what a world it is! Reminds me how I once went with the wife of another old mate of mine to see him. He was in a lunatic asylum. It was about the worst hour I ever had in my life, and I've had some bad ones. The way she tried to coax him back to his old self. She thought she could do it when all the doctors had failed. But I'll tell you about him some other time. The old mate said that the principal part of the treatment was supposed to be injection of bichloride of gold or something, and it was supposed to be a secret. It might have been water and sugar for all he knew, and he thought it was. You see, when patients got better they were allowed out, 2 by 2, on their honor, one to watch the other, and it worked. But it was necessary to have an extra hold on them, so they were told that if they were a minute late for treatment, or missed 1 injection, all the good would be undone. This was dinged into their ears all the time. Same as many things are done in the Catholic religion, to hold the people. My old mate said that, as far as the medical treatment was concerned, he could do all that was necessary himself. But it was the sympathy that counted, especially the sympathy between the patients themselves. They always got hold of a new patient and talked to him and cheered him up. He nearly always came in thinking he was the most miserable wretch in this world. And it comforts a man and strengthens him and makes him happier to meet another man who's worse off or sicker, or has been worse swindled than he has been. That's human nature. And a man will take drafts from a nurse and eat for her when he wouldn't do it for his own wife, not even though she had been a trained nurse herself. And if a patient took a bad turn in the night at the boozer's home and got up to hunt the snakes out of his room, he wouldn't be sworn at, or laughed at, or held down. No, they'd help him shoo the snakes out and comfort him. My old mate said that, when he got better, one of the new patients reckoned that he licked St. Patrick at managing snakes. And when he came out he didn't feel a bit ashamed of his experience. The institution didn't profess to cure anyone of drink, only to mend up shattered nerves and build up wrecked constitutions, give them back some more power if they weren't too far gone. And they set my old mate on his feet all right. When he went in, his life seemed lost. He had the horror of being sober. He couldn't start the day without a drink or do any business without it. He couldn't live for more than 2 hours without a drink, but when he came out he didn't feel as if he wanted it. He reckoned that those 6 weeks in the institution were the happiest he'd ever spent in his life, and he wished the time had been longer. He says he never met with so much sympathy and genius, and humor and human nature under one roof before. And he said it was nice and novel to be looked after and watched and physicked and bossed by a pretty nurse in uniform. But I don't suppose he told his wife that. And when he came out he never took the trouble to hide the fact that he'd been in. If any of his friends had a drunkard in the family, he'd recommend the institution and do his best to get him into it. But when he came out he firmly believed that if he took one drink he'd be a lost man. He made a mania of that. One curious effect was that, for some time after he left the institution, he'd sometimes feel suddenly in high spirits, with nothing to account for it, something like he used to feel when he had half a dozen whiskeys in him. Then suddenly he'd feel depressed and sort of hopeless, with nothing to account for that either, just as if he was suffering a recovery. But those moods never lasted long, and he soon grew out of them altogether. He didn't flee temptation. He'd knock round the pubs on Saturday nights with his old mates, but never drank anything but soft stuff. He was always careful to smell his glass for fear of an accident or trick. He drank gallons of ginger beer, milk and soda, and lemonade, and he got very fond of sweets, too. He never liked them before. He said he enjoyed the novelty of the whole thing and his mates amused him at first, but he found he had to leave them early in the evening, and after a while, he dropped them altogether. They seemed such fools when they were drunk, they never seemed fools to him before. And besides, as they got full, they'd get suspicious of him, and then mad at him, because he couldn't see things as they could. That reminds me that it nearly breaks a man's heart when his old drinking chum turns teetotaler. It's worse than if he got married or died. When two mates meet, and one is drunk and the other sober, there is only one of two things for them to do if they want to hit it together. Either the drunken mate must get sober or the sober mate drunk. And that reminds me, take the case of two old mates who've been together all their lives, say they always had their regular sprees together, and went through the same stages of drunkenness together, and suffered their recoveries and sobered up together, and each could stand about the same quantity of drink and one never got drunker than the other. Each, when he's boozing, reckons his mate the cleverest man and the hardest case in the world, second to himself. But one day it happens, by a most extraordinary combination of circumstances, that Bill, being sober, meets Jim very drunk, and pretty soon Bill is the most disgusted man in this world. He never would have dreamed that his old mate could make such a fool and such a public spectacle of himself. And Bill's disgust intensifies all the time he is helping Jim home, and Jim arguing with him, and wanting to fight him, and slobbering over him and wanting to love him by turns, until Bill swears he'll give Jim a hammering as soon as ever he's able to stand steady on his feet. I suppose your old boozing mate's wife was very happy when he reformed? I said to Mitchell. Well, no, said Mitchell, rubbing his head rather ruefully. I suppose it was an exceptional case. But I knew her well, and the fact is that she got more discontented and thinner, and complained and nagged him worse than she'd ever done in his drinking days. And she'd never been afraid of him. Perhaps it was this way, she loved and married a careless, good-natured, drinking scamp, and when he reformed and became a careful, hard-working man, and an honest and respected fellow-townsman, she was disappointed in him. He wasn't the man that won her heart when she was a girl. Or maybe he was only company for her when he was half drunk. Or maybe lots of things. Perhaps he'd killed the love in her before he reformed, and reformed too late. I wonder how a man feels when he finds out for the first time that his wife doesn't love him any longer? But my old mate wasn't the nature to find out that sort of thing. Ah, well! If a woman caused all our trouble, my God! Women have suffered for it since, and they suffer like martyrs mostly and with the patience of working bullocks. Anyway it goes, if I'm the last man in the world, And the last woman is the worst, and there's only room for one more in heaven. I'll step down at once and take my chances in blazes. The sex problem again. It was Mitchell's habit to take an evening off now and then from yarning or reflecting, and proceed, in a most methodical manner, to wash his spare shirts and patch his pants. I was in the habit of contributing to some Sydney papers, and every man is an editor at heart, so, at other times, Mitchell would take another evening off, and root out my swag, and go through my papers in the same methodical manner, and make alterations and additions without comment or reference to me, and sometimes he'd read a little thing of my own which didn't meet his views, and accidentally drop it into the fire. And at other times he'd get hold of some rhyme or sketch that was troubling me, and wrap it up and give it to a passing mailman unbeknown to me. The unexpected appearance of such articles in the paper, as well as the effects of the involuntary collaboration in other pieces, gave me several big surprises. It was in camp on a fencing contract west of Burke. We had a book which we borrowed from a library at Burke for a year or two, never mind the name of it. It was in 91 or 92, and the sex problem was booming then. I had been surreptitiously tearing some carefully written slips of manuscript, leaves taken from an old pocket book, into small pieces. I dropped them, with apparent carelessness, into the fire and stood with my back to it. "I'll bet £5, said Mitchell, suddenly, "that you've been trying your hand on a sex problem story." I shifted uneasily and brought my hands from behind me into my pockets. "Well, to tell you the truth," I admitted, "I have." "I thought so," exclaimed Mitchell. "We'll be put to the expense of sending you to Sydney for medical treatment yet. You've been having 2 easy times lately, plenty of hard graft, and no anxiety about Tucker or the future. What are the symptoms?" "Well," I said, taking a hand out to scratch the back of my head, "the plot looked all right, at first sight." "So there's a plot, is there?" "Well, in the first place, a plot is a problem." "Well, what's the plot?" "Come on, you needn't be frightened to tell an old mate like me." "Well," I said, "the yarn looked all right at first sight. That article of T's in the bulletin turned me off it. Listen and see what you think of it. There was a young fellow, a bit of a genius." "Just so, it's the geniuses that build the sex problems." "It's an autobiography." "Go on." "Well, he married a girl." Mitchell, sotto voce. "God help her. He loved her, and she loved him, but after they'd been married a while he found out that, although he understood her, she didn't and couldn't possibly ever understand him." "Yes," commented Mitchell. "And if he hadn't caught the sex problem, nor been reading about it, he would never have found that out. It was a terrible disappointment." I continued. I had got into the habit of taking Mitchell's interruptions and comments as matters of course. "He saw that his life would be a hell with her." Mitchell. "Didn't strike him that her life would be a hell with him?" "They had no thought in common." Mitchell. "She was in her right mind then. But he couldn't leave her because he loved her, and because he knew that she loved him and would break her heart if he left her." "Must have been a pretty cocksure sort of a fellow," remarked Mitchell. "But all geniuses are. When he was with her he saw all her obstinacy, unreason, and selfishness, but when he was away he only saw her good points." Mitchell. "Pity such men don't stop away. He thought, and brooded over it till his life was a hell." Mitchell. "Just so, thanks to the problemaniacs. He thought of killing her and himself, and so taking her with him." "Where?" asked Mitchell. "He must have loved her a lot." "Good Lord! That shows the awful effects of the sex problem on the mind of a healthy young man like you." And Mitchell stood up. "He lay awake by her side at nights thinking and fighting the thing out. And you've been lying awake, thinking, with me and the Oracle by your side. We'll have to plant the Tommy-hawk, and watch you by turns at night till you get over this." One night he rested on his elbow, and watched her sleeping, and tried to reconstruct his ideal out of her, and just when he was getting into a happier frame of mind, her mouth fell open, and she snored. "I didn't get any further than a snore," I said. "No, of course you didn't," said Mitchell. "And none of the sex problemers ever will, unless they get as far as Blanqui. You might have made the snore cure him, did it?" No, it was making things worse in my idea of the yarn. He fell back and lay staring at the ceiling in a hopeless kind of a way. Then he was a fit case for the lunatic asylum. Now look here, Harry, you're a good-natured, soft old fool when you're in your right mind. Just you go on being a good-natured, soft old fool, and don't try to make a problem out of yourself or anybody else, or you'll come to a bad end. A pocketbook's to keep your accounts in, not to take notes in. You take them in your head and use them in your arms, not to write sex problem rot in. That's spoiled many a good pocketbook, and many a good man. You've got a girl you're talking about going back to as soon as we've finished this contract. Don't you make a problem of her, make a happy wife and mother of her. I was very clever when I was young. And here Mitchell's voice took a tinge of bitterness, or sadness. I used to make problems out of things. I ain't much to boast of now. Seems to me that a good many men want to make angels of their wives without first taking trouble of making saints of themselves. We want to make women's ways our ways. It would be just as fair to make our ways theirs. Some men want to be considered gods in their own homes. You'll generally find that sort of men very small potatoes outside. If they weren't, they wouldn't bother so much about being cocks on their own little dunghills. And again, old mates seldom quarrel, because they understand each other's moods. Now, if you went brooding round for any length of time, I'd say to you, "Now then, Harry, what have I been doing to you? Spit it out, old man, and you do the same by me." But how many men would take even that much trouble with their wives? A breeze stirred the mulga and brought the sound of a good voice singing in the surveyor's camp. "That damned old tune will upset the oracle for the rest of the night," I said. "Now, there's the oracle," said Mitchell. "He was wronged by a woman as few men are wrong. His life was ruined, but he isn't the man to take any stock in sex problems on account of her. He thinks he's great on problems, but he isn't. It all amounts to this, that he's sorry for most men and all women and tries to act up to it to the best of his ability. And if he ain't a Christian, God knows what is. I don't. No matter what a woman does to you, or what you think she does to you, there come times, sooner or later, when you feel sorry for her, deep down in your heart, that is if you're a man. And no matter what action or course you might take against her, and no matter how right or justified you might seem in doing it, there comes a time when, deep down in your heart, you feel mean and doubtful about your own part. You can take that as a general thing as regards men against women, and man against man, I think. And I believe that deep down feeling of being doubtful, or mean, or sorry, that comes afterwards, when you are cooler and know more about the world, is a right and natural thing, and we ought to act more in accordance with it," came the refrain from the surveyor's camp. "We feel sorry for our quarrels with our worst enemy when we see him lying still and quiet, dead. Why can't we try and feel a bit sorry beforehand? I used to feel blazing bitter against things one time, but it never hurt anybody but myself in the end. I argued and quarreled with a girl once, and made a problem of the thing and went away. She's married to a brute now, and I'm what I am. I made a problem of a good home or the world once, and went against the last man in God's world that I should have gone against, and turned my back on his hand, and left him. His hand was very cold the next time I took it in mine. We don't want problems to make us more bitter against the world than we get sometimes. And that song's the answer of all problems," said Mitchell. "But it was I who lay awake and thought that night." The romance of the swag. The Australian swag fashion is the easiest way in the world of carrying a load. I ought to know something about carrying loads. I've carried babies, which are the heaviest and most awkward and heartbreaking loads in this world for a boy or man to carry, I fancy. God remember mothers who slave about the housework, and do sometimes a man's work in addition in the bush, with a heavy, squalling kid on one arm. I've humped logs on the Selection, burning off, with loads of fencing posts and rails and palings out of steep, rugged gullies, and was happier than, perhaps, I've carried a shovel, crowbar, heavy rammer, a dozen insulators on an average strung round my shoulders with raw flax, to say nothing of soldiering kit, tucker bag, billy and climbing spurs, all day on a telegraph line in rough country in New Zealand, and in places where a man had to manage his load with one hand and help himself climb with the other, and I've helped hump and drag telegraph poles up cliffs and sidings where the horses couldn't go. I've carried a portmanteau on the hot dusty roads in green old jackaroo days. Ask any actor who's been stranded and had to count railway sleepers from one town to another. He'll tell you what sort of an awkward load a portmanteau is, especially if there's a broken-hearted man underneath it. I've tried knapsack fashion, one of the least healthy and most likely to give a man sores. I've carried my belongings in a 3-bushel sack slung over my shoulder, blankets, tucker, spare boots and poetry all lumped together. I tried carrying a load on my head, and got a crick in my neck and spine for days. I've carried a load on my mind that should have been shared by editors and publishers. I've helped hump luggage and furniture up to, and down from, a top flat in London. And I've carried swag for months out back in Australia, and it was life, in spite of its squalidness, and meanness and wretchedness and hardship, and in spite of the fact that the world would have regarded us as tramps, and a free life amongst men from all the world. The Australian swag was born of Australia and no other land, of the great lone land of magnificent distances and bright heat, the land of self-reliance, and never give in, and help your mate. The grave of many of the world's tragedies and comedies, royal and otherwise. The land where a man out of employment might shoulder his swag in Adelaide and take the track, and years later walk into a hut on the Gulf, or never be heard of any more, or a body be found in the bush and buried by the mounted police, or never found and never buried. What does it matter? The land I love above all others, not because it was kind to me, but because I was born on Australian soil, and because of the foreign father who died at his work in the ranks of Australian pioneers, and because of many things. Australia! My country! Her very name is music to me. God bless Australia! For the sake of the great hearts of the heart of her. God keep her clear of the old world shams and social lies and mockery, and callous commercialism, and sordid shame. And heaven send that, if ever in my time her sons are called upon to fight for her young life and honor, I die with the first rank of them and be buried in Australian ground. But this will probably be called false, forced, or maudlin sentiment, here in England, where the mawkish sentiment of the music halls, and the popular applause it receives, is enough to make a healthy man sick, and is only equaled by music hall vulgarity. So I'll get on. In the old digging days the knapsack, or straps across the chest fashion, was tried, but the load pressed on a man's chest and impeded his breathing, and a man needs to have his bellows free on long tracks in hot, stirless weather. Then the horse collar, or rolled military overcoat style, swag over one shoulder and under the other arm, was tried, but it was found to be too hot for the Australian climate, and was discarded along with Wellington boots and leggings. Until recently, Australian city artists and editors, who knew as much about the bush as Downing Street knows about the British colonies in general, seemed to think the horse collar swag was still in existence, and some artists gave the swagman a stick, as if he were a tramp of civilization with an eye on the backyard and a fear of the dog. English artists, by the way, seemed firmly convinced that the Australian bushman is born in Wellington boots with a polish on 'em you could shave yourself by. The swag is usually composed of a tent, fly, or strip of calico, a cover for the swag and a shelter in bad weather. In New Zealand it is oilcloth or waterproof twill, a couple of blankets, blue by custom and preference, as that color shows the dirt less than any other, hence the name, bluey, for swag, and the core is composed of spare clothing and small personal effects. To make, or roll up, your swag, lay the fly or strip of calico on the ground, blueys on top of it, across one end, with 18 inches or so to spare, lay your spare trousers and shirt, folded, light boots tied together by the laces toe to heel, books, bundle of old letters, portraits, or whatever little knickknacks you have or care to carry, bag of needles, thread, pen and ink, spare patches for your pants, and bootlaces. Lay or arrange the pile so that it will roll evenly with the swag. Some pack the lot in an old pillow slip or canvas bag, take a fold over of blanket and calico the whole length on each side, so as to reduce the width of the swag to, say, 3 feet, throw the spare end, with an inward fold, over the little pile of belongings, and then roll the whole to the other end, using your knees and judgment to make the swag tight, compact and artistic. When within 18 inches of the loose end taken, inward fold in that, and bring it up against the body of the swag. There is a strong suggestion of a roly-poly in a rag about the business, only the ends of the swag are folded in rings, and not tied. Fasten the swag with 3 or 4 straps, according to judgment and the supply of straps. To the top strap, for the swag is carried, and eased down in shanty bars and against walls or veranda posts when not on the track, in a more or less vertical position, to the top strap, and lowest but one, fasten the ends of the shoulder strap. Usually a towel is preferred as being softer to the shoulder, your coat being carried outside the swag at the back, under the straps. To the top strap fasten the string of the nosebag, a calico bag about the size of a pillow slip, containing the tea, sugar and flour bags, bread, meat, baking powder and salt, and brought, when the swag is carried from the left shoulder, over the right onto the chest, and so balancing the swag behind. But a swagman can throw a heavy swag in a nearly vertical position against his spine, slung from one shoulder only and without any balance, and carry it as easily as you might wear your overcoat. Some bushmen arrange their belongings so neatly and conveniently, with swag straps in a sort of harness, that they can roll up the swag in about a minute, and unbuckle it and throw it out as easily as a roll of wallpaper, and there's the bed ready on the ground with the wardrobe for a pillow. The swag is always used for a seat on the track. It is a soft seat, so trousers last a long time. And, the dust being mostly soft and silky on the long tracks out back, boots last marvelously. 15 miles a day is the average with the swag, but you must travel according to the water. If the next bore or tank is 5 miles on, and the next 20 beyond, you camp at the 5-mile water tonight and do the 20 next day. But if it's 30 miles you have to do it. Traveling with the swag in Australia is variously and picturesquely described as humping Bluey, walking Matilda, humping your drum, being on the wallaby, jabbing trotters, and tea and sugar burglaring. But most traveling shearers now call themselves travellers, and say simply, on the track, or carrying swag. And there you have the Australian swag. Men from all the world have carried it, lords and low-class Chinamen, saints and world martyrs, and felons, thieves, and murderers, educated gentlemen and boors who couldn't sign their mark, gentlemen who fought for Poland and convicts who fought the world, women, and more than one woman disguised as a man. The Australian swag has held in its core letters and papers in all languages, the honor of great houses, and more than one national secret, papers that would send well-known and highly respected men to jail, and proofs of the innocence of men going mad in prisons, life tragedies and comedies, fortunes and papers that secured titles and fortunes, and the last pence of lost fortunes, life secrets, portraits of mothers and dead loves, pictures of fair women, heart-breaking old letters written long ago by vanished hands, and the penciled manuscript of more than one book which will be famous yet. The weight of the swag varies from the light rouseabout's swag, containing 1 blanket and a clean shirt, to the Royal Alfred, with tent and all complete, and weighing part of a ton. Some old sundowners have a mania for gathering, from selectors and shearers' huts, and dust heaps, heartbreaking loads of rubbish which can never be of any possible use to them or anyone else. Here is an inventory of the contents of the swag of an old tramp who was found dead on the track, lying on his face on the sand, with his swag on top of him, and his arms stretched straight out as if he were embracing the Mother Earth, or had made, with his last movement, the sign of the cross to the blazing heavens. Rotten old tent in rags. Filthy blue blanket, patched with squares of red and calico. Half of white blanket, nearly black now, patched with pieces of various material and sewn to half of red blanket. 3 bushel sacks slit open. Pieces of sacking. Part of a woman's skirt. 2 rotten old pairs of moleskin trousers. 1 leg of a pair of trousers. Back of a shirt. Half a waistcoat. 2 tweed coats, green, old and rotting, and patched with calico. Blanket, etc. Large bundle of assorted rags for patches, all rotten. Leaky billycan, containing fishing line, papers, suet, needles and cotton, etc. Jam tin, medicine bottles, corks on strings, to hang to his hat to keep the flies off, a sign of madness in the bush, for the corks would madden a sane man sooner than the flies could. 3 boots of different sizes, all belonging to the right foot, and a left slipper. Coffee pot, without handle or spout, and quart pot full of rubbish, broken knives and forks, with the handles burned off, spoons, etc., picked up on rubbish heaps, and many rusty nails, to be used as buttons, I suppose. Broken saw blade, hammer, broken crockery, old pannikins, small rusty frying pan without a handle, children's old shoes, many bits of old boot leather and green hide, part of yellow-backed novel, mutilated English dictionary, grammar and arithmetic book, a ready reckoner, a cookery book, a bulgy Anglo-foreign dictionary, part of a Shakespeare book in French and book in German, and a book on etiquette and courtship. A heavy pair of blucher boots, with uppers parched and cracked, and soles so patched, patch over patch, with leather, boot protectors, hoop iron and hobnails that they were about 2 inches thick, and the boots weighed over 5 pounds. If you don't believe me, go into the Melbourne Museum, where, in a glass case in a place of honor, you will see a similar, perhaps the same, pair of bluchers labeled an example of colonial industry. And in the core of the swag was a sugar bag tied tightly with a whiplash, and containing another old skirt, rolled very tight and fastened with many turns of a length of clothesline, which last, I suppose, he carried to hang himself with if he felt that way. The skirt was rolled round a small packet of old portraits and almost indecipherable letters, one from a woman who had evidently been a sensible woman and a widow, and who stated in the letter that she did not intend to get married again as she had enough to do already, slaving her fingernails off to keep a family, without having a second husband to keep. And her answer was final for good and all, and it wasn't no use comin' bumfoodlin' round her again. If he did, she'd set Satan on to him. Satan was a dog, I suppose? The letter was addressed to Dear Bill, as were others. There were no envelopes. The letters were addressed from no place in particular, so there weren't any means of identifying the dead man. The police buried him under a gum, and a young trooper cut on the tree the words Bill. Buckholt's Gate. An Australian Story. Prologue. Old Abel Albury had a genius for getting the bull by the tail with a tight grip, and holding on with both hands, and an obstinacy born of ignorance, and not necessarily for the sake of self-preservation or selfishness, while all the time the bull might be, so to speak, rooting up lifelong friendships and neighborly relations, and upsetting domestic customs and traditions with his horns. Yes, Uncle Abel was always grasping the wrong end of things, and sticking to it with that human mulishness which is often stronger, and more often wearies and breaks down the opposition than an intelligent man's arguments. He was, or professed to be, the family said, unable for a long time to distinguish between his 2 grandnephews, one of whom was short and fat, while the other was tall and thin, the only points of resemblance between them being that each possessed the old family nose and eyes. When they were boys, he used to lay the strap about one in mistake for the other. They had a saying that Uncle Abel saw with 10 squinting eyes. Also, he could never, or would not, as the family said, remember names. He referred to Mrs. Porter, a thin, haggard selector's wife, as Mrs. Stout, and he balanced matters by calling Mrs. Southwick Mrs. Porterwicket, when he didn't address her as Mrs. What's the woman's name, and he succeeded in deeply offending both ladies. Uncle Abel was Mrs. Carey's uncle. Down at the lower end of Carey's selection at Rocky Rises, in the extreme corner of the lower or outer paddock, were slip rails opening into the main road, which ran down along the siding, round the foot of a spur from ridge, and out west. These slip rails were called the lower slip rails by the family, and it occurred to Uncle Abel to refer to them as Buckholt's Gate, for no other reason apparently than that Buckholt's farm lay in that direction. The farm was about a mile further on the other side of the creek, and the gate leading to it from the main road was round the spur, out of sight of Carey's selection. It is quite possible that Uncle Abel reasoned the thing out for days, for of such material are some human brains. Slip rails, or a slip panel, is a panel of fencing of which the rails are made to be slipped out of the mortise holes in the posts so as to give passage to horses, vehicles, and cattle. I suppose Abel called it a gate, because he was always going to hang a proper gate there some day. The family were unaware of his new name for the lower slip rails, and after he had, on one or two occasions, informed the boys that they would find a missing cow or horse at the Buckholtz gate, and they had found it calmly camped at the lower slip rails, and after he had made several appointments to meet parties at Buckholtz gate, and had been found leaning obstinately on the fence by the lower slip rails with no explanation to offer other than that he was waiting at Buckholtz gate, they began to fear that he was becoming weak in his mind. Act 1. It was New Year's Eve at Rocky Rises. There was no need for fireworks nor bonfires, for the bush fires were out all along the ranges to the east, and, as night came on, lines and curves of lights, clear lights, white lights, and, in the nearer distance, red lights and smoky lights, marked the sidings and ridges of a western spur of the Blue Mountain Range, and seemed suspended against a dark sky, for the stars and the loom of the hills were hidden by smoke and drought haze. There was a dance at Carey's. Old Carey was a cheerful, broad-minded bushman, haunted at times by the memories of old days, when he was the beau of the bush balls, and so when he built his new slab and bark barn he had it properly floored with hardwood, and the floor well faced, to give the young people a show when they wanted a dance, he said. The floor had a spring in it, and bush boys and girls often rode 20 miles and more to dance on that floor. The girls said it was a lovely floor. On this occasion Carey had stacked his wheat outside until after the New Year. Spring carts, and men and girls on horseback came in from miles round. Sperm candles had been cut up and thrown on the floor during the afternoon, and rubbed over by feet cased tightly in elastic sides, and hoops were hung horizontally from the tie-beams, with candles stuck round them. There were fresh-faced girls, and sweet, freckled-faced girls, and jolly girls, and shy girls, all sorts of girls except sulky, tony girls, and lanky chaps, most of them sawney, and weird, whiskered agriculturists, who watched the dancers with old time-worn smiles, or stood, or sat on their heels yarning, with their pipes, outside, where 2 boilers were slung over a log fire to boil water for tea, and there were leathery women, with complexions like dried apples, who gossiped, for the first time in months perhaps, and watched the young people, and thought at times, no doubt, of other days when they were girls. And not so far distant either, in some cases, for women dry quickly in the bush. And there were 1 or 2 old soldiers and their wives, whose eyes glistened when Jim Bullock played. The girl I left behind me. Jim Bullock was there with his concertina. He sat on a stool in front of a bench, on which was a beer keg, piles of teacups and saucers, several big tin teapots, and plates of sandwiches, sponge cakes, and tarts. Jim sat in his shirt sleeves, with his flat-brimmed, wire-bound, hard-hitter hat on, slanting over his weaker eye. He held one leg loosely and the other rigid, with the concertina on his knee, and swanked away at the instrument by the hour, staring straight in front of him with the expression of a codfish, and never moving a muscle except the muscles of his great hairy arms and big chapped and sun-blotched hands, while chaps in tight, Larstons, elastic side boots, slop suits of black, bound with braid, and with coats too short in the neck and arms, and trousers bell-mouthed at the bottoms, and some with paper collars, narrow red ribbon ties, or scarfs through walnut shells, held their partners rigidly, and went round the room with their eyes, most of them, cocked at the rafters in semi-idiotic ecstasy. But there was tall, graceful, pink and white Bertha Buckhold, blue-eyed and blue-black-haired, and little Mary Carey with the kind, gray eyes and red gold hair. There was Mary's wild brother Jim, with curly black hair and blue eyes and dimples of innocence, and there was Harry Dale, the drover, Jim's shearing and droving mate, a tall, good-looking, brown-eyed and brown-haired young fellow, a better class bushman and the best dancer in the district. Uncle Abel usurped the position of MC, and roared, "Now then! Take your partners!" and bawled instructions and interrupted and tangled up the dancers, until they got used to taking no notice of his bull voice. Mary Carey was too shy, because she loved him, and secretly and fondly hoped and doubted that he cared for her, to be seen dancing more than once with Harry Dale, so he shared Bertha Buckhold, the best girl dancer there, with Jim Carey, who danced with his sister when Harry was dancing with Bertha Buckhold, and who seemed, for some reason best known to himself, to be perfectly satisfied with the arrangement. Poor little Mary began to fret presently, and feel a little jealous of Bertha, her old schoolmate. She was little and couldn't dance like Bertha, and she couldn't help noticing how well Bertha looked tonight, and what a well-matched pair she and Harry made. And so, when 12 o'clock came and they all went outside to watch the Old Year out and the New Year in, with a big bonfire on the distant ridge where the grass fires had reached a stretch of dry scrub, and to join hands all round and sing Auld Lang Syne, little Mary was not to be found, for she was sitting on a log round behind the cow yard crying softly to herself. And when about 3 o'clock they all started home, Mary gave Bertha her cheek to kiss instead of her mouth, and that hurt Bertha, who had her cry riding home, to the astonishment and irritation of her brother Jack, who rode home with her. But when they were all gone Mary was missing again, and when her mother called her, and, after a pause, the voice of Harry Dale said, respectfully, in the darkness, "She's here, Mrs. Carey, she's all right," the two were discovered sitting on a convenient log of the wood heap, with an awkward and overacted interval of log between them. Old Carey liked Harry Dale, and seemed very well satisfied with the way things appeared to be going. He pressed Harry to stay at the selection overnight. "The missus will make you a shakedown on the floor," he said. Harry had no appointments, and stayed cheerfully, and old Carey, having had a whiskey or two, insisted on Mary making the shakedown, and the old folks winked at each other behind the young folks' backs to see how poor little Mary spread a spare mattress, with red-hot, averted face, and found an extra pillow and a spare pair of iron sheets for the shakedown. At sunrise she stole out to milk the cows, which was her regular duty. There was no other way out from her room than through the dining room, where Harry lay on his back, with his arms folded, resting peacefully. He seemed sound asleep and safe for a good 2 hours, so she ventured. As she passed out she paused a moment looking down on him with all the love-light in her eyes, and obeying a sudden impulse, she stooped softly and touched his forehead with her lips, then she slipped out. Harry stretched, opened his eyes, winked solemnly at the ceiling, and then, after a decent interval, he got up, dressed, and went out to help her to milk. Harry Dale and Jim Carey were going out to take charge of a mob of bullocks going northwest, away up in Queensland. And as they had lost a day and night to be at the dance, they decided to start in the cool of the evening and travel all night. Mary walked from the homestead to the lower slip rails between her brother, who rode, because he was her brother, and led a pack horse on the other side, and Harry, who walked and led his horse, because he was her sweetheart, avowed only since last night. There were thunderstorms about, and Mary had repented sufficiently with regard to Bertha Buckle to wear on her shoulders a cape which Bertha had left behind her last night. When they reached the lower slip rails Jim said he'd go on and that Harry needn't hurry. He stooped over his horse's neck, kissed his sister, promised to keep away from the drink, not to touch a card, and to leave off fighting, and rode on. And when he rounded the spur he saw a tall, graceful figure slipping through the trees from the creek towards Buckholt's gate. Then came the critical time at the lower slip rails. The shadows from the setting sun lengthened quickly on the siding, and then the sun slipped out of sight over a saddle, in the ridges, and all was soon dusk save the sunlit peaks of the Blue Mountains away to the east over the sweeps of blue-gray bush. "Ah, well, Mary," said Harry, "I must make a start now." You'll look after Jim, won't you, Harry?" said Mary. "I will, Mary, for your sake." Her mouth began to twitch, her chin to tremble, and her eyes brimmed suddenly. "You must cheer up, Mary," he said with her in his arms. "I'll be back before you know where you are, and then we'll be married right off at once and settle down for life." She smiled bravely. "Goodbye, Mary!" "Goodbye, Harry!" He led his horse through the rails and lifted them, with trembling hands, and shot them home. Another kiss across the top rail, and he got on his horse. She mounted the lower rail, and he brought his horse close alongside the fence and stooped to kiss her again. "Cheer up, Mary," he said. "I'll tell you what I'll do. When I come back I'll whistle when I reach the spur and you be here to let the slip rails down for me. I'll time myself to get here about sundown. I'll whistle Willy Riley, so you'll know it's me. Goodbye, little girl." I must go now. Don't fret, the time will soon go by. He turned, swung his horse, and rode slowly down the track, turning now and again to wave his hand to her, with a farewell flourish of his hat as he rounded the spur his track, 500 miles, or perhaps 1,000, into the great northwest. His time, 6 months, or perhaps a year. Hers 100 yards or so back to the dusty, dreary drudgery of selection life. The daylight faded into starlight, the sidings grew very dim, and a faint white figure blurred against the bars of the slip panel. Act 2. It was the last day of the threshing, shortly after New Year, at Rocky Rises. The green boughs, which had been lashed to the veranda posts on Christmas Eve, had withered and been used for firewood. The traveling steamer had gone with its gang of men, and the family sat down to tea, the men tired with hard work and heat, and with prickly heat and irritating wheaten chaff and dust under their clothes, and with smut, for the crop had been a smutty one. Up their brains, as Uncle Abel said, the women worn out with cooking for a big gang of shearers. Good-humored Aunt Emma, who was Uncle Abel's niece, recovered first, and started the conversation. There were 1 or 2 neighbors' wives who bad lent crockery, and had come over to help with the cooking in their turns. Jim Carey's name came up incidentally, but was quickly dropped, for ill reports of Jim had come home. Then Aunt Emma mentioned Harry Dale, and glanced meaningly at Mary, whose face flamed as she bent over her plate. "Never mind, Mary," said Aunt Emma. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. We were all girls once. There's many a girl would jump at Harry." "Who says I'm ashamed?" said Mary, straightening up indignantly. "Don't tease her, Emma," said Mrs. Carey mildly. "I'll tell you what," said young Tom Carey frankly. "Mary got a letter from him today. I seen her reading it behind the house." Mary's face flamed again and went down over her plate. "Mary," said her mother, with sudden interest, "did Harry say anything of Jim?" "No, Mother," said Mary. "And that's why I didn't tell you about the letter." There was a pause. Then Tommy said, with that delightful tact which usually characterizes young Tommies, "Well, Mary needn't be so cocky about Harry Dale, anyhow. I seen him New Year's Eve when we had the dance. I seen him after the dance liftin' Bertha Buckholt onto her horse in the dark, as if she couldn't get on herself, she's big enough. I seen him lift her on, and he took her right up and lifted her right into the saddle, 'stead of holdin' his hand for her to tread on like that new chum jackaroo we had. And what's more, I seen him hug her and give her a kiss before he lifted her on. He told her he was as good as her brother." "What did he mean by that, Tommy?" asked Mrs. Porter, to break an awkward pause. "How am I to know what he means?" said Tommy, politely. "And Tommy, I seen Harry Dale give young Tommy Carey a lick with a strap the day before New Year's Eve for throwing his sister's cat into the dam," said Aunt Emma, coming to poor Mary's rescue. "Never mind, Mary, my dear, he said goodbye to you last." "No, he didn't!" roared Uncle Abel. They were used to Uncle Abel's sudden bellowing, but it startled them this time. "Why, Uncle Abel!" cried both Aunt Emma and Mrs. Carey. "Whatever do you mean?" "What I means is that I ain't a-goin' to have the feelin's of a niece of mine trifled with. What I means is that I seen Harry Dale with Bertha Buckholt on New Year's night after he left here. That's what I means." "Don't speak so loud, Abel, we're not deaf," interrupted Carey, as Mary started up white-faced. "What do you want to always shout for?" "I speak loud because I want people to hear me," roared Uncle Abel, turning on him. "Go on, Uncle Abel," said Mary. "Tell me what you mean." "I mean," said Uncle Abel, lowering his voice a little, "that I seen Harry Dale and Bertha Buckholt at Buckholt's gate that night. I seen it all." "At Buckholt's gate!" cried Mary. "Yes. At Buckholt's gate. Ain't I speakin' loud enough? And where were you?" "Never mind where's I was. I was comin' home along the ridges, and I seen them. I seen them say goodbye. I seen them hug and kiss." "Uncle Abel!" exclaimed Aunt Emma. "It's no use Uncle Abelin' me. What I says. I ain't a-goin' to have a niece of mine bung-footled." "Uncle Abel!" cried Mary, staring at him wild-eyed. "Do be careful what you say. You must have made a mistake. Are you sure it was Bertha and Harry? Am I sure my head's on me neck? Roared Uncle Abel. Would I see 'em if I didn't see 'em? I tell you. Now wait a moment, Uncle Abel, interrupted Mary, with dangerous calmness. Listen to me. Harry Dale and I are engaged to be married, and— Have you got the writings? Shouted Uncle Abel. The what? Said Mary. The writings. No, of course not. Then that's where you are, said Uncle Abel, triumphantly. If you had the writings, you could sue him for breach of contract. Uncle Abel, who couldn't read, had no faith whatever in verbal agreements. He wouldn't sign one, he said. All others he referred to as writings. Now listen to me, Uncle Abel, said Mary, trembling now. Are you sure you saw Harry Dale and Bertha Buckholt at Buckholt's Gate after he left here that night? Yes. And what's more, I seen young Tommy there riding on his pony along by the spur a little while after, and he must have seen them too, if he's got a tongue. Mary turned quickly to her brother. Well, all I can say, said Tommy, quietened now, is that I seen her at Buckholt's Gate that night. I was comin' home from 2 Mile Flat, and I met Jim with his pack horse about a mile the other side of Buckholt's, and while we was talkin' Harry Dale caught up, so I just said so long and left 'em. And when I got to Buckholt's Gate I seen Bertha Buckholt. She was standin' under a tree, and she looked as if she was cryin' dot. But Mary got her bonnet and started out. Where are you going to, Mary? Asked her mother, starting up nervously. I'm going across to Buckholt's to find out the truth, said Mary, and she went out. Better let her go, Lizzie, said Aunt Emma, detaining her sister. You've done it now, Uncle Abel. Well, why didn't she get the writings? Retorted Uncle Abel. Halfway to Buckholt's, Mary met Bertha Buckholt herself, coming over to the selection for the first time since the night of the party. Bertha started forward to kiss Mary, but stopped short as Mary stood stock-still and faced her, with her hands behind her back. Why? Whatever is the matter, Mary? Exclaimed Bertha. You know very well, Bertha. Why? Whatever do you mean? What have I done? What haven't you done? You've broken my heart. Good gracious me. Whatever are you talking about? Tell me what it is, Mary. You met him at your gate that night? I know I did. Oh, Bertha! How could you be so mean and deceitful? Mean and deceitful? What do you mean by that? Whatever are you talking about? I suppose I've got as good a right to meet him as anyone else. No, you haven't, retorted Mary. You're only stringing him on. You only did it to spite me. You helped him to deceive me. You ought to be ashamed to look me in the face. Good gracious! Whatever are you talking about? Ain't I good enough for him? I ought to be, God knows. I suppose he can marry who he likes, and if I'm poor fool enough to love him and marry him, what then? Mary, you ought to be the last to speak to me like that. Yes. He can marry all the girls in the country for all I care. I never want to see either him or you any more. You're a cruel, deceitful, brazen-faced hussy, and he's a heartless, deceiving blackguard. Mary! I believe you're mad, said Bertha, firmly. How dare you speak to me like that? And as for him being a blackguard, why, you ought to be the last in the world to say such a thing. You ought to be the last to say a word against him. Why, I don't believe you ever cared a rap for him in spite of all your pretense. He could go to the devil for all you cared. That's enough, Bertha Buckholt, cried Mary. You! Why, you're a barefaced girl, that's what you are. I don't want to see your brazen face again. With that she turned and stumbled blindly in the direction of home. Send back my cape, cried Bertha as she too turned away. Mary walked wildly home and fled to her room and locked the door. Bertha did likewise. Mary let Aunt Emma in after a while, ceased sobbing and allowed herself to be comforted a little. Next morning she was out milking at the usual time, but there were dark hollows under her eyes, and her little face was white and set. After breakfast she rolled the cape up very tight in a brown paper parcel, addressed it severely to, and sent it home by one of the school children. She wrote to Harry Dale and told him that she knew all about it, not stating what, but she forgave him and hoped he'd be happy. She never wanted to see his face again, and enclosed his portrait. Harry, who was as true and straight as a bushman could be, puzzled it out and decided that some one of his old love affairs must have come to Mary's ears, and wrote demanding an explanation. She never answered that letter. Act 3. It was Christmas Day at Rocky Rises. The plum puddings had been made, as usual, weeks beforehand, and hung in rags to the tie beams and taken down and boiled again. Poultry had been killed and plucked and cooked, and all the toil had been gone through, and every preparation made for a red-hot dinner on a blazing hot day, and for no other reason than that our great-grandmothers used to do it in a cold climate at Christmas times that came in midwinter. Merry men hadn't gone forth to the wood to gather in the mistletoe, if they ever did in England, in the olden days, instead of sending shivering, wretched vassals in rags to do it. But Uncle Abel had gone gloomily up the ridge on Christmas Eve, with an axe on his shoulder, and Tommy unwillingly in tow, scowling and making faces behind his back, and had cut young pines and dragged them home and lashed them firmly to the veranda posts, which was the custom out there. There was little goodwill or peace between the 3 or 4 farms round Rocky Rises that Christmas Day, and Uncle Abel had been the cause of most of the ill-feeling, though they didn't know, and he was least aware of it of any. It all came about in this way. Shortly after last New Year, Ryan's bull had broken loose and gone astray for 2 days and nights, breaking into neighbors' paddocks and filling himself with hay and damaging other bulls, and making love by night and hiding in the scrub all day. On the second night he broke through and jumped over reeds fences, and destroyed about an acre of grapevines and adulterated reed stock, besides interfering with certain heifers which were not of a marriageable age. There was a L5 penalty on a stray bull. Reed impounded the bull and claimed heavy damages. Ryan, a small selector of little account, was always pulling some neighbor to court when he wasn't being pulled himself, so he went to court over this case. Now, it appears that the bull, on his holiday, had spent a part of the first night in Carrie's lower paddock, and Uncle Abel, who was out mooching about the bush at all hours, having a look at some timber, or some indications of gold, or on some mysterious business or fad, the mystery of which was of his own making, Uncle Abel saw the bull in the paddock at daylight and turned it out the slip rails, and talked about it afterwards, referring to the slip rails as Buckholt's Gate, of course, and spoke mysteriously of the case, and put on an appearance of great importance, and allowed people to get an idea that he knew a lot if he only liked to speak, and finally he got himself brought up as a witness for Ryan. He had a lot of beer in town before he went to the courthouse. All he knew would have been of no use to their party, but he swore that he had seen Ryan's bull inside Buckholt's Gate at daylight, on the day which wasn't in question, and had turned him out. Uncle Abel mixed up the court a good deal, and roared like the bull, and became more obstinate the more he was cross-examined, and narrowly escaped being committed for contempt of court. Ryan, who had a high opinion of the breed of his bull, got an idea that the Buckholts had enticed or driven the bull into their paddock for stock-raising purposes, instead of borrowing it honestly or offering to pay for the use of it. Then Ryan wanted to know why Abel had driven his bull out of Buckholt's Gate, and the Buckholts wanted to know what business Abel Albury had to drive Ryan's bull out of their paddock, if the bull had really ever been there. And so it went on till Rocky Rises was ripe for a tragedy. The breach between the Carys and the Buckholts was widened, the quarrel between Ryan and Reed intensified. Ryan got a down on the Carys because he reckoned that Uncle Abel had deliberately spoilt his case with his evidence, and the Reeds and Carys were no longer on speaking terms, because nothing would convince old Reed that Abel hadn't tried to prove that Ryan's bull had never been in Reed's paddock at all. Well, it was Christmas Day, and the Carey family and Aunt Emma sat down to dinner. Jim was present, having arrived overnight, with no money, as usual, and suffering a recovery. The elder brother, Bob, who had a selection up country, and his wife were there. Mrs. Carey moved round with watchful eyes and jealous ears, lest there should be a word or a look which might hurt the feelings of her wild son, for of such are mothers. Dinner went on very moodily, in spite of Aunt Emma, until at last Jim spoke, almost for the first time, save for a long whispered and, on his part, repentant conversation with his mother. "Look here, Mary," said Jim. "What did you throw Harry Dale over for?" "Don't ask me, Jim." "Rot! What did he do to you?" "I'm your brother," with a glance at Bob. "And I ought to know." "Well, then, ask Bertha Buckholt. She saw him last." "What?" cried Jim. "Hold your tongue, Jim. You'll make her cry," said Aunt Emma. "Well, what's it all about, anyway?" demanded Jim. "All I know is that Mary wrote to Harry and threw him over, and he ain't been the same man since. He swears he'll never come near the district again." "Tell Jim, Aunt Emma," said Mary. And Aunt Emma started to tell the story as far as she knew. "Saw her at Buckholt's slip rails," cried Jim, starting up. "Well, he couldn't have had time to more than say goodbye to her, for I was with her there myself, and Harry caught up to me within a mile of the gate, and I rode pretty fast. He had a jolly long goodbye with her," shouted Uncle Abel. "Look here, Jim. I ain't going to stand by and see a nephew of mine bung-footled by no girl, and I tell you I seen 'em huggin' and kissin' and canoodlin' for half an hour at Buckholt's gate. It's look here, Uncle Abel, be careful what you say. You've got the bull by the tail again, that's what it is." Jim's face grew whiter, and it had been white enough on account of the drink. "How did you know it was them? You're always mistaking people. It might have been someone else." "I know Harry Dale on horseback 2 miles off," roared Uncle Abel. "And I knowed her by her cape." It was Mary's turn to gasp and stare at Uncle Abel. "Uncle Abel," she managed to say. "Uncle Abel! Wasn't it at our lower slip rails you saw them and not Buckholt's gate?" "Well," bellowed Uncle Abel, "you might call 'em the lower slip rails, but I calls 'em Buckholt's gate. They lead to RDS Buckholt's, don't they? Hey? Them other slip rails," jerking his arms in the direction of the upper paddock. "Them there other slip rails that leads out o' Reed's Lane I calls Reed's slip rails. I don't know nothing about no upper or lower, or easter or wester, or any other la-dee-da names you like to call 'em." "Oh, Uncle!" cried Mary, trembling like a leaf. "Why didn't you explain this before? Why didn't you tell us?" "What cause have I got to tell any of you everything I says or does or thinks? If you'd take me all me time. Ain't you got any more brains than Ryan's bull, any of you? Hey, you've got heads, but so has cabbages. Explain! Why, if the world wasn't stuffed so full of jumped-up fools there'd be never no need for explainin'. Mary left the table. "What is it, Mary?" cried Aunt Emma. "I'm going across to Bertha," said Mary, putting on her hat with trembling hands. "It was me Uncle Abel saw. I had Bertha's cape on that night." "Oh, Uncle Abel!" cried Aunt Emma. "Whatever have you done?" "Well," said Uncle Abel, "why didn't she get the write-ins as I told her? It's to be hoped she won't make such a fool of herself next time." Half an hour later, or thereabouts, Mary sat on Bertha Buckholt's bed, with Bertha beside her and Bertha's arm round her, and they were crying and laughing by turns. But why didn't you tell me it was Jim?" said Mary. "Why didn't you tell me it was Harry, Mary?" asked Bertha. "It would have saved all this year of misery." "I didn't see Harry Dale at all that night," said Bertha. I was crying when Jim left me, and when Harry came along I slipped behind a tree until he was past. And now, look here, Mary, I can't marry Jim until he steadies down, but I'll give him another chance. But, Mary, I'd sooner lose him than you." Bertha walked home with Mary, and during the afternoon she took Jim aside and said, "Look here, Jim, I'll give you another chance, for a year. Now I want you to ride into town and send a telegram to Harry Dale. How long would it take him to get here?" "He couldn't get here before New Year," said Jim. "That will do," said Bertha, and Jim went to catch his horse. Next day Harry's reply came. Coming. Act 4. New Year's Eve. The dance was at Buckholt's this year, but Bertha didn't dance much. She was down by the gate most of the time with little Mary Carey, waiting, and watching the long, white road, and listening for horses' feet, and disappointed often as other horsemen rode by or turned up to the farm. And in the hot sunrise that morning, Within 100 miles of rocky rises, a tired, dusty drover camped in the edge of a scrub, boiled his quart pot, broiled a piece of mutton on the coals, and laid down on the sand to rest an hour or so before pushing on to a cattle station he knew to try and borrow fresh horses. He had ridden all night. Old Buckholt and Carey and Reed smoked socially under the grapevines, with bottles of whiskey and glasses, and nudged each other and coughed when they wanted to laugh at old Abel Albury, who was, for about the first time in his life, condescending to explain. He was explaining to them what thunderin' fools they had been. Later on they sent a boy on horseback with a bottle of whiskey and a message to Ryan, who turned up in time to see the new urine with them and contradict certain slanders concerning the breed of his bull. Meanwhile Bertha comforted Mary, and at last persuaded her to go home. "He's sure to be here tomorrow, Mary," she said, "and you need to look fresh and happy." But Mary didn't sleep that night. She was up before daylight, had the kettle on and some chops ready to fry, and at daybreak she was down by the sliprails again. She was turning away for the second time when she heard a clear whistle round the spur, then the tune of Willie Riley, and the hobble chains and campware on the pack-horse jingling to the tune. She pulled out the rails with eager, trembling hands and leaned against the tree. An hour later a tired drover lay on his back, in his ragged, track-worn clothes and dusty leggings, on Mary's own little bed in the skill iron off the living room, and rested. Mary bustled round getting breakfast ready, and singing softly to herself. Once she slipped in, bent over Harry and kissed him gently on the lips, and ran out as he stirred. "Why, who's that?" exclaimed Uncle Abel, poking round early and catching a glimpse of Harry through the open door. "It's only Harry, Uncle Abel," said Mary. Uncle Abel peered in again to make sure. "Well, be sure you get the right uns this time," he said. "The bush fire. I dot, squatter and selector." Wall was a squatter and a hard man. There had been long years of drought and loss, and then came the rabbit pest. The rabbits swarmed like flies over his run, and cropped the ground bare where even the poor grass might have saved thousands of sheep, and the rabbits cost the squatter hundreds of pounds in rabbit-proof fences, trappers' wages, etc., just to keep them down. Then came arrangements with the bank. And then Wall's wife died. Wall started to brood over other days, and the days that had gone between, and developed a temper which drove his children from home one by one, till only Mary was left. She managed the lonely home with the help of a half-caste. Then in good seasons came the selectors. Men remembered Wall as a grand boss and a good fellow, but that was in the days before rabbits and banks, and syndicates and pastoralists, or pastoral companies instead of good squatters. Runs were mostly pastoral leases for which the squatter paid the government so much per square mile, almost a nominal rent. Selections were small holdings taken up by farmers under residential and other conditions and paid for by installments. If you were not ruined by the drought, and paid up long enough, the land became freehold. The writer is heir to a dusty patch of 300 acres or so in the scrub which was taken up 30 years ago and isn't freehold yet. Selectors were allowed to take up land on runs or pastoral leases as well as on unoccupied crown lands, and as they secured the best bits of land, and on water frontages if they could, and as, of course, selections reduced the area of the run, the squatters loved selectors like elder brothers. One man is allowed to select only a certain amount of land, and required by law to live on it, so the squatters bought as much freehold about the homestead as they could afford, selected as much as they are allowed to by law, and sometimes employed dummy selectors to take up choice bits about the runs and hold them for them. They fought selectors in many various ways, and in some cases annoyed and persecuted them with devilish ingenuity. Ross was a selector, and a very hard man physically. He was a short, nuggety man with black hair and frill beard, a little dusty, bushy black eyebrows, piercing black eyes, horny knotted hands, and the obstinacy or pluck of a dozen men to fight drought and the squatter. Ross selected on Wall's Run, in a bend of Sandy Creek, a nice bit of land with a black soil, flat and red soil sidings from the ridges, which no one had noticed before, and with the help of his boys he got the land cleared and fenced in a year or two, taking bush contracts about the district between whiles to make tucker for the family until he got his first crop off. Wall was never accused of employing dummies, or underhanded methods in dealings with selectors, but he had been through so much and had brooded so long that he had grown very hard and bitter and suspicious, and the reverse of generous, as many men do who start out in life too soft and good-hearted and with too much faith in human nature. He was a tall, dark man. He ordered Ross's boys off the run, and pounded Ross's stock, before Ross had got his fencing finished, summoned Ross for trespass, and Ross retaliated as well as he could, until at last it mightn't have been safe for one of those men to have met the other with a gun. The impounding of the selector's cattle led to the last bad quarrel between Wall and his son Billy, who was a tall, good-natured cornstalk, and who reckoned that Australia was big enough for all of us. One day in the drought, and in an extra bitter mood, Wall heard that some of his sheep had been dogged in the vicinity of Ross's selection, and he ordered Billy to take a station hand and watch Ross's place all night, and if Ross's cattle put their noses over the boundary, to drive them to the pound, 15 miles away, also to lay poison baits for the dogs all round the selection. And Billy flatly refused. "I know Ross and the boys," he said, "and I don't believe they dogged the sheep. Why, they've only got a Newfoundland pup, and an old lame, one-eyed sheepdog that couldn't hurt a flea. Now, father, this sort of thing has been going on long enough. What difference does a few paltry acres make to us? The country is big enough, God knows. Ross is a straight man and, for God's sake, give the man a chance to get his ground fenced in. He's doing it as fast as he can, and he can't watch his cattle day and night. Are you going to do as I tell you, or are you not?" shouted Wall. "Well, if it comes to that, I'm not," said Billy. "I'm not going to sneak round a place all night and watch for a chance to pound a poor man's cows." It was an awful row down behind the woolshed, and things looked so bad that old Peter, the station hand, who was a witness, took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves, ready, as he said afterwards, to roll into either the father or the son if one raised a hand against the other. "Father!" said Billy, though rather sobered by the sight of his father's trembling, choking passion. "Do you call yourself an Englishman?" "Yes," yelled Wall furiously. "What the hell do you call yourself?" "If it comes to that, I'm an Australian," said Billy, and he turned away and went to catch his horse. He went up country and knocked about in the Northwest for a year or two. Romeo and Juliet. Mary Wall was 25. She was an Australian bush girl, every inch of her 5'9". She had a pink and white complexion, dark blue eyes, blue-black hair, and the finest figure in the district, on horseback or afoot. She was the best girl rider too, saddle or bareback, and they say that when she was a tomboy she used to tuck her petticoats under her and gallop man-fashion through the scrub after horses or cattle. She said she was going to be an old maid. There came a jackaroo on a visit to the station. He was related to the bank with which Wall had relations. He was a dude, with an expensive education and no brains. He was very vain of his education and prospects. He regarded Mary with undisguised admiration, and her father had secret hopes. One evening the jackaroo was down by the homestead gate when Mary came cantering home on her tall chestnut. The gate was 6 feet or more, and the jackaroo raised his hat and hastened to open it, but Mary reined her horse back a few yards and the dude had barely time to jump aside when there was a scuffle of hoofs on the road. A ha! In midair, a landing thud, and the girl was away up the home track in a cloud of dust. A few days later the jackaroo happened to be at Kelly's, a wayside shanty, watching a fight between two bushmen, when Mary rode up. She knew the men. She whipped her horse in between them and struck at first one and then the other with her riding whip. "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves," she said. "And both married men, too." It evidently struck them that way, for after a bit they shook hands and went home. "And I wouldn't have married that girl for £1,000, said the jackaroo, relating the incidents to some friends in Sydney. Mary said she wanted a man, if she could get one. There was no life at home nowadays, so Mary went to all the bush dances in the district. She thought nothing of riding 20 or 30 miles to a dance, dancing all night, and riding home again next morning. At one of these dances she met young Robert Ross, a clean-limbed, good-looking young fellow about her own age. She danced with him and liked him, and danced with him again, and he rode part of the way home with her. The subject of the quarrel between the two homes came up gradually. "The boss," said Robert, meaning his father. "The boss is always ready to let bygones be bygones. It's a pity it couldn't be fixed up." "Yes," said Mary, looking at him. Bob looked very well on horseback. "It is a pity." They met several times, and next Prince of Wales's birthday they rode home from the races together. Both had good horses, and they happened to be far ahead of the others on the wide, straight, clear road that ran between the walls of the scrub. About dusk, they became very confidential indeed. Mary had remarked what a sad and beautiful sunset it was. The horses got confidential, too, and shouldered together, and touched noses, and, after a long interval in the conversation, during which Robert, for one, began to breathe quickly, he suddenly leaned over, put his arm round her waist, and made to kiss her. She jerked her body away, threw up her whip hand, and Robert ducked instinctively. But she brought her whip down on her horse's flank instead, and raced ahead. Robert followed, or rather, his horse did. He thought it was a race, and took the bit in his teeth. Robert kept calling, appealing. "Wait a while, Mary! I want to explain. I want to apologize. For God's sake, listen to me, Mary!" But Mary didn't hear him. Perhaps she misunderstood the reason of the chase, and gave him credit for a spice of the devil in his nature. But Robert grew really desperate. He felt that the thing must be fixed up now or never, and gave his horse a free rein. Her horse was the fastest, and Robert galloped in the dust from his heels for about 1.5 miles. Then at the foot of a rise Mary's horse stumbled and nearly threw her over his head, and then he stopped like the good horse he was. Robert got down feeling instinctively that he might best make his peace on foot, and approached Mary with a face of misery. She had dropped her whip. "Oh, Bob," she said, "I'm knocked out." And she slipped down into his arms and stayed there a while. They sat on a log and rested, while their horses made inquiries of each other's noses, and compared notes. And after a good while Mary said, "No, Bob, it's no use talking of marrying just yet. I like you, Bob, but I could never marry you while things are as they are between your father and mine. Now, that'll do. Let me get on my horse, Bob. I'll be safer there." "Why?" asked Bob. "Come on, Bob, and don't be stupid." She met him often and liked him. A tramp's match and what it did. It was Christmas Eve at Walls, but there was no score or so of buggies and horses and dozens of strange dogs round the place as of old. The glasses and decanters were dusty on the heavy old-fashioned sideboard in the dining-room, and there was only a sullen, brooding man leaning over the hurdles and looking at his rams in the yard, and a sullen, brooding half-caste at work in the kitchen. Mary had ridden away that morning to visit a girl chum. It was towards the end of a long drought, and the country was like tinder for hundreds of miles round, the ground for miles and miles in the broiling scrubs, as bare as your hand, or covered with coarse, dry tufts. There was feed grass in places, but you had to look close to see it. Shearing had finished the day before, but there was a black boy and a station hand or two about the yards and 6 or 8 shearers and rouseabouts, and a teamster camped in the men's huts. They were staying over the holidays to shear stragglers and clean up generally. Old Peter and a jackaroo were out on the run watching a bush fire across Sandy Creek. A swagman had happened to call at the station that morning. He asked for work and then for tucker. He irritated Wall, who told him to clear out. It was the first time that a swagman had been turned away from the station without tucker. Swaggy went along the track some miles, brooding over his wrongs, and crossed Sandy Creek. He struck a match and dropped it into a convenient tuft of grass in a likely patch of tufts, with dead grass running from it up into the scrubby ridges. Then he hurried on. Did you ever see a bush fire? Not sheets of flame sweeping and roaring from treetop to treetop, but the snaky, hissing grass fire of hardwood country. The whole country covered with thin blue smoke so that you never know in what direction the fire is traveling. At night you see it like the lighted streets of cities, in the distant ranges. It roars up the hollows of dead trees and gives them the appearance of factory chimneys in the dusk. It climbs, by shreds of bark, the trunks of old dead white box and blue gums, solid and hard as cast iron, and cuts off the limbs. And where there's a piece of recently ring-barked country, with the dead leaves still on the trees, the fire will roar from bough to bough, a fair imitation of a softwood forest fire. The bush fire travels through the scrubs for hundreds of miles, taking the grass to the roots, scorching the living bush but leaving it alive, for gum bush is hardest of any to kill. Where there is no undergrowth, and the country seems bare as a road for miles, the fire will cross, licking up invisible straws of grass, dusty leaves, twigs and shreds of bark on the hard ground already baking in the drought. You hear of a fire miles away, and next day, riding across the head of a gully, you hear a hissing and crackling, and there is the fire running over the ground in lines and curves of thin blue smoke, snake-like, with old logs blazing on the blackened ground behind. Did you ever hear a fire where a fire should not be? There is something hellish in the sound of it. When the breeze is, say, from the east, the fire runs round western spurs, up sheltered gullies, helped by an eddy, in the wind perhaps, and appears along the top of the ridge, ready, with a change in the wind, to come down on farms and fields of ripe wheat, with a front, miles long. A selector might be protected by a wide sandy creek in front, and wide cleared roads behind, and any hour in the day or night, a shout from the farther end of the wheat paddock, and "Oh my God! The wheat!" Wall didn't mind this fire much. Most of his sheep were on their way out back, to a back run where there was young grass, and the dry ridges along the creek would be better for a burning off, only he had to watch his fences. But about dusk, Mary came galloping home in her usual breakneck fashion. "Father," she cried, "turn out the men and send them at once. The fire is all down by Ross's farm, and he has 10 acres of wheat standing, and no one at home but him and Bob." "How do you know?" growled Wall. Then suddenly and suspiciously, "Have you been there? I came home that way." "Well, let Ross look after his own," snarled the father. "But he can't, father. They're fighting the fire now, and they'll be burned out before the morning if they don't get help. For God's sake, father, act like a Christian and send the men. Remember it is Christmas time, father. You're surely not going to see a neighbor burn out." "Yes, I am," shouted Wall. "I'd like to see every selector in the country burn out, hut and all. Get off that horse and go inside. If a man leaves the station tonight, he needn't come back." This last for the benefit of the men's hut. "But, father—" "Get off that horse and go inside," roared Wall. I won't." "What?" He darted forward as though to drag her from the saddle, but she swung her horse away. "Stop! Where are you going?" "To help Ross," said Mary. "He had no one to send for help." "Then go the same way as your brother," roared her father. "And if you show your nose back again, I'll horsewhip you off the run." "I'll go, father," said Mary, and she was away. The fire at Ross's farm. Ross's farm was in a corner between the ridges and the creek. The fire had come down from the creek, but the siding on that side was fairly clear, and they had stopped the fire there. It went behind the ridge and ran up and over. The ridge was covered thickly with scrub and dead grass. The wheat field went well up the siding, and along the top was a bush face with only a narrow bridle track between it and the long dead grass. Everything depended on the wind. Mary saw Ross and Mrs. Ross and the daughter Jenny, well up the siding above the fence, working desperately, running to and fro, and beating out the fire with green boughs. Mary left her horse, ran into the hut, and looked hurriedly round for something to wear in place of her riding skirt. She only saw a couple of light print dresses. She stepped into a skill-iron room, which happened to be Bob's room, and there caught sight of a pair of trousers and a coat hanging on the wall. Bob Ross, beating desperately along a line of fire that curved downhill to his right, and half choked and blinded with the smoke, almost stumbled against a figure which was too tall to be his father. "Why? Who's that?" he gasped. "It's only me, Bob," said Mary, and she lifted her bow again. Bob stared. He was so astonished that he almost forgot the fire and the wheat. Bob was not thin, but— "Don't look at me, Bob," said Mary, hurriedly. We're going to be married, so it doesn't matter. Let us save the wheat. There was no time to waste. There was a breeze now from over the ridges, light, but enough to bear the fire down on them. Once, when they had breathing space, Mary ran to the creek for a billy of water. They beat out the fire all along the siding to where a rib of granite came down over the ridge to the fence, and then they thought the wheat was safe. They came together here, and Ross had time to look and see who the strange man was. Then he stared at Mary from under his black, bushy eyebrows. Mary, choking and getting her breath after her exertions, suddenly became aware, said, "Oh," and fled round the track beyond the point of granite. She felt a gust of wind and looked up the ridge. The bush fence ended here in a corner, where it was met by a new wire fence running up from the creek. It was a blind gully full of tall dead grass, and glancing up, Mary saw the flames coming down fast. She ran back. "Come on!" she cried. "Come on! The fire's the other side of the rocks." Back at the station, Wall walked up and down till he cooled. He went inside and sat down, but it was no use. He lifted his head and saw his dead wife's portrait on the wall. Perhaps his whole life ran before him in detail, but this is not a psychological study. There were only two tracks open to him now, either to give in, or go on as he was going, to shut himself out from human nature and become known as Mean Wall, Hungry Wall, or Mad Wall, the squatter. He was a tall, dark man of strong imagination and more than ordinary intelligence. And it was the great crisis of his ruined life. He walked to the top of a knoll near the homestead and saw the fire on the ridges above Ross's farm. As he turned back, he saw a horseman ride up and dismount by the yard. "Is that you, Peter?" "Yes, boss." "The fences is all right." "Been near Ross's?" "No, he's burnt out by this time." Wall walked to and fro for a few minutes longer. Then he suddenly stopped and called, "Peter!" "Aye," from the direction of the huts. "Turn out the men!" And Wall went into a shed and came out with his saddle on his arm. The fire rushed down the blind gully. Showers of sparks fell on the bush fence, it caught twice, and they put it out, but the third time it blazed and roared and a fire engine could not have stopped it. "The wheat must go," said Ross. "We've done our best." And he threw down the blackened bough and leaned against a tree, and covered his eyes with a grimy hand. The wheat was patchy in that corner. There were many old stumps of trees, and there were bare strips where the plow had gone on each side of them. Mary saw a chance, and climbed the fence. "Come on, Bob," she cried. "We might save it yet. Mr. Ross, pull out the fence along there." And she indicated a point beyond the fire. They tramped down and tore up the wheat where it ran between the stumps. The fire was hissing and crackling round and through it, and just as it ran past them in one place there was a shout, a clatter of horses' hoofs on the stones, and Mary saw her father riding up the track with a dozen men behind him. She gave a shriek and ran straight down, through the middle of the wheat, towards the hut. Wall and his men jumped to the ground, wrenched green boughs from the saplings, and, after 20 minutes' hard fighting, the crop was saved, save for a patchy acre or so. When it was all over, Ross sat down on a log and rested his head on his hands, and his shoulders shook. Presently he felt a hand on his shoulder, looked up, and saw Wall. "Shake hands, Ross," he said. And it was Christmas Day. But in after years they used to nearly chaff the life out of Mary. "You were in a great hurry to put on the breeches, weren't you, Mary? Bob's best Sunday-go meetings, too, wasn't they, Mary? Rather tight fit, wasn't they, Mary? Couldn't get 'em on now, could you, Mary? But," reflected old Peter apart to some cronies, "it ain't every young chap as gets an idea of the shape of his wife afore he marries her, is it? And that's sayin' something, Dot." And old Peter was set down as being an inner-sense sort of old cove. The house that was never built. There had been heavy rain and landslips all along the branch railway which left the Great Western Line from Sydney just beyond the Blue Mountains, and ran through thick bush and scrubby ridgy country and along great alluvial sidings, where the hills on the opposite side of the wide valleys, misty in depths, faded from deep blue into the pale azure of the sky, and over the ends of western spurs to the little farming, mining and pastoral town of Solong, situated in a circle of blue hills on the banks of the willow-fringed Cudgegong River. The line was hopelessly blocked, and some publicans at Salong had put on the old coach road a couple of buggies, a wagonette, and an old mail coach, relic of the days of Cobb and Company, which had been resurrected from some backyard and tinkered up, to bring the train passengers on from the first break in the line over the remaining distance of 40 miles or so. Capertee Station, Old Time, Capertee Camp, a teamster's camp, was the last station before the first washout, and there the railway line and the old road parted company for the last time before reaching Salong, the one to run round by the ends of the western spurs that spread fan-like, and the other to go through and over the rough country. The train reached Capertee about midnight in broad moonlight that was misty in the valleys and round the blue of Crown Ridge. I got a box seat beside the driver on the old coach. It was a grand old road, one of the old main coach roads of New South Wales, broad and white, metalled nearly all the way, and in nearly as good condition as on the day when the first passenger train ran into Salong and the last used section of the old road was abandoned. It dated back to the bushranging days, right back to convict times. It ran through tall dark bush, up over gaps or saddles, in high ridges, down across deep dark gullies, and here and there across grey, marshy, curlew-haunted flats. Cobb and Co.'s coach N6, with Royal Mail gilded on the panels, had dashed over it in 10 and 12-mile stages in the old days, the 3 headlamps flashing on the wild dark bush at night, and maybe 24 passengers on board. The biggest rushes to richest gold fields in the West had gone over this old road on coaches, on carts, on drays, on horse and bullock wagons, on horseback, and on foot, new chums from all the world and from all stations in life. And a few came back rich, red, round-faced and jolly, on the box seat of Cobb and Co.'s, treating the driver and all hands, going home, to sweethearts or families. Home people will never feel the meaning of those 2 words. Going home, as it is felt in a new land, and many came back broken men, tramping in rags, and carrying their swags through the dusty heat of the drought in December or the bitter, pelting rain in the mountains in June. Some came back grey who went as boys, and there were many who never came back. I remembered the old mile trees, with a section of bark cut away and the distances cut in Roman letters in the hardened sap, the distance from Bauernfels, the railway terminus then. It was a ghostly old road, and if it wasn't haunted it should have been. There was an old decaying and nearly deserted coaching town or 2, there were abandoned farms and halfway inns, built of stone, with the roofs gone and nettles growing high between the walls, the remains of an orchard here and there, a few gnarled quince trees, and the bush reclaiming its own again. It was a haunted ride for me, because I had last ridden over this old road long ago, when I was young, going to see the city for the first time, and because I was now on my way to attend the funeral of one of my father's blood from whom he had parted in anger. We slowly climbed, and almost as slowly descended, the steep siding of a great hill called Aaron's Pass, and about a mile beyond the foot of the hill I saw a spot I remembered passing on the last journey down, long ago. Rising back from the road, and walled by heavy bush, was a square clearing, and in the background I saw plainly, by the broad moonlight, the stone foundations for a large house. From the front an avenue of grown pines came down to the road. "Why," I exclaimed, turning to the driver, "was that house burned down?" "No," he said slowly. "That house was never built." I stared at the place again and caught sight of a ghostly-looking light between the lines of the foundations, which I presently made out to be a light in a tent. "There's someone camping there," I said. "Yes," said the driver. "Some old swaggy or hatter. I seen him comin' down. I don't know nothing about that there place." I hadn't shouted for him yet. I thought and remembered. I remembered myself, as a boy, being sent a coach journey along this road to visit some relatives in Sydney. We passed this place, and the women in the coach began to talk of the fine house that was going to be built there. The ground was being leveled for the foundations, and young pines had been planted, with stakes round them to protect them from the cattle. I remembered being mightily interested in the place, for the women said that the house was to be a 2-storied one. I thought it would be a wonderful thing to see a 2-storied house there in the bush. The height of my ambition was to live in a house with stairs in it. The women said that this house was being built for young Brassington, the son of the biggest squatter then in the district, who was going to marry the daughter of the next biggest squatter. That was all I remember hearing the women say. 3 or 4 miles along the road was a public house, with a post office, general store, and blacksmith shop attached, as is usual in such places, all that was left of the old pastoral and coaching town of Ilford. I shouted for the driver at the shanty, but got nothing further out of him concerning the fate of the house that was never built. I wanted that house for a story. However, while yarning with some old residents at Salong, I mentioned the Brassingtons, and picked up a few first links in the story. The young couple were married and went to Sydney for their honeymoon. The story went that they intended to take a trip to the old country and Paris, to be away a 12-month, and the house was to be finished and ready for them on their return. Young Brassington himself had a big sheep run round there. The railway wasn't thought of in those days, or if it was, no Brassington could have dreamed that the line could have been brought to Salong in any other direction than through the property of the Big Brassingtons, as they were called. Well, the young couple went to Sydney, but whether they went farther the old residents did not know. All they knew was that within a few weeks, and before the stone foundations for the brick walls of the house were completed, the building contract was cancelled, the workmen were dismissed, and the place was left as I last saw it. Only the ornamental pines had now grown to trees. The Brassingtons and the bride's people were English families and reserved. They kept the story, if there was a story, to themselves. The girls' people left the district and squatted on new stations up country. The big Brassingtons came down in the world and drifted to the city, as many smaller people do, more and more every year. Neither young Brassington nor his wife was ever again seen or heard of in the district. I attended my relative's funeral, and next day started back for Sydney. Just as we reached Ilford, as it happened, the pin of the fore undercarriage of the coach broke, and it took the blacksmith several hours to set it right. The place was dull, the publican was not communicative, or else he harped on the old local grievance of the railway not having come that way. So about half an hour before I thought the coach would be ready, I walked on along the road to stretch my legs. I walked on and on until I came, almost unaware, to the site of the house that was never built. The tent was still there, in fact, it was a permanent camp, and I was rather surprised to see the man working with a trowel on a corner of the unfinished foundations of the house. At first I thought he was going to build a stone hut in the corner, but when I got close to him I saw that he was working carefully on the original plan of the building. He was building the unfinished parts of the foundation walls up to the required height. He had bricklayer's tools, a bag of lime, and a heap of sand, and had worked up a considerable quantity of mortar. It was a rubble foundation. He was knocking off the thin end of a piece of stone to make it fit, and the clanging of the trowel prevented his hearing my footsteps. "Good day, mate," I said, close beside him. I half expected he'd start when I spoke, but he didn't. He looked round slowly, but with a haunted look in his eyes as if I might have been one of his ghosts. He was a tall man, gaunt and haggard-eyed, as many men are in the bush. He may have been but little past middle age, and grey before his time. "Good day," he said, and he set the stone in its place, carefully flush with the outer edge of the wall, before he spoke again. Then he looked at the sun, which was low, laid down his trowel, and asked me to come to the tent fire. "It's turning chilly," he said. It was a model camp, everything clean and neat both inside the tent and out. He had made a stone fireplace with a bark shelter over it, and a table and bench under another little shed, with shelves for his tin cups and plates and cooking utensils. He put a box in front of the fire, and folded a flour bag on top of it for a seat for me, and hung the billy over the fire. He sat on his heels and poked the burning sticks, abstractedly I thought, or to keep his hands and thoughts steady. "I see you're doing a bit of building," I said. "Yes," he said, keeping his eyes on the fire. "I'm getting on with it slowly." I don't suppose he looked at me half a dozen times the whole while I was in his camp. When he spoke he talked just as if he were sitting yarning in a row of half a dozen of us. Presently he said suddenly, and giving the fire a vicious dig with his poker, "That house must be finished by Christmas." Why? I asked, taken by surprise. What's the hurry? Because, he said, I'm going to be married in the new year, to the best and dearest girl in the bush. There was an awkward pause on my part, but presently I pulled myself together. You'll never finish it by yourself, I said. Why don't you put on some men? Because, he said, I can't trust them. Besides, how am I to get bricklayers and carpenters in a place like this? I noticed all through that his madness, or the past in his mind, was mixed up with the real and the present. Couldn't you postpone the marriage? I asked. No, he exclaimed, starting to his feet. No, and he looked round wildly on the darkening bush. There was madness in his tone that time, the last. No, sounding as if from a man who was begging for his life. Couldn't you run up a shanty then, to live in until the house is ready? I suggested, to soothe him. He gave his arm an impatient swing. Do you think I'd ask that girl to live in a hut? He said. She ought to live in a palace. There seemed no way out of it, so I said nothing. He turned his back and stood looking away over the dark, low-lying sweep of bush towards sunset. He folded his arms tight, and seemed to me to be holding himself. After a while he let fall his arms and turned and blinked at me and the fire like a man just woke from a doze or rousing himself out of a deep reverie. Oh, I almost forgot the billy, he said. I'll make some tea, you must be hungry. He made the tea and fried a couple of slices of ham. He laid the biggest slice on a thick slice of white baker's bread on a tin plate, and put it and a pint pot full of tea on a box by my side. Have it here by the fire, he said. It's warmer and more comfortable. I took the plate on my knee, and I must say I thoroughly enjoyed that meal. The bracing mountain air and the walk had made me hungry. The hatter had his meal standing up, cutting his ham on a slice of bread with a clasp knife. It was bush fashion, and set me thinking of some old times. He ate very little, and, as far as I saw, he didn't smoke. Non-smokers are very scarce in the bush. I saw by the way his tent was pitched, and his camp arranged generally, and by the way he managed the cooking, that he must have knocked about the bush for some years. He put the plates and things away and came and sat down on the other empty gin case by my side, and fell to poking the fire again. He never showed the least curiosity as to who I was, or where I came from, or what I was doing on this deserted track. He seemed to take me as a matter of course, but all this was in keeping with bush life in general. Presently he got up and stood looking upwards over the place where the house should have been. I think now, he said slowly, I made a mistake in not having the verandas carried all round the house. I beg pardon. I should have had the balcony all round instead of on two sides only, as the man who made the plan suggested. It would have looked better and made the house cooler in summer. I thought as I listened, and presently I saw that it was a case of madness within madness, so to speak. He was mad on the idea that he could build the house himself, and then he had moods when he imagined that the house had been built, and he had been married and had reared a family. You could easily get the balcony carried round, I said. It wouldn't cost much. You can get good carpenters at Salon. Yes, he said. I'll have it done after Christmas. Then he turned from the house and blinked down at me. I am sorry, he said, that there's no one at home. I sent the wife and family to Sydney for a change. I've got the 2 boys at the Sydney Grammar School. I think I'll send the eldest to King's School at Parramatta. The girls will have to get along with a governess at home and learn to help their mother. And so he went on talking away just as a man who has made money in the bush, and is married and settled down, might yarn to an old bachelor bushmate. I suppose I'll have to get a good piano, he went on. The girls must have some amusement. There'll be no end of balls and parties. I suppose the boys will soon be talking of getting 5ers and 10ers out of the governor or old man. It's the way of the world. And they'll marry and leave us. It's the way of the world. It was awful to hear him go on like this, the more so because he never smiled, just talked on as if he had said the same thing over and over again. Presently he stopped, and his eyes and hands began to wander. He sat down on his heel to the fire again and started poking it. I began to feel uneasy. I didn't know what other sides there might be to his madness, and wished the coach would come along. "You've knocked about the bush a good deal?" I asked. I couldn't think of anything else to say, and I thought he might break loose if I let him brood too long. "Yes," he said, "I have. Been in Queensland and the Gulf country, I suppose?" "I have." His tone and manner seemed a bit more natural. He had knocked about pretty well all over Australia, and had been in many places where I had been. I had got him on the right track, and after a bit he started telling bush yarns and experiences, some of them awful, some of them very funny, and all of them short and good, and now and then, looking at the side of his face, which was all he turned to me, I thought I detected the ghost of a smile. One thing I noticed about him: when he spoke as a man, he talked like a man who had been fairly well educated, or sometimes, I fancied, like a young fellow who was studying to be a schoolteacher. His speech was deliberate and his grammar painfully correct, far more so than I have made it. But when he spoke as an old bushman, he dropped his G's and often turned his grammar back to front. But that reminds me that I have met English college men who did the same thing after being a few years in the bush. Either they dropped their particular way of speaking because it was mimicked, because they were laughed and chaffed out of it, or they fell gradually into the habit of talking as rough bushmen do. They learnt Australian, as clean-mouthed men fall, in spite of themselves, into the habit of swearing in the heat and hurry and rough life of a shearing shed. And coming back into civilized life, these men, who had been well brought up, drop into their old manner and style of speaking as readily as the foulest-mouthed man in a shed or camp, who, amongst his fellows, cannot say 3 words without an oath, can, when he finds himself in a decent home in the woman and girl world, yarn by the hour without letting slip a solitary little damn. The Hatter warmed up the tea billy again, got out some currant buns, which he had baked himself in the camp oven, and we were yarning comfortably like 2 old bushmen, and I had almost forgotten that he was ratty when we heard the coach coming. I jumped up to hurry down to the road. This seemed to shake him up. He gripped my hand hard and glanced round in his frightened, haunted way. I never saw the eyes of a man look so hopeless and helpless as his did just then. "I'm sorry you're going," he said in a hurried way. "I'm sorry you're going. But they all go. Come again, we'll all be glad to see you." I had to hurry off and leave him. We all, I suppose, meant himself and his ghosts. I ran down between the 2 rows of pines and reached the road just as the coach came up. I found the publican from Ilford aboard. He was taking a trip to Sydney. As the coach went on, I looked up the clearing and saw the Hatter standing straight behind the fire, with his arms folded and his face turned in our direction. He looked ghastly in the firelight, and at that distance his face seemed to have an expression of listening blindness. I looked round on the dark bush, with, away to the left, the last glow of sunset fading from the bed of it, like a bed of reddening coals, and I looked up at the black loom of Aaron's Pass, and thought that never a man, sane or mad, was left in such a depth of gloomy loneliness. "I see you've been yarning with him yonder," said the publican, who seemed to have relaxed wonderfully. "Yes." "You know these parts, don't you?" "Yes. I was about here as a boy." He asked me what my name might be. I told him it was Smith. He blinked a while. "I never heard of anyone by the name of Smith in the district," he said. Neither had I. I told him that we lived at Salong, and didn't stay long. It saved time. "Ever heard of the big Brassingtons?" "Yes." "Ever heard the yarn of the house that wasn't built?" I told him how much I had heard of it. "And that's about all any on 'em knows. Have you any idea who that man back yonder is?" "Yes, I have." "Well, who do you think it is?" "He is, or rather he was, young Brassington." "You've hit it," said the publican. "I know, and a few others." "And do you know what became of his wife?" I asked. "I do," said the shanty-keeper, who had a generous supply of whiskey with him, and seemed to have begun to fill himself up for the trip. He said no more for a while, and when I had remained silent long enough, he went on, very deliberately and impressively. "One yarn is that the girl wasn't any good, that when she was married to Brassington, and as soon as they got to Sydney, She met a chap she'd been carrying on with before she married Brassington, or that she'd been married to in secret, and she cleared off with him, leaving her fortnight-old husband. That was one yarn. Was it? I said. Yes, said the publican. That yarn was a lie. He opened a flask of whiskey and passed it round. There was madness in the family, he said after a nip. Whose? I asked. Brassington's? No, said the publican, in a tone that implied contempt at my ignorance, in spite of its innocence. The girl's. Her mother had been in asylum, and so had her grandmother. It was heredited. Some madnesses is heredited, and some comes through worry and hard graft, that's mine, and some comes through drink, and some through worse, but as far as I've heard, all madnesses is pretty much the same. My old man was a warder in asylum. They have their madnesses a bit different, the same as boozers has their DTs different, but talking it by the lump, it's pretty much all the same. The difference is according to their natures when they're sane. All men are. But about young Mrs. Brassington, I interrupted. Young Mrs. Brassington? Rosie Webb she was, daughter of Webb the squatter. Rosie was the brightest, best, good-heartedest, and most ladylike little girl in the district, and the hereditary business come on her in Sydney, about a week after she was married to young Brassington. She was only 20. Here. He passed the flask round. And what happened? I asked. What happened? He repeated. Then he pulled himself together, as if conscious that he had shown signs of whiskey. Everything was done, but it was no use. She died in a year in asylum. How do you know that? How do I know that? He repeated in a tone of contempt. How do I know that? Well, I'll tell you how. My old wife was in service at Brassington Station at the time, the oldest servant, and young Brassington wired to her from Sydney to come and help him in his trouble. Old Mrs. Brassington was bedridden, and they kept it from her. And about young Brassington? About young Brassington? He took a swag and wandered through the bush. We've had him at our place several times all these years, but he always wandered off again. My old woman tried everything with him, but it was all no use. Years ago she used to get him to talk of things as they was, in hopes of bringing his mind back, but he was always worse after. She does all she can for him even now, but he's mighty independent. The last 5 or 6 years he's been taken with the idea of buildin' that cursed house. He'll stay there till he gets short of money, and then he'll go out back, shearin', stock ridin', drovin', cookin', fencin', anything till he gets a few pounds. Then he'll settle down and build away at that bloody house. He's knocked about so much that he's a regular old bushman. While he's an old bushman he's all right and amusin' in good company, but when he's Brassington he's mad. Don't you ever let on to my old woman that I told you. I allers let my tongue run a bit when I get out of that hole we're living in. We've kept the secret all these years, but what does it matter now, I ask you? It doesn't matter much, I said. Nothing matters much, it seems to me, nothing matters a damn. The big Brassingtons come down years ago, the old people's gone, and the young scattered God knows where or how. The Webbs, the girls' people, are away up in new country, and the girls, they was mostly all girls, are married and settled down by this time. We kept the secret, and the Webbs kept the secret, even when the dirty yarns was going round, so's not to spoil the chances of the other girls. What about the chances of their husbands? Some on 'em might be in the same hell as Brassington for all I know. The Brassingtons kept the secret because I suppose they reckoned it didn't matter much. Nothing matters much in this world. But I was thinking of another young couple who had married long ago, whose married life was 20 long years of shameful quarrels, of useless brutal recrimination, not because either was bad, but because their natures were too much alike, of the house that was built, of the family that was reared, of the sons and daughters who went wrong, of the father and mother separated after 20 years, of the mother dead of a broken heart, of the father, in a lunatic asylum, whose mania was not to build houses, but to obtain and secrete matches for the purpose of burning houses down. Barney, take me home again! This is a sketch of one of the many ways in which a young married woman, who is naturally thick-skinned and selfish, as most women are, and who thinks she loves her husband, can spoil his life because he happens to be good-natured, generous, sensitive, weak or soft, whichever you like to call it. Johnson went out to Australia a good many years ago with his young wife and 2 children, as assisted emigrants. He should have left his wife and children with her mother, in a street off City Road, and gone out by himself and got settled down comfortably and strengthened in the glorious climate and democratic atmosphere of Australia, and in the knowledge that he could worry along a while without his wife, before sending for her. That bit of knowledge would have done her good also, and it would have been better for both of them. But no man knows the future, and few can prescribe for their own wives. If we saw our married lives as others see them, half of us would get divorced. But Johnson was sentimental. He could not bear to part from his wife for a little while. Moreover, man is instinctively against leaving his wife behind. It may be either a natural or a cowardly instinct, but we won't argue that. I don't believe that Johnson was a coward in that direction. I believe that he trusted his wife implicitly, or rather that he never dreamed of such a thing, as is the way with most married men. Sentiment is selfishness, perhaps, but we won't argue that. Such arguments come to nothing. I heard from a fellow passenger of Johnson's that he had a hell of a voyage. Because of his young wife's ignorant selfishness and his own sensitiveness, he bribed stewards for better food and accommodation for his wife and children, paid the stewardess to help with the children, got neither rest, nor peace, nor thanks for himself, and landed in Sydney a nervous wreck, with £5 out of the 10 he started with. Johnson was a carpenter. He got work from a firm of contractors in Sydney, who, after giving him a fortnight's trial, sent him up country to work on the railway station buildings, at the little pastoral mining and farming town of Salong. The railway having come to Salong, things were busy in the building line, and Johnson settled there. Johnson was thin when he came to Salong. He had landed a living skeleton, he said, but he filled out later on. The democratic atmosphere soothed his mind, and he soon loved the place for its unconventional hospitality. He worked hard and seemed to have plenty of energy. He said he got it in Australia. He said that another year of the struggle in London would have driven him mad. He fished in the river on Saturday afternoons and Sundays, and perhaps for the first month or so he thought that he had found peace. Johnson's wife was a rather stout, unsympathetic-looking young woman, with the knit of obstinacy in her forehead. She had that stamp of hardness on her face which is the rule amongst English and the exception amongst Australian women. We of Salong thought her hard, selfish and narrow-minded, and paltry. Later on we thought she was a bit touched. But local people often think that of strangers. By her voice and her habit of whining she should have been a thin, sharp-faced, untidy, draggle-tailed woman in a back street in London, or a worn-out selector's wife in the bush. She whined about the climate. "It will kill the children! It will kill the children! We'll never rear them here!" She whined about the wretched hole in the bush that her husband had brought her to, and to the women whom she condescended to visit. Because a woman must have a woman to talk to, she exaggerated the miseries of the voyage until the thing became a sing-song from repetition. Later on she settled down to endless accounts of her home in London, of her mother and sisters, of the way they lived. "And I'll never see it any more. I'll never see them any more." The Salong climate was reckoned the best in Australia. The wretched hole was a pretty little town on the banks of a clear, willow-bordered river, with vineyards on the slopes, and surrounded by a circle of blue hills and peaks. We knew nothing of London, so she had her own way there. "She'll feel a bit lonely at first, but she'll soon get used to Australia," said Johnson. He seemed to me to go out of his way to excuse his wife. Johnson had had a few contracts in England at one time. They had been in better circumstances. That was the time she looked back to in England. The last 2 years of bitter black struggle at home seemed a blank in her mind, but that's how women jump over facts when they have a selfish fad. Johnson rented a cottage and garden on the bank of the sunny river. He said he took the place because there was ivy growing on the cottage, and it might cheer his wife, but he had lost sight of the fact that, while he had been born in an English village, his wife had been born and bred in London, and had probably never noticed ivy. She said it was worse than living in a slum. Johnson was clever at his trade, and at many other things, but his wife didn't seem aware of it. He was well liked, he grew to be popular, but she didn't seem proud of the fact. She never seemed interested in him, or his prospects. She only wanted him to take her home again. We mustn't forget that while he had a rush of work to occupy his mind, she had not. But Johnson grew stouter and prospered in spite of his wife, for a year or so. New schools were being built in the district, and the town was practically rebuilt. Johnson took contracts for brickwork, plumbing and house painting, as well as carpentering, and had at one time as many as 10 men in his employ. He was making money. I was working at my trade then, house painting, and worked for Johnson. I lodged at his cottage for a while, but soon got tired of hearing about London, and Mrs. Johnson's mother and sisters, and the house they lived in, and the street it was in, and the parks where they used to take their babies, and the shopping on Saturday afternoon. That woman was terrible. She was at Johnson all the time about taking her home. "We'll surely be able to go home this year, Will. You promised to take me home by the end of the year. Mother says in her last letter that Jack says there's more building going on about London than ever. You'll do just as well in London as you'll do here. What chance have the children got in a hole like this?" And the rest of it, every night. When he took a new contract, it would be, "What did you want to take that new contract for, Will, when we're going home? You know you promised me you wouldn't take any more contracts." First he tried to cheer her, then he'd argue. But she'd only sit with the knit in her forehead deep, looking as obstinate as a mule. Then she'd sit down to a little harmonium he'd bought her and play and sing, "Barney, take me home again," and "The Old Folks at Home," and "Swanee River," till I felt like hanging myself, and I wasn't in exile. Sometimes Johnson would flare up and there'd be a row and he'd go to the pub. Gentle persuasion, argument, or swearing, it was all the same with her. Bosses and men were different towards each other in Salong to what they are in London. Besides, when I wasn't Johnson's subcontractor, I was his foreman, so we often had a few drinks together, and one night over a beer, and after a breeze at home, I think he said to me, "I can't make it out, Harry. There was nothing but struggle and worry and misery for us in England, and London was smothering me. My chest was bad and the wife was always in ill health. But I suppose I'll have to take her home in the end, or else she'll go melancholy mad." And he drew a breath that was more like a gasp than a sigh. "Why not send her home for a trip, or a year or so, boss?" I asked. "As likely as not she'll be just as eager to get back, and that will be the end of it." "I couldn't do that, Harry," said Johnson. "I couldn't stay here and work alone. It would be like beginning life again. I've started twice and couldn't start the third time. You'll understand when you're married, Harry." Well, in the end, she wore Johnson out, or wore into him rather. He drank more, and once or twice I saw him drinking alone. Sometimes he'd round on us, at work for nothing at all, and at other times he'd take no interest in the jobs, he'd let the work go on anyhow. Some thought that Johnson was getting too big for his boots, that's how men are misjudged. He grew moody and melancholy and thin again. Johnson was homesick himself. No doubt it was the misery of his domestic life in Australia that made him so. Towards the end of the third or fourth year, Johnson threw up a couple of contracts he had on hand, sacrificed a piece of land which he had bought and on which he had built a cottage in the short time he had been in Salong, and one lovely day in June, when the skies were their fairest, the hills their bluest, the river its widest and clearest, and the grass was waving waist-high after rain, one blue and green and golden day the Johnsons left Salong, with the trunks they had brought out with them, for Sydney, en route for smoky London. Mrs. Johnson was a woman transformed. She was happy and looked it. The last few weeks she had seemed in every way the opposite of the woman we had known, cheerful, kind to neighbors in sickness and trouble, even generous. She made many small presents in the way of mantelshelf ornaments, pictures, and house linen. But then it was Johnson who had to pay for that in the end. He looked worn and worried at the railway station, more like himself as he was when he first came to Salong, and as the train moved off I thought he looked, well, frightened. That must have been nearly 20 years ago. London last winter. It was one of those days when London's lurid sun shows up for a little, while like a smoky danger signal. The snow had melted from the housetops, and the streets were as London streets are after the first fall of snow of the season. But I could stand the flat no longer. I had to go out and walk. I was sunsick. I was heartsick for the sun, for the sunny south, for grassy plains, blue mountains, sweeps of mountain bush and sunny ocean beaches. I walked hard. I walked till I was mud-splashed to the shoulders. I walked through the squalid, maddening sameness of miles of dingy, grimy-walled blocks and rows of four-storied houses till I felt smothered, jailed, hopelessly. "Best get home and in, and draw the blinds on it," I said, "or my brain will turn." I was about to ask a policeman where I was when I saw, by the name on a corner of the buildings, that I was in City Road, North. All the willow-fringed rivers and the sunny hills of Salong flashed before me at the sight of the name of that street. I had not been able to recall the name of the street off City Road in which the Johnsons lived, though I had heard it often enough in the old days from the tongue of Mrs. Johnson. I felt it would be a relief to see anyone who had been in Australia. "Now," I thought, "if I walk along City Road and see the name of that street, I'll remember it." And I did. It was a blind street, like the long, narrow yard of a jail, walled by dark houses, all alike. The next door but one to that at which I knocked to inquire was where the Johnsons lived. They lived in a four-storied house, or rather a narrow section of a four-story terrace. I found later on that they paid the landlord, or nearly paid him, by letting lodgings. They lived in one room with the use of the parlor, and the kitchen when the lodgers weren't using them, and the son shared a room with a lodger. The back windows looked out on the dead wall of a poorhouse of some kind, the front on rows of similar windows opposite, rows of the same sort of windows that run for miles and miles in London. In one a man sat smoking in his shirt sleeves, from another a slavey leaned out watching a four-wheeler that had stopped next door, in a third a woman sat sewing, and in a fourth a woman was ironing, with a glimpse of a bedstead behind her. And all outside was gloom and soot and slush. I would never have recognized the Johnsons. I have visited them several times since, and their faces are familiar to me now, but I don't know whether any traces of the old likenesses worked up in my memory. I found Johnson an old man, old and gray before his time. He had a grisly stubble round his chin and cheeks towards the end of the week, because he could only afford a shave on Saturday afternoon. He was working at some branch of his trade. In the shop, I understood, but he said he felt the work come heavier on him every winter. "I've felt very poorly this last winter or two," he said. "Very poorly indeed." He was very sad and gentle. Mrs. Johnson was old and thin-looking, but seemed cheerful and energetic. Some chest trouble kept her within doors most of the winter. "I don't mind so long as I can manage," she said, "but Johnson gets so depressed." They seemed very kind towards each other. They spoke little of Australia, and then only as an incident in their lives which was not of any importance, had long been past and done with. It was all, "before we went to Australia," or, "after we came back from Australia," with Mrs. Johnson. The son, whom I remembered as a bright, robust little fellow, was now a tall, white-faced, clean-shaven young man, a clerk on 30 shillings a week. He wore, on Saturday afternoons and Sundays, a tall hat and a frock coat and overcoat made cheaply in the latest fashion, so he couldn't afford to help the old folk much. "David is very extravagant," said the old man, gently. "He won't wear anything when once the gloss is off it. But," with a sad smile, "I get the left-off overcoats." He took me across to see his daughter. She had married a tradesman, and they were having a hard struggle in 3 rooms in a workman's dwelling. She was 25, thin, yellow, and looking 10 years older. There were other children who had died. "I think we might have done better for the children in Australia," said the old man to me, sadly, when we got outside. "But we did our best." We went into a hotel and had a drink. Johnson had treated last time, 20 years before. We call treating, shouting, in Australia. Presently Johnson let fall a word or two of Australian slang, and brightened up wonderfully. We got back out into Australia at once and stayed there an hour or so. Being an old man, Johnson's memory for the long ago was better than mine, and I picked up links, and in return, I told him what Solon was like now, and how some men he knew, who were going up, had gone down, and others, who were going to the dogs in his time, had gone up, and we philosophized. About one he'd say, "Ah, well! Who'd have thought it? I never thought that boy would come to any good." About another, "Ah, well! And he might have been an independent man." How familiar that expression sounded! I think it is used more often in Australia than in any other country. He might have been an independent man. When I left Johnson, I felt less lonely in London, and rather humbled in spirit. He seemed so resigned. I had never seen such gentle sadness in a man's eyes, nor heard it in a man's voice. I could get back to Australia somehow and start life again, but Johnson's day had been dead for many years. "Besides, assisted emigration's done away with now," he said, with his sad smile. I saw the Johnsons again later on. "Things have been going very sadly with us, very sadly indeed," said the old man, when we'd settled down. He had broken down at the beginning of the winter. He had dragged himself out of bed and to work and back again until he could do so no longer. He had been laid up most of the winter. Mrs. Johnson had not been outside the door for months. "It comes very hard on us," she said. "And I'm so poorly, and David out of work, too. I wouldn't mind if I could get about. But," she went on in her energetic manner, "we've had the house full all the winter. We've had very good luck with the lodgers, all respectable people, and one of them answers the door, and that keeps me away from the draught, so it might be worse, mightn't it? But Johnson doesn't seem to mend at all, and he gets so terribly depressed. But the warm weather coming on, etc. They and the Lord only knew how they managed to live, for they are honest people and the lodgers scarcely pay the rent of the house. There was only David between them and the poorhouse, as far as I could see. Johnson came out with me a piece, and we had a drink or two together. His was gin hot. He talked a good deal about Australia, but sadly and regretfully on this occasion. "We could have done well in Australia," he said. "Very well indeed. I might have been independent and the children well started in life. But we did things for the best. Mrs. Johnson didn't like Australia, you know. It was a pity we didn't stay there, a great pity. We would have done far better than in England. I'd go out again now if I had the money, but I'm getting too old." "Would Mrs. Johnson go out?" I asked. "Oh, yes. But I'm afraid she wouldn't stand the voyage. Things have been very sad with us ever since we came back to England, very sad indeed." And after a while he suddenly caught his breath. "It takes me that way sometimes," he said. "I catch my breath just as if I was going to lose it." A droving yarn. Andy McCulloch had heard that old Bill Barker, the well-known overland drover, had died over on the Westralian side, and Dave Reagan told a yarn about Bill. "Bill Barker," said Dave, talking round his pipe stem, "was the quintessence of a drover." "The water, Dave?" came the voice of Jim Bentley, in startled tones, from the gloom on the far end of the veranda. "The quintessence," said Dave, taking his pipe out of his mouth. "You shut up, Jim. As I said, Bill Barker was the quintessence of a drover. He'd been at the game ever since he was a nipper. He run away from home when he was 14 and went up into Queensland. He's been all over Queensland and New South Wales and most of South Australia, and a good deal of the Western, too, over the great stock routes from one end to the other, Lord knows how many times. No man could keep up with him riding out, and no one could bring a mob of cattle or a flock of sheep through like him. He knew every trick of the game. If there was grass to be had, Bill'd get it, no matter whose run it was on. One of his games in a dry season was to let his mob get boxed with the station stock on a run where there was grass, and before Bill's men and the station hands could cut him out, the traveling stock would have a good bellyful to carry them on the track. Billy was the daddy of the drovers. Some said that he could ride in his sleep, and that he had one old horse that could jog along in his sleep too, and that, traveling out from home to take charge of a mob of bullocks or a flock of sheep, Bill and his horse would often wake up at daylight and blink round to see where they were and how far they'd got. Then Bill would make a fire and boil his quart pot, and roast a bit of mutton, while his horse had a mouthful of grass and a spell. You remember Bill, Andy? Big dark man, and a joker of the loud sort. Never slept with a blanket over him, always folded under him on the sand or grass. Seldom wore a coat on the route, though he always carried one with him, in case he came across a bush ball or a funeral. Moleskins, flannel waistcoat, cabbage tree hat, and elastic-side boots. When it was roasting hot on the plains and the men swore at the heat, Jim would yell, "Call this hot? Why, you blanks, I'm freezin'! Where's me overcoat?" When it was raining and hailing and freezing on Bell's Line in the Blue Mountains in winter, and someone shivered and asked, "Is it cold enough for you now, Bill?" "Cold," Bill would bellow, "I'm sweatin'." I remember it well. I was little more than a youngster then. Bill Barker came past our place with about 1,000 fat sheep for the Homebush sale yards at Sydney, and he gave me a job to help him down with them on Bell's Line over the mountains, and mighty proud I was to go with him, I can tell you. One night we camped on the Cudgegong River. The country was dry and pretty close cropped, and we'd been sweating the paddocks all along there for our horses. You see, where there weren't slip rails handy, we just take the tomahawk and nick the top of a straight-grained fence post, just above the mortise, knock out the wood there, lift the top rail out and down, and jump the horses in over the lower one. It was all 2-rail fences around there with sheep wires under the lower rail. And about daylight we'd have the horses out, lift back the rail, and fit in the chalk that we knocked out. Simple as striking matches, wasn't it? Well, the horses were getting a good bellyful in the police horse paddock at night, and Bill took the first watch with the sheep. It was very cold and frosty on the flat, and he thought the sheep might make back for the ridges. It's always warmer up in the ridges in winter out of the frost. Bill roused me out about midnight. "There's the sheep," he says, pointing to a white blur. "They've settled down. I think they'll be quiet till daylight. Don't go round them. There's no occasion to go near 'em. You can stop by the fire and keep an eye on 'em." The night seemed very long. I watched and smoked and toasted my shins, and warmed the billy now and then, and thought up pretty much the same sort of old things that fellers on night watch think over all over the world. Bill lay on his blanket, with his back to the fire and his arm under his head, freezing on one side and roasting on the other. He never moved. I itched once or twice to turn him over and bake the front of him. I reckon he was about done behind. At last daylight showed. I took the billy and started down to the river to get some water to make coffee. But halfway down, near the sheep camp, I stopped and stared. I was never so surprised in my life. The white blur of sheep had developed into a couple of acres of long dead silver grass. I woke Bill, and he swore as I never heard a man swear before, nor since. He swore at the sheep, and the grass, and at me. But it would have wasted time, and besides I was too sleepy and tired to fight. But we found those sheep scattered over a scrubby ridge about 7 miles back, so they must have slipped away back of the grass and started early in Bill's watch, and Bill must have watched that blessed grass for the first half of the night, and then set me to watch it. He couldn't get away from that. I wondered what the chaps would say if it got round that Bill Barker, the boss overland drover, had lost 1,000 sheep in clear country with fences all round, and I suppose he thought that way too, for he kept me with him right down to Homebush, and when he paid me off he threw in an extra quid, and he said, "Now listen here, Dave. If I ever hear a word from anyone about watching that gory grass, I'll find you, Dave, and murder you, if you're in wide Australia. I'll screw your neck, so look out. But he's dead now, so it doesn't matter." There was silence for some time after Dave had finished. The chaps made no comment on the yarn, either one way or the other, but sat smoking thoughtfully, and in a vague atmosphere as of sadness, as if they'd just heard of their mother's death and had not been listening to an allegedly humorous yarn. Then the voice of old Peter, the station hand, was heard to growl from the darkness at the end of the hut, where he sat on a 3-bushel bag on the ground with his back to the slabs. "What's old Peter growlin' about?" someone asked. "He wants to know where Dave got that word," someone else replied. "What word?" "Quintessence." There was a chuckle. "He got it out back, Peter," said Mitchell, the shearer. "He got it from a new chum." "How much did you give for it, Dave?" growled Peter. 5 shillings, Peter, said Dave, round his pipe stem. And stick of tobacco thrown in. Peter seemed satisfied, for he was heard no more that evening. Getting back on Dave Reagan. A rather fishy yarn from the bush. As told by James Nowlat, bullock driver. You might work this yarn up. I've often thought of doing it myself, but I ain't got the words. I knowed a lot of funny and rum yarns about the bush, and I often wished I had the gift o' writin'. I could tell a lot better yarns than the rot they put in books sometimes, but I never had no education. But you might be able to work this yarn up, as you call it. There used to be a teamster's camp 6 or 7 miles out of Mudgee, at a place called Old Pipe Clay, in the days before the railroad went round to Dubbo, and most of us bullickies used to camp there for the night. There was always good water in the crick, and sometimes we'd turn the bullocks up in the ridge, and gullies behind for grass, and camp there for a few days, and do our washin' and mendin', and make new yokes perhaps, and tinker up the wagons. There was a woman livin' on a farm there named Mrs. Hardwick, and she was a Hardwick. Her husband, Jimmy Hardwick, was throwed from his horse agents to stump one day when he was sober, and he was killed, and she was a widder. She had a tidy bit o' land, and a nice bit of a orchard and vineyard, and some cattle, and they say she had a tidy bit o' money in the bank. She had the worst tongue in the district, no one's character was safe with her, but she wasn't old, and she wasn't bad lookin', only hard, so there was some fellers hangin' round arter her. And Dave Reagan's horse was hangin' up outside her place as often as anybody else's. Dave was a native and a bushy, and drove her in a digger, and he was a bit soft in them days, he got hard enough arterwards. Mrs. Hardwick hated bullock drivers, she had a awful down on bullockies, I dunno why. We never interfered with her fowls, and as for swearin', why, she could swear herself. Jimmy Hardwick was a bullock driver when she married him, and praps that helped to account for it. She wouldn't let us boil our billies at her kitchen fire, same as any other bushwoman, and if one of our bullocks put his nose under her fence for a mouthful of grass, she'd set her dogs onto him. And one of her dogs got something what disagreed with him one day, and she accused us of layin' poison baits. And arter that, she pounded some of our bullocks that got into her lucerne paddock one night when we was on the spree in Mudgee, and put heavy damages on 'em. She'd left the slip rails down on purpose, I believe. She talked of puttin' the police onter us, just as if we was a sly grog shop. If she'd kept a sly grog shop she'd have had a different opinion about bullock drivers, and all the bullock drivers hated her because she hated bullockies. Well, one wet season 6 of us chaps was camped there for a fortnight, because the roads was too boggy to travel, and one night they got up a darnce at Peter Anderson's shanty across the ridges, and a lot of gals and fellers turned up from all round about in spite of the pourin' rain. Someone had kidded Dave Reagan that Mother Hardwick was comin', and he turned up, of course, in spite of a ragin' toothache he had. He was always ridin' the high horse over us bullockies. It was a very cold night, enough to cut the face and hands off yer, so we had a roarin' fire in the big barkin' slab kitchen where the darncin' was. It was one of them big, old-fashioned, clay-lined fireplaces that goes right across the end of the room, with a 25-foot slab and tin chimbley outside. Dave Reagan was pretty wild about being had, and we copped all the gals for darncin'. He couldn't get one that night, and when he wasn't proddin' out his tooth with a red-hot wire someone was chaffin' him about Mrs. Hardwick. So at last he got disgusted and left. But before he went he got a wet 3-bushel flour bag and climbed up very quietly onto the roof by the battens and log weights and riders, and laid the wet bag very carefully across the top of the chimbley flue. And we was a mortal hour tryin' to find out what was the matter with that infernal chimbley, and tackin' bits o' tin and baggin' across the top of the fireplace under the mantelshelf to try and stop it from smokin', and all the while the gals sat there with the water runnin' out of their eyes. We took the green back log out and fetched in a dry one, but that chimbley smoked worse than ever, and we had to put the fire out altogether, and the gals sat there shiverin' till the rain held up a bit and the sky cleared, and then someone goes out and looks up and sings out, "Why, there's somethin' across the top of the blazin' chimbley!" And someone else climbs up and fetches down the bag. But the darnce was spoilt, and the gals was so disgusted that they went off with their fellers while the weather held up. They reckoned some of us boolickies did it for a lark. And arter that Dave'd come ridin' past and sing out to know if we knew of a good cure for a smokin' chimbly, and them sorter things. But he always got away before we could pull him off of his horse. 3 of us chased him on horseback one day, but we didn't catch him. So we made up our minds to get back on Dave some way or other, and it come about this way. About 6 months arter the smoked out darnce, 4 or 5 of us same fellers was campin' on Pite Clay Agin, and it was a dry season. It was drier and hotter than it was cold and wet the larst time. Dave was still hangin' round Mrs. Hardwick's and doin' odd jobs for her. Well, one very hot day we seen Dave ridin' past into Mudgee, and we knowed he'd have a spree in town that night, and call at Mrs. Hardwick's for sympathy comin' out next day, and arter he'd been gone an hour or 2, Tom Tarrant comes drivin' past on his mail coach, and drops some letters and papers and a bag o' groceries at our camp. Tom was a hard case. I remember once I was drivin' along a lonely bit o' track, and it was a grand mornin', and I felt great, and I got singin' and practicin' a recitation that I allers meant to give at a bush darnce some night. I never sung or spouted poetry unless I was sure I was miles away from anyone, and I got worked up, and was wavin' me arms about and throwin' it off of me chest, when Tom's coach comes up behind, round a bend in the road, and took me by surprise. And Tom looked at me very hard and he says, "What are you shoutin' and swearin' and darncin' and goin' on at the bullocks like that for, Jimmy? They seem to be workin' all right." It took me back, I can tell yer. The coach was full of grinnin' passengers, and the worst of it was that I didn't know how long Tom had been drivin' slow behind me and talkin' me out of wind in. There's nothin' upsets a cove as can't sing so much as to be caught singin' or spoutin' poetry when he thinks he's privet. And another time I remember Tom's coach broke down on the track, and he had to ride inter town with the mails on horseback, and he left a couple of greenhides for Skinner the tanner at Mudgee, for me to take on in the wagon, and a bag of potatoes for Murphy the storekeeper at Home Rule, and a note that said, "Render unto Murphy the things which is Murphy's, and unto Skinner them things which is Skin's." Tom was a hard case. Well, this day, when Tom handed down the tucker and letters, he got down to stretch his legs and give the horses a breathe. The coach was full of passengers, and I noticed they all looked extra glum and sulky, but I reckon it was the heat and dust. Tom looked extra solemn, too, and no one was talkin'. Then I suddenly began to notice something in the atmosphere, as if there was a dead beast not far away, and my mates started sniffin' too. And that reminds me, it's funny why some people allers sniff hard instead of keepin' their noses shut when there's a stink. The more it stinks, the more they sniff. Tom spit in the dust and thought a while. Then he took a parcel out of the boot and put it on the corner post of the fence. "There," he said. "There's some fresh fish that come up from Sydney by train in Cobb and Co's coach larst night. They're meant for White the publican at Goolgong, but they won't keep this weather till I get out there. Pity to waste them. You chaps might as well have a feed of 'em. I'll tell White they went bad and I had to throw them out," says Tom. Then he got onto the coach agin and drove off in a cloud of dust. We undone the brown paper, and the fish was in a small deal box, with a lid fastened by a catch. We nicked back the catch and the lid flew open, and then we knowed where the smell comed from all right. There wasn't any doubt about that. We didn't have to put our noses in the box to see if the fish was bad. They was packed in salt, but that made no difference. You know how a smell will start sudden in the bush on a hot, still day, and then seem to take a spell, and then get to work agin stronger than ever. You might be clost alongside of a horse that has been dead a fortnight and smell nothin' particular till you start to walk away, and the further you go the worse it stinks. It seems to smell most round in a circle of 100 yards or so. But these fish smelt from the center right out. Tom Tarrant told us arterwards that them fish started to smell as soon as he left Mudgee. At first they reckoned it was a dead horse by the road, but arter a while the passengers commenced squintin' at each other suspicious like, and the conversation petered out, and Tom thought he felt all their eyes on his back, and it was very uncomfortable, and he sat tight and tried to make out where the smell come from, and it got worse every 100 yards, like as if the track was lined with dead horses, and every one dead longer than the last, till it was like drivin' a funeral. And Tom never thought of the fish till he got down to stretch his legs and fetched his nose on a level with the boot. Well, we shut down the lid of that box quick and took it and throwed it in the bushes a good way away from the camp. But next mornin', while we was havin' breakfast, Billy Grimshaw got an idea, and arter breakfast he wetted a canvas bag he had and lit up his pipe, and went and got that there box o' fish, and put it in the wet bag, and wrapped it tight round it and tied it up tight with string. Billy had a nipper of a nephew with him, about 14, named Tommy, and he was a sharp kid if ever there was one. So Billy says, "Look here, Tommy, you take this fish up to Mrs. Hardwick's and tell her that Dave Reagan sent 'em with his compliments, and he hopes she'll enjoy 'em. Tell her that Dave fetched 'em from Mudgee, but he's gone back to look for a pound note that he dropped out of a hole in his pocket somewheres along the road, and he asked you to take the fish up." So Tommy takes the fish and goes up to the house with him. When he come back he says that Mrs. Hardwick smiled like a parson and give him a shillin', and he didn't wait. We watched the house, and about half an hour arterwards we seen her run out of the kitchen with the open box in her hand, and run a good way away from the house and throw the fish inter the bushes, and then go back quick, holdin' her nose. And just then, as luck would have it, we seen Dave Reagan ridin' up from the creek towards the house. He got down and went into the kitchen, and then come backin' out agin in a hurry with her in front of him. We could hear her voice from where we was, but we couldn't hear what she said. But we could see her arms wavin' as if she was drivin' fowls, and Dave backed all the way to his horse and gets on and comes ridin' away quick, she screamin' arter him all the time. When he got down opposite the camp we sung out to know what was the matter. "What have you been doin' to Mrs. Hardwick, Dave?" we says. "We heerd her goin' for your proper jest now." "Damned if I know," says Dave. "I ain't done nothin' to her that I knows of. She's called me everything she can lay her tongue to, and she's ravin' about my stinkin' fish, or somethin'. I can't make it out at all. I believe she's gone ratty. But you must have been doin' somethin' to the woman," we says, "or else she wouldn't have gone on at you like that." But Dave swore he hadn't, and we talked it over for a while and couldn't make head nor tail of it, and we come to the conclusion that it was only a touch o' the sun. "Never mind, Dave," we says. "Go up agin in a day or two, when she's cooled down, and find out what the matter is. Or write to her. It might only have been someone makin' mischief. That's what it is." But Dave only sat and rubbed his head, and presently he started home to wherever he was hangin' out. He wanted a quiet week to think. "Her chimbley might have been smokin', Dave," we shouted arter him, but he was too dazed like to catch on. Well, in a month or two we was campin' there agin, and we found she'd fenced in a lane to the crick she had no right to, and we had to take the bullocks a couple o' miles round to grass and water. Well, the first mornin' we seen her down in the corner of her paddock near the camp drivin' some heifers, and Billy Grimshaw went up to the fence and spoke to her. Billy was the only one of us that dared face her, and he was the only one she was ever civil to, praps because Billy had a squint and a wall eye and that put her out of countenance. Billy took off his hat very respectful and sings out, "Mrs. Hardwick." It was Billy's bullock she'd pounded, by the way. "What is it?" she says. "I want to speak to you, Mrs. Hardwick," says Billy. "Well, speak," she says. "I've got no time to waste talkin' to bullock drivers." "Well, the fact is, Mrs. Hardwick," says Billy, "that I want to explain somethin', and apologize for that young scamp of a nephew o' mine, young Tommy. He ain't here or I'd make him beg your pardon hisself, or I'd cut him to pieces with the bullock whip. I heard all about Dave Reagan sendin' you that stinkin' fish, and I think it was a damned mean, dirty thing to do, to send stinkin' fish to a woman, and especially to a widderin' and unprotected woman like you, Mrs. Hardwick. I've had mothers and sisters of me own, and I want to tell you that I'm sorry a relation o' mine ever had anythin' to do with it. As soon as I heerd of it I give young Tommy a lamb and he won't forgot in a hurry." "Did Tommy know the fish was bad?" she says. "It doesn't matter a rap," says Billy. "He had no right to go talking messages from nobody to nobody." Mrs. Hardwick thought a while. Then she says, "Praps arter all Dave Reagan didn't know the fish was bad. I've often thought I might have been in too much of a hurry. Things goes bad so quick out here in this weather. And Dave was always very friendly. I can't understand why he'd do a dirty thing on me like that. I never done anything to Dave. Now I forgot to tell you that Billy had a notion that Dave helped drive his bullocks to pound that time, though I didn't believe it. So Billy says, "Don't you believe that for a minute, Mrs. Hardwick. Dave knew what he was a-doin' of all right, and if I catch him I'll give him a beltin' for it if no one else is man enough to stand up for a woman," says Billy. "How do you know Dave knew?" says Mrs. Hardwick. "No," says Billy. "Why, he talked about it all over the district." "What?" she screamed out, and I moved away from that there fence, for she had a stick to drive them heifers with. But Billy stood his ground. "Is that the truth, Billy Grimshaw?" she screams. "Yes," he says. "I'll take me oath on it." He blowed about it all over the district, as if it was very funny, and he says. And Billy stopped. "What did he say?" she shouted. "Well, the fact is," says Billy, "that I hardly like to tell it to a lady. I wouldn't like to tell your Mrs. Hardwick. But you'll have to tell me, Billy Grimshaw," she screams. "I have a right to know. If you don't tell me I'll pull him next week and have it dragged out of you in the witness box," she says. "And I'll have satisfaction out of him in the felon's dock of a court of law," she says. "What did the villain say?" she screams. "Well," says Billy, "if you must have it, and anyway, I'm hanged if I'm going to stand by and see a woman scandalized behind her back. If you must have it, I'll tell yer. Dave said that the fish didn't smell no worse than your place anyway." We got away from there then. She cut up too rough altogether. I can't tell you what she said, I ain't got the words. She went up to the house, and we seen the farm hand harnessing up the horse, and we reckoned she was going to drive into town straight away and take out a summons agent's Dave Reagan. And just then Dave hisself comes riding past, just when he was most wanted, as usual. He always rode fast past Mrs. Hardwick's nowadays, and never stopped there, but Billy shouted after him. "Hello, Dave! I want to speak to yer," shouts Billy. And Dave yanks his horse round. "What is it, Billy?" he says. "Look here, Dave," says Billy. "You had your little joke about the chimbly, and we had our little joke about the fish and Mrs. Hardwick, so now we'll call it quits. A joke's a joke, but it can go too far, and this one's gettin' too red-hot altogether. So we've fixed it up with Mrs. Hardwick." "What fish and what joke?" says Dave, rubbing his head. "And what have you fixed up with Mrs. Hardwick? Whatever are you talking about, Billy?" So Billy told him all about us sendin' the stinkin' fish to Mrs. Hardwick by Tommy, and sayin' Dave sent 'em. Dave rubbing the back of his neck and staring at Billy all the time. "And now," says Billy, "I won't say anything about them bullocks, but I went up and seen Mrs. Hardwick this mornin', and told her the whole truth about them fish, and how you knowed nothin' about it, and I apologized and told her we was very sorry, and she says she was very sorry too on your account, and wanted to see yer. I promised to tell yer as soon as I seen yer. It ought to be fixed up. You ought to go right up to the house and see her now. She's awfully cut up about it." "All right," says Dave, brightening up. "It was a dirty, mean trick anyway to play on a cove, but I'll go up and see her." And he went there and then. And about 15 minutes arterwards he comes boltin' back from the house one way and his horse the other. The horse acted as if it had a big scare, and so did Dave. Billy went and ketched Dave's horse for him, and I got Dave a towel to wipe the dirty dishwater off of his face and out of his hair and collar, and I give him a piece of soap to rub on the places where he'd been scalded. "Why, the woman must be ravin' mad," I says. "Whatever did you say to her this time, Dave? You're allers gettin' inter hot water with her." "I didn't say nothin'," says Dave. "I jest went up Logan-like and says, 'How are yer, Mrs. Hardwick?' and she ups and lets me have a dish of dirty wash-up water, and then on top of that she let fly with a dipper of scaldin' hot, greasy water out of the boiler. She's gone clean ravin' mad, I think." "She's as mad as a hatter, right enough, Dave," says Billy Grimshaw. "Don't you go there no more, Dave, it ain't safe." And we lent Dave a hat and a clean shirt, and he went on into town. "You ought to have humored her," says Billy, as Dave rode away. You ought to have told her to put a wet bag over her chimbley and hang the fish inside to smoke. But Dave was too stunned to catch on. He went on into the town and got on a howlin' spree. And while he was sob-bearing up, the thing began to dawn on him. And the next time he met Billy they had a fight. And Dave got another woman to speak to Mrs. Hardwick, and Mrs. Hardwick catched young Tommy going past her place one day and bailed him up and scared the truth out of him. "Look here," she says to him. "I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about them fish, and if I don't get it out of you I'll wring your young neck for trying to poison me, and save yer from the gal lust," she says to Tommy. So he told her the whole truth, swelp him, and got away, and he respected Mrs. Hardwick arter that. And next time we come past with the teams we seen Dave's horse hengin' up outside Mrs. Hardwick's, and we went some miles further along the road and camped in a new place where we'd be more comfortable. And ever arter that we used to always whip up and drive past her place as if we didn't know her. Shall we gather at the river? I never told you about Peter M. Loughlin. He was a sort of bush missionary up country and out back in Australia, and before he died he was known from Riverina down south in New South Wales to away up through the Never Never country in western Queensland. His past was a mystery, so of course there were all sorts of yarns about him. He was supposed to be a Scotchman from London, and some said that he had got into trouble in his young days and had had to clear out of the old country, or, at least, that he had been a ne'er-do-well and had been sent out to Australia on the remittance system. Some said he'd study for the law, some said he'd study for a doctor, while others believed that he was, or had been, an ordained minister. I remember one man who swore, when he was drinking, that he had known Peter M. Loughlin as a medical student in a big London hospital, and that he had started in practice for himself somewhere near Gray's Inn Road in London. Anyway, as I got to know him he struck me as being a man who had looked into the eyes of so much misery in his life that some of it had got into his own. He was a tall man, straight and well-built, and about 40 or 45, when I first saw him. He had wavy dark hair, and a close, curly beard. I once heard a woman say that he had a beard like you see in some Bible pictures of Christ. Peter M. Loughlin seldom smiled. There was something in his big dark brown eyes that was scarcely misery, nor yet sadness, a sort of haunted sympathy. He must have had money, or else he got remittances from home, for he paid his way and helped many a poor devil. They said that he gave away most of his money. Sometimes he worked for a while himself as bookkeeper at a shearing shed, wool sorter, shearer, even rouseabout. He'd work at anything a bushman could get to do. Then he'd go out back to God-forgotten districts and preach to bushmen in one place, and get a few children together in another, and teach them to read. He could take his drink, and swear a little when he thought it necessary. On one occasion, at a rough shearing shed, he called his beloved brethren damned fools for drinking their checks. Towards the end of his life, if he went into a rough shed or shanty west of the Darling River, and some of them were rough, there would be a rest in the language and drinking, even a fight would be interrupted, and there would be more than one who would lift their hats to Peter M. Loughlin. A bushman very rarely lifts his hat to a man, yet the worst characters of the West have listened bareheaded to Peter when he preached. It was said in our district that Peter only needed to hint to the squatter that he wanted 50 or 100 pounds to help someone or something, and the squatter would give it to him without question or hesitation. He'd nurse sick boundary riders, shearers, and station hands, often sitting in the desolate hut by the bedside of a sick man night after night. And if he had time, he'd look up the local blacks and see how they were getting on. Once, on a far outback sheep station, he sat for 3 nights running, by the bedside of a young Englishman, a B.A. they said he was, who'd been employed as tutor at the homestead and who died a wreck, the result of 5 years of life in London and Paris. The poor fellow was only 30. And the last few hours of his life he talked to Peter in French, nothing but French. Peter understood French and 1 or 2 other languages, besides English and Australian, but whether the young wreck was raving or telling the story of a love, or his life, none of us ever knew, for Peter never spoke of it. But they said that at the funeral Peter's eyes seemed haunted more than usual. There's the yarn about Peter and the dying cattle at Peoria Station one terrible drought, when the surface was as bare as your hand for hundreds of miles, and the heat like the breath of a furnace, and the sheep and cattle were perishing by thousands. Peter M'Loughlin was out on the run helping the station hands to pull out cattle that had got bogged in the muddy waterholes and were too weak to drag themselves out, when, about dusk, a gentlemanly, piano-fingered parson, who had come to the station from the next town, drove out in his buggy to see the men. He spoke to Peter M'Loughlin. "Brother," he said, "do you not think we should offer up a prayer?" "What for?" asked Peter, standing in his shirt sleeves, a rope in his hands and mud from head to foot. "For? Why, for rain, brother," replied the parson, a bit surprised. Peter held up his finger and said, "Listen! Now, with a big mob of traveling stock camped on the plain at night, there is always a lowing, soughing or moaning sound, a sound like that of the sea on the shore at a little distance, and altogether, it might be called the sigh or yawn of a big mob in camp. But the long, low moaning of cattle dying of hunger and thirst on the hot barren plain in a drought is altogether different, and, at night there is something awful about it. You couldn't describe it." This is what Peter M'Loughlin heard. "Do you hear that?" he asked the other preacher. The little parson said he did. Perhaps he only heard the weak lowing of cattle. "Do you think that God will hear us when He does not hear that?" asked Peter. The parson stared at him for a moment, and then got into his buggy and drove away, greatly shocked and deeply offended. But later on, over tea at the homestead, he said that he felt sure that unfortunate man, Peter M'Loughlin, was not in his right mind, that his wandering, irregular life, or the heat, must have affected him. I well remember the day when I first heard Peter M'Loughlin preach. I was about 17 then. We used sometimes to attend service held on Sunday afternoon, about once a month, in a little slab and bark schoolhouse in the scrub off the main road, 3 miles or so from our selection, in a barren hole amongst the western ridges of the Great Dividing Range. School was held in this hut for a few weeks or a few months now and again, when a teacher could be got to stay there and teach, and cook for himself, for £1 a week, more or less contributed by the parents. A parson from the farming town to the east, or the pastoral town over the ridges to the west, used to come in his buggy when it didn't rain and wasn't too hot to hold the service. I remember this Sunday. It was a blazing hot day towards the end of a long and fearful drought which ruined many round there. The parson was expected, and a good few had come to chapel, in spring carts, on horseback, and on foot, farmers and their wives and sons and daughters. The children had been brought here to Sunday school, taught by some of the girls, in the morning. I can see it all now quite plain, the one-roomed hut, for it was no more, with the stunted blue-gray gum, scrub all round. The white, dusty road, so hot that you could cook eggs in the dust. The horses tied up, across the road, in the supposed shade under clumps of scraggy saplings along by the fence of a cattle run. The little crowd outside the hut, selectors in washed and mended tweeds, some with paper collars, some wearing starched and ironed white coats, and in blucher boots, greased or blackened, or the young men wearing Larstons, elastic side boots. The women and girls in prints and cottons, or cheap alpaca, etc., and a bright bit of ribbon here and there amongst the girls. The white heat blazed everywhere, and dazzled, across light-colored surfaces, dead white trees, fence posts, and sand heaps, like an endless swarm of bees passing in the sun's glare. And over above the dry box-scrub-covered ridges, the great granite peak, glaring like a molten mass. The people didn't like to go inside out of the heat and sit down before the minister came. The wretched hut was a rough school, sometimes with a clay fireplace where the teacher cooked, and a corner screened off with sacking where he had his bunk. It was a camp for tramps at other times, or lizards and possums, but today it was a house of God, and as such the people respected it. The town parson didn't turn up. Perhaps he was unwell, or maybe the hot, dusty 10-mile drive was too much for him to face. One of the farmers, who had tried to conduct service on a previous occasion on which the ordained minister had failed us, had broken down in the middle of it, so he was out of the question. We waited for about an hour, and then who should happen to ride along but Peter M'Loughlin, and 1 or 2 of the elder men asked him to hold service. He was on his way to see a sick friend at a sheep station over the ridges, but he said that he could spare an hour or 2. Nearly every man who was sick, either in stomach or pocket, was a friend of Peter M. Lawson. Peter tied up his horse under a bush shed at the back of the hut, and we followed him in. The school had been furnished with a rough deal table and a wooden chair for the teacher, and with a few rickety desks and stools cadged from an old, provisional school in town when the new public school was built, and the desks and stools had been fastened to the floor to strengthen them. They had been made for infant classes, and youth out our way ran to length. But when grown men over 6 feet high squeezed in behind the desks and sat down on the stools, the effect struck me as being ridiculous. In fact, I am afraid that on the first occasion it rather took my attention from the sermon, and I remember being made very uncomfortable by a school chum, Jack Barnes, who took a delight in catching my eye and winking or grinning. He could wink without changing a solemn line in his face and grin without exploding, and I couldn't. The boys usually sat on seats, slabs on blocks of wood, along the wall at the far end of the room, which was comfortable, for they had a rest for their backs. 1 or 2 of the boys were nearing 6 feet high, so they could almost rest their chins on their knees as they Saturday, but I squatted with some of my tribe on a stool along the wall by the teacher's table, and so could see most of the congregation. Above us bare tie beams and the round sapling rafters, with the bark still on, and the inner sides of the sheets of stringy bark that formed the roof. The slabs had been lined with sacking at one time, but most of it had fallen or dry rotted away. There were wide cracks between the slabs, and we could see the white glare of sunlight outside, with a strip of dark shade, like a deep trench in the white ground, by the back wall. Someone had brought a canvas water bag and hung it to the beam on the other side of the minister's table, with a pint pot over the tap, and the drip from the bag made the whole place seem cooler. I studied Peter M. Lawson first. He was dressed in washed and mended tweed vest and trousers, and had on a long, light-colored coat of a material which we called Chinese silk. He wore a soft, cotton shirt with collar attached, and blucher boots. He gave out a hymn in his quiet, natural way, said a prayer, gave out another hymn, read a chapter from the Bible, and then gave out another hymn. They liked to sing, out in those places. The Southwicks used to bring a cranky little harmonium in the back of their old dog-cart, and Clara Southwick used to accompany the hymns. She was a very pretty girl, fair, and could play and sing well. I used to think she had the sweetest voice I ever heard. But well, Peter didn't sing himself, at first. I got an idea that he couldn't. While they were singing he stood loosely, with one hand in his trouser pocket, scratching his beard with his hymn book, and looking as if he were thinking things over, and only rousing himself to give another verse. He forgot to give it once or twice, but we got through all right. I noticed the wife of one of the men who had asked Peter to preach looking rather black at her husband, and I reckoned that he'd get it hotter than the weather on the way home. Then Peter stood up and commenced to preach. He stood with both hands in his pockets, at first, his coat ruffled back, and there was the stem of a clay pipe sticking out of his waistcoat pocket. The pipe fascinated me for a while, but after that I forgot the pipe and was fascinated by the man. Peter's face was one that didn't strike you at first with its full strength. It grew on you. It grew on me, and before he had done preaching I thought it was the noblest face I had ever seen. He didn't preach much of hope in this world. How could he? The drought had been blazing over these districts for nearly a year, with only a shower now and again, which was a mockery, scarcely darkening the baked ground. Wheat crops came up a few inches and were parched by the sun or mown for hay, or the cattle turned on them. And last year there had been rust and smut in the wheat. And on top of it all, the dreadful cattle plague, pleuropneumonia, had somehow been introduced into the district. One big farmer had lost 50 milkers in a week. Peter M. Lawson didn't preach much of hope in this world. How could he? There were men there who had slaved for 20, 30, 40 years, worked as farmers have to work in few other lands, first to clear the stubborn bush from the barren soil, then to fence the ground, and manure it, and force crops from it, and for what? There was Cox, the farmer, starved off his selection after 30 years and going out back with his drays to work at tank sinking for a squatter. There was his eldest son going shearing or droving, anything he could get to do, a stoop-shouldered, young old man of 30. And behind them, in the end, would be a dusty patch in the scrub, a fence post here and there, and a pile of chimney stones and a hardwood slab or two where the but was, for 30 hard years of the father's life and 20 of the son's. I forget Peter's text, if he had a text, but the gist of his sermon was that there was a God, there was a heaven, and there were men there listening who needed to believe these things. There was old Ross from across the creek, old, but not 60, a hard man. Only last week he had broken down and fallen on his knees on the baked sods in the middle of his plowed ground and prayed for rain. His frightened boys had taken him home, and later on, the same afternoon, when they brought news of 4 more cows down with the pleuro in an outer paddock, he had stood up outside his own door and shaken his fist at the brassy sky and cursed high heaven to the terror of his family, till his brave, sun-browned wife dragged him inside and soothed him. And Peter M'Loughlin knew all about this. Ross's family had the doctor out to him, and persuaded him to come to church this Sunday. The old man sat on the front seat, stooping forward, with his elbow resting on the desk and his chin on his hand, bunching up his beard over his mouth with his fingers and staring gloomily at Peter with dark, piercing eyes from under bushy eyebrows, just as I've since seen a Scotchman stare at Max O'Rell all through a humorous lecture called "A Nicked Why Sandy?" Ross's right hand resting on the desk was very eloquent, horny, scarred and knotted at every joint, with broken, twisted nails, and nearly closed, as though fitted to the handle of an axe or a spade. Ross was an educated man, he had a regular library of books at home, and perhaps that's why he suffered so much. Peter preached as if he were speaking quietly to one person only, but every word was plain and every sentence went straight to someone. I believe he looked every soul in the eyes before he had done. Once he said something and caught my eye, and I felt a sudden lump in my throat. There was a boy there, a pale, thin, sensitive boy who was eating his heart out because of things he didn't understand. He was ambitious and longed for something different from this life. He'd written a story or two and some rhymes for the local paper. His companions considered him a bit ratty, and the grown-up people thought him a bit wrong in his head. Idiotic, or at least queer. And during his sermon Peter spoke of unsatisfied longings, of the hope of something better, and said that one had to suffer much and for long years before he could preach or write, and then he looked at that boy. I knew the boy very well. He has risen in the world since then. Peter spoke of the life we lived, of the things we knew, and used names and terms that we used. I don't know whether it was a Blanqui sermon or a Blanqui lecture, said long swanky Jim Bullock afterwards, but it was straight and hit some of us hard. It hit me once or twice, I can tell yer. Peter spoke of our lives. And there is beauty, even in this life and in this place, he said. Nothing is wasted, nothing is without reason. There is beauty even in this place. I noticed something like a hint of a hard smile on Ross's face. He moved the hand on the desk and tightened it. Yes, said Peter, as if in answer to Ross's expression and the movement of his hand. There is beauty in this life here. After a good season, and when the bush is tall and dry, when the bush fires threaten a man's crop of ripened wheat, there are tired men who run and ride for miles round to help that man, and who fight the fire all night to save his wheat, and some of them may have been wrangling with him for years. And in the morning, when the wheat is saved and the danger is past, when the fire is beaten out or turned, there are blackened, grimy hands that come together and grip hands that have not joined for many a long day. Old Palmer, Ross's neighbor, moved uneasily. He had once helped Ross to put a fire out, but they had quarreled again since. Ross still sat in the same position, looking the hard man he was. Peter glanced at Ross, looked down and thought a while, and then went on again. There is beauty even in this life and in this place. When a man loses his farm, or his stock, or his crop, through no fault of his own, there are poor men who put their hands into their pockets to help him. Old Kurtz over the ridge had had his stacked crop of wheat in sheaf burned, some scoundrel had put a match to it at night, and the farmers round had collected nearly 50 pounds for him. There is beauty even in this life and in this place. In the blazing drought, when the cattle lie down and cannot rise from weakness, neighbors help neighbors to lift them. When one man has hay or chaff and no stock, he gives it or sells it cheaply to the poor man who has starving cattle and no fodder. I only knew 1 or 2 instances of this kind, but Peter was preaching of what man should do as well as what they did. When a man meets with an accident, or dies, there are young men who go with their plows and horses and plow the ground for him or his widow and put in the crop. Jim Bullock and 1 or 2 other young men squirmed. They had plowed old Leonard's land for him when he met with an accident in the shape of a broken leg got by a kick from a horse. They had also plowed the ground for Mrs. Phipps when her husband died, working, by the way, all Saturday afternoon and Sunday, for they were very busy at home at that time. There is beauty even in this life and in this place. There are women who were friends in girlhood and who quarrel bitterly over a careless word, an idle tale, or some paltry thing, who live within a mile of each other and have not spoken for years, yet let one fall ill, or lose husband or child, and the other will hurry across to her place and take off her bonnet and tuck up her sleeves, and set to work to help straighten things, and they will kiss, and cry in each other's arms, and be sisters again. I saw tears in the eyes of 2 hard and hard-faced women I knew, but they were smiling to each other through their tears. And now, said Peter, I want to talk to you about some other things. I am not preaching as a man who has been taught to preach comfortably, but as a man who has learned in the world's school. I know what trouble is. Men, he said, still speaking quietly. And women too. I have been through trouble as deep as any of yours, perhaps deeper. I know how you toil and suffer, I know what battles you fight, I know. I too fought a battle, perhaps as hard as any you fight. I carry a load and am fighting a battle still. His eyes were very haggard just then. But this is not what I wanted to talk to you about. I have nothing to say against a young man going away from this place to better himself, but there are young men who go out back shearing or droving, young men who are good-hearted but careless, who make checks, and spend their money gambling or drinking and never think of the old folk at home until it is too late. They never think of the old people, alone, perhaps, in a desolate but on a worked-out farm in the scrub. Jim Bullock squirmed again. He had gone out back last season and made a check, and lost most of it on horse racing and cards. They never think, they cannot think how, perhaps, long years agone in the old days, the old father, as a young man, and his brave young wife, came out here and buried themselves in the lonely bush and toiled for many years, trying, it does not matter whether they failed or not, trying to make homes for their children, toiled till the young man was bowed and gray, and the young wife brown and wrinkled and worn out. Exiles they were in the early days, boy husbands and girl wives some of them, who left their native lands, who left all that was dear, that seemed beautiful, that seemed to make life worth living, and sacrificed their young lives in drought and utter loneliness to make homes for their children. I want you young men to think of this. Some of them came from England, Ireland, bonny Scotland. Ross straightened up and let his hands fall loosely on his knees. Some from Europe, your foreign fathers, some from across the Rhine in Germany. We looked at old Kurtz. He seemed affected. Then Peter paused for a moment and blinked thoughtfully at Ross, then he took a drink of water. I can see now that the whole thing was a battle between Peter M'Loughlin and Robert Ross. Scott met Scott. It seemed to me, Jim Bullock said afterwards, that Peter was only trying to make some of us blunky well blubber. And there are men, Peter went on, who have struggled and suffered and failed, and who have fought and failed again till their tempers are spoiled, until they grow bitter. They go in for self-pity, and self-pity leads to moping and brooding and madness. Self-pity is the most selfish and useless thing on the face of God's earth. It is cruel, it is deadly, both to the man and to those who love him, and whom he ought to love. His load grows heavier daily in his imagination, and he sinks down until it is in him to curse God and die. He ceases to care for or to think of his children who are working to help him. Ross's sons were good, steady, hard-working boys. Or the brave wife who has been so true to him for many hard years, who left home and friends and country for his sake. Who bears up in the blackest of times, and persists in looking at the bright side of things for his sake. Who has suffered more than he if he only knew it, and suffers now, through him and because of him, but who is patient and bright and cheerful while her heart is breaking. He thinks she does not suffer, that she cannot suffer as a man does. My God! He doesn't know. He has forgotten in her the bright, fresh-faced, loving lassie he loved and won long years agone, long years agone. There was a sob, like the sob of an overridden horse as it sinks down broken-hearted, and Ross's arms went out on the desk in front of him, and his head went down on them. He was beaten. He was steered out gently with his wife on one side of him and his eldest son on the other. "Don't be alarmed, my friends," said Peter, standing by the water bag with one hand on the tap and the pannikin in the other. "Mr. Ross has not been well lately, and the heat has been too much for him," and he went out after Ross. They took him round under the bush shed behind the hut, where it was cooler. When Peter came back to his place he seemed to have changed his whole manner and tone. "Our friend, Mr. Ross, is much better," he said. "We will now sing." He glanced at Clara Southwick at the harmonium. "We will now sing Shall We Gather at the River?" We all knew that hymn. It was an old favorite round there, and Clara Southwick played it well in spite of the harmonium. And Peter sang, the first and last time I ever heard him sing. I never had an ear for music, but I never before nor since heard a man's voice that stirred me as Peter M'Loughlin's. We stood like emus, listening to him all through one verse, then we pulled ourselves together. The only rivers round there were barren creeks, the best of them only strings of muddy waterholes, and across the ridge, on the sheep runs, the creeks were dry gutters, with baked banks and beds, and perhaps a mud hole every mile or so, and dead beasts rotting and stinking every few yards. Peter's voice trembled and broke. He caught his breath, and his eyes filled. But he smiled then. He stood smiling at us through his tears. Outside I saw women kiss each other who had been at daggers drawn ever since I could remember, and men shake hands silently who had hated each other for years. Every family wanted Peter to come home to tea, but he went across to Ross's, and afterwards down to Kurtz's place, and bled and inoculated 6 cows or so in a new way, and after tea he rode off over the gap to see his friend, his brother's keeper. I told you about Peter M'Loughlin, the bush missionary, and how he preached in the little slab and bark schoolhouse in the scrub on Ross's Creek that blazing hot Sunday afternoon long ago, when the drought was ruining the brave farmers all round there and breaking their hearts. And how hard old Ross, the selector, broke down at the end of the sermon, and blubbered, and had to be taken out of church. I left home and drifted to Sydney, and back into the great Northwest where all the rovers go, and knocked about the country for 6 or 7 years before I met Peter M'Loughlin again. I was young yet, but felt old at times, and there were times, in the hot, rough, greasy shearing shed on blazing days, or in the bare men's hut, by the flicker of the stinking slush lamp at night, or the wretched wayside shanty with its drink madness and blasphemy, or tramping along the dusty, endless track, there were times when I wished I could fall back with all the experience I'd got, and sit once more in the little slab and bark chapel on Ross's Creek and hear Peter M'Loughlin and the poor, struggling selector sing, "Shall we gather at the river?" and then go out and start life afresh. My old school chum and bush mate, Jack Barnes, had married pretty little Clara Southwick, who used to play the portable harmonium in chapel. I nearly broke my heart when they were married, but then I was a young fool. Clara was a year or so older than I, and I could never get away from a boyish feeling of reverence for her, as if she were something above and out of my world. And so, while I was worshipping her in chapel once a month, and at picnics and parties in between, and always at a distance, Jack used to ride up to Southwick's place on Saturday and Sunday afternoons, and on other days, and hang his horse up outside, or turn it in the paddock, and argue with old Southwick, and agree with the old woman, and court Clara on the sly. And he got her. It was at their wedding that I first got the worse for drink. Jack was a blue-eyed, curly black-haired, careless, popular young scamp, as good-hearted as he was careless. He could ride like a circus monkey, do all kinds of bush work, add 2 columns of figures at once, and write like copperplate. Jack was given to drinking, gambling, and roving. He steadied up when he got married and started on a small selection of his own, but within the year Clara was living in a back skillion of her father's house and Jack was up-country shearing. He was ringer of the shed at Peoria Station one season and made a decent check, and within a fortnight after the shed, cut out, He turned up at home in a very bad state from drink and with about 30 shillings in his pockets. He had fallen from his horse in the creek near Southwicks, and altogether he was a nice sort of young husband to go home to poor, heartbroken Clara. I remember that time well. She stopped me one day as I was riding past to ask me if I'd seen Jack, and I got off my horse. Her chin and mouth began to twitch and tremble, and I saw her eyes filling with tears. She laid her hand on my arm and asked me to promise not to drink with Jack if I met him, but to try and persuade him to come home. And, well, have you, as a man, ever, with the one woman that you can have, and no matter at what time or place, felt a sudden mad longing to take her in your arms and kiss her, and damn the world? I got on my horse again. She must have thought me an ignorant brute, but I felt safer there. And when I thought how I had nearly made a fool of myself, and been a cowardly brute, and a rotten mate to my mate, I rode 10 miles to find Jack and get him home. He straightened up again after a bit, and went out and got another shed, and they say that Peter M'Loughlin got hold of him there. I don't know what Peter did to him then. Jack never spoke of it, even to me, his old mate. But anyway, at the end of the shearing season Jack's check came home to Clara in a registered envelope, addressed in Peter's handwriting, and about a week later Jack turned up a changed man. He got work as a temporary clerk in the branch government land office at Salong, a pretty little farming town in a circle of blue hills on the banks of a clear, willow-fringed river, where there were rich, black soil, river-flat farms, and vineyards on the red soil slopes, and blue peaks in the distance. It was a great contrast to Ross's Creek. Jack paid a deposit on an allotment of land, a bit out of town, on the river bank, and built a little weatherboard box of a cottage in spare times, and planted roses and grapevines to hide its ugliness by and by. It wasn't much of a place, but Clara was mighty proud of it because it was our house. They were very happy, and she was beginning to feel sure of Jack. She seemed to believe that the miserable old time was all past and gone. When the work at the lands office gave out, Jack did all sorts of jobs about town, and at last, one shearing season, when there was a heavy clip of wool, and shearers were getting L100, he decided to go out back. I know that Clara was against it, but he argued that it was the only chance for him, and she persuaded herself that she could trust him. I was knocking about Salong at the time, and Jack and I decided to go out together and share his pack horse between us. He rode to Binaway Shed, about 300 miles northwest in the great scrubs, and got pens for both of us. It was a fine fresh morning when we started. It was in a good season and the country looked grand. When I rode up to Jack's place I saw his horse and pack horse tied up outside the gate. He had wanted me to come up the evening before and have tea with them and camp at his place for the night. "Come up, man alive," he said. "We'll make you a shakedown." But I wouldn't. I said I had to meet a chap Jack wouldn't have understood. I had been up before, but when I saw him and Clara so happy and comfortable, and thought of the past and my secret, and thought of myself, a useless, purposeless, restless, homeless sort of fellow, hanging out at a boarding house, it nearly broke me up, and I had to have a drink or two afterwards. I often wonder if Clara guessed and understood. You never know how much a woman knows, but, well. Jack had taken my things home with him, and he and Clara had packed them. I found afterwards that she had washed, dried and ironed some collars and handkerchiefs of mine during the night. Clara and Jack came out to the gate, and as I wouldn't go in to have a cup of tea there was nothing for it but to say goodbye. She was dressed in a fresh-looking print blouse and dark skirt, and wore a white hood that fell back from her head. She was a little girl, with sweet, small, freckled features, and red gold hair, and kind, sympathetic gray eyes. I thought her the freshest, and fairest, and daintiest little woman in the district. I was Jack's mate, so she always treated me as a sort of brother-in-law, and called me by my Christian name. Mates are closer than brothers in the bush. I turned my back and pretended to tighten the straps and girths on the pack horse while she said goodbye to Jack. I heard her speaking earnestly to him, and once I heard her mention Peter M'Loughlin's name. I thought Jack answered rather impatiently. "Oh, that's all right, Clara," he said. "That's all over, past and gone. I wish you would believe it. You promised never to speak of that any more. I know how it was. Jack never cared to hear about Peter. He was too ashamed of the past, perhaps. Besides, deep down, we feel a sort of resentment towards any reference to a man who has helped or saved us in the past. It's human nature. Then they spoke in low tones for a while, and then Jack laughed, and kissed her, and said, "Oh, I'll be back before the time's up." Then he ran into the house to say goodbye to Mary's sister, who was staying with her, and who was laid up with a sprained ankle. Then Clara stepped up to me and laid her fingers on my shoulder. I trembled from head to foot, and hoped she didn't notice it. "Joe," she said, looking at me with her big, searching gray eyes, "I believe I can trust you. I want you to look after Jack. You know why. Never let him have one drink if you can help it. One drink, the first drink will do it. I want you to promise me that you will never have a drink with Jack, no matter what happens or what he says." "I never will," I said, and I meant it. "It's the first time he's been away from me since he gave up drinking, and if he comes back all right this time I will be sure of him and contented. But Joe, if he comes back wrong it will kill me, it will break my heart. I want you to promise that if anything happens you will ride or wire for Peter M'Loughlin. I hear he's wool sorting this year at Binaway Station. Promise me that if anything happens you will ride for Peter M'Loughlin and tell him, no matter what Jack says." "I promise," I said. She half held out her hand to me, but I kept both mine behind my back. I suppose she thought I didn't notice that she wanted to shake hands on the bargain, but the truth was that my hands shook so, and I didn't want her to notice that. I got on my horse and felt steadier. Then, "Goodbye, Clara, goodbye, Jack." She bore up bravely, but I saw her eyes brimming. Jack got on his horse, and I bent over and shook hands with her. Jack bent down and kissed her while she stood on tiptoe. "Goodbye, little woman," he said. "Cheer up, and I'll be back before you know where you are. You mustn't fret, you know why. Goodbye, Jack." She was breaking down. "Come on, Jack," I said, and we rode off, turning and waving our hats to her as she stood by the gate, looking a desolate little thing, I thought, till we turned down a bend of the road into the river. As we jogged along with the pack horse trotting behind us, and the quart pots and hobble chains jingling on the pack saddle, I pictured Clara running inside, to cry a while in her sister's arms, and then to bustle round and cheer up for Jack's sake, and for the sake of something else. "I'll christen him after you, Joe," said Jack later on, when we'd got confidential over our pipes after tea in our first camp. It never seemed to enter his head that there was the ghost of a chance that it might be a girl. "I'm glad he didn't come along when I was drinking," he said. And as we lay rolled in our blankets under the stars I swore a big oath to myself. We got along comfortably and reached Binaway Station in about a week, the day before the shearer's roll call. Jack never showed the slightest inclination to go into a shanty, and several times we talked about old times and what damned fools we'd been throwing away our money over shanty bars shouting for loafers and cadgers. "Isn't this ever so much better, Joe?" said Jack, as we lay on our blankets smoking one moonlight night. "There's nothing in boozing, Joe, you can take it from me. Just you sling it for a year and then look back, you won't want to touch it again. You've been straight for a couple of months. Sling it for good, Joe, before it gets a hold on you, like it did on me." It was the morning after cutout at Binaway Shed, and we were glad. We were tired of the rush and roar and rattle and heat and grease and blasphemy of the big, hot, iron machine shed in that dusty patch in the barren scrubs. Swags were rolled up, saddlebags packed, horses had been rounded up and driven in, the shearer's cook and his mate had had their fight, and about 100 men, shearers, rouseabouts, and wool washers, were waiting round the little iron office to get their checks. We were about half through when one bushman said to another, "Stop your damned swearin', Jim. Here's Peter M'Loughlin." Peter walked up and the men made way for him and he went into the office. There was always considerably less swearing for a few feet round about where Peter M'Loughlin happened to be working in a shearing shed. It seemed to be an understood thing with the men. He took no advantages, never volunteered to preach at a shed where he was working, and only spoke on union subjects when the men asked him to. He was Rep. shearers' union representative, at this shed, but squatters and station managers respected him as much as the men did. He seemed much grayer now, but still stood square and straight. And his eyes still looked one through. When Peter came out and the crowd had cleared away, he took Jack aside and spoke to him in a low voice for a few minutes. I heard Jack say, "Oh, that's all right, Peter. You have my word for it." And he got on his horse. I heard Peter say the one word, "Remember." "Oh, that's all right," said Jack, and he shook hands with Peter, shouted, "Come on, Joe!" and started off with the pack horse after him. "I wish I were going down with you, Joe," said Peter to me, "but I can't get away till tomorrow. I've got that sick rouseabout on my hands, and I'll have to see him fixed up somehow and started off to the hospital." The nearest was 100 miles away. "And, by the way, I've taken up a collection for him. I want a few shillings from you, Joe. I nearly forgot you. The poor fellow only got in about a fortnight's work, and there's a wife and youngsters in Sydney. I'll be down after you tomorrow. I promised to come somehow and get the people together and start an agitation for a half-time school there. Anyway, I'll be there by the end of the week. Goodbye, Joe. I must get some more money for the rouser from some of those chaps before they start." Come Somehow was a wretched cockatoo settlement, a bit off the track, about 150 miles on our road home, where the settlers lived like savages and the children ran wild. I reckoned that Peter would have his work cut out to start a craving for education in that place. By saying he'd be there, I think he intended to give me a hint, in case anything happened. I believe now that Jack's wife had got anxious and had written to him. We jogged along comfortably and happily for 3 or 4 days, and as we passed shanty after shanty, and town after town, without Jack showing the slightest inclination to pull up at any of them, I began to feel safe about him. Then it happened, in the simplest way, as most things of this sort happen if you don't watch close. The third night it rained heavens hard, and rainy nights can be mighty cold out on those plains, even in midsummer. Jack and I rigged up a strip of waterproof stuff we had to cover the swags on the pack horse, but the rain drove in, almost horizontally, and we got wet through, blankets, clothes and all. Jack got a bad cold and coughed fit to break himself, so about daylight, when the rain held up a bit, we packed up and rode on to the next pub, a wretched little weatherboard place in the scrub. Jack reckoned he'd get some stuff for his cold there. I didn't like to speak, but before we reached the place I said, "You won't touch a drink, Jack?" "Do you think I'm a blunky fool?" said Jack, and I shut up. The shanty was kept by a man who went by the name of Thomas, a notorious lamberdown, as I found out afterwards. He was a big, awkward bullock of a man, a selfish, ignorant brute, as anyone might have seen by his face, but he had a loud voice, and adopted a careless, rollicking, "Hail fellow well met. Come in and sit down man alive. Clap you on the back style," which deceived a good many, or which a good many pretended to believe in. His missus was an animal of his own species, but she was duller, and didn't bellow. He had a rather good-looking girl there. I don't know whether she was his daughter or not. They said that when he saw the shearers coming he'd say, "Run and titivate yourself, Mary, here comes the shearers." But what surprised me was that Jack Barnes didn't seem able to see through Thomas. He thought that he was all right. A bit of a rough diamond. There are any amount of scoundrels and swindlers knocking about the world disguised as rough diamonds. Jack had a fit of coughing when we came in. "Why, Jack," bellowed Thomas, "that's a regular churchyarder you've got. Go into the kitchen fire and I'll mix you a stiff toddy." "No, thank you, Thomas," said Jack, glancing at me rather sheepishly, I thought. "I'll have a hot cup of coffee presently, that'll do me more good." "Why, man alive, one drink won't hurt you," said Thomas. "I know you're on the straight, and you know I'm the last man that you'd try to get you off it. But you want something for that cold. You don't want to die on the track, do you? What would your missus say? That cough of yours is enough to bust a bullock." "Jack isn't drinking, Thomas," I said rather shortly. "And neither am I. I'll have a cup of coffee at breakfast," said Jack. "Thank you all the same, Thomas." "Right you are, Jack," said Thomas. "Mary!" he roared at the girl. Chuck yourself about and get breakfast, and make a strong cup of coffee, and I say, Mrs. to his wife, get some honey and vinegar in a cup, will yer? Or see if there's any of that cough stuff left in the bottle. Go into the kitchen, you chaps, and dry yourselves at the fire, you're wringing wet. Jack went through into the kitchen. I stepped out to see if the horses were all right, and as I came in again through the bar, Thomas, who had slipped behind the counter, crooked his finger at me and poured out a stiff whiskey. I thought you might like to have it on the quiet, he whispered, with a wink. Now, there was this difference between Jack and me. When I was on the track, and healthy and contented, I could take a drink, or 2 drinks, and then leave it, or at other times I could drink all day, or all night, and be as happy as a lord, and be mighty sick and repentant all next day, and then not touch drink for a week. But if Jack once started, he was a lost man for days, for weeks, for months, as long as his cash or credit lasted. I felt a cold coming on me this morning, and wanted a whiskey, so I had a drink with Thomas. Then, of course, I shouted in my turn, keeping an eye out in case Jack should come in. I went into the kitchen and steamed with Jack for a while in front of a big log fire, taking care to keep my breath away from him. Then we went into breakfast. Those 2 drinks were all I meant to have, and we were going right on after breakfast. It was a good breakfast, ham and eggs, and we enjoyed it. The 2 whiskeys had got to work. I hadn't touched drink for a long time. I shouldn't like to say that Thomas put anything in the drink he gave me. Before we started breakfast, he put a glass down in front of me and said, "There's a good ginger ale, it will warm you up." I tasted it. It was rum hot. I said nothing. What could I say? There was some joke about Jack being married and settled and steadied down, and me, his old mate, still on the wallaby, and Mrs. Thomas said that I ought to follow Jack's example. And just then I felt a touch of that loneliness that some men feel when an old drinking mate turns teetotaler. Jack started coughing again, like an old cow with the pleuro. "That cough will kill you, Jack," said Thomas. "Let's put a drop of brandy in your coffee, that won't start you anyhow, it's real 3-star. And he reached a bottle from the side table. I should have stood up then, for my manhood, for my mate, and for little Clara, but I half rose from my chair, and Jack laughed and said, "Sit down, Joe, you old fool, you're tanked. I know all about your seeing about the horses and your ginger ale-ish. It's all right, old man. Do you think I'm going on the booze? Why, I'll have to hold you on the horse all day." "Here's luck, Joe," said Jack, laughing, and lifting up his cup of coffee with the brandy in it. "Here's luck, Joe." Then suddenly, and as clearly as I ever heard it, came Clara's voice to my ear. "Promise me, whatever you do, that you will never have a drink with Jack." And I felt cold and sick to the stomach. I got up and went out. They thought that the drink had made me sick, but if I'd stayed there another minute I would have tackled Thomas, and I knew that I needed a clear head to tackle a bullock like him. I walked about a bit, and when I came in again Jack and Thomas were in the bar, and Jack had a glass before him. "Come on, Joe, you old bounder," said Jack. "Come and have a whiskey and soda. It will straighten you up." "What's that you're drinking, Jack?" I asked. "Oh, don't be a fool," said Jack. "1 drink won't hurt me. Do you think I'm going on the booze? Have a soda and straighten up. We must make a start directly." I remember we had 2 or 3 whiskeys, and then suddenly I tackled Thomas, and Jack was holding me back, and laughing and swearing at me at the same time, and I had a tussle with him, and then I was suddenly calmer and sensible, and we were shaking hands all round, and Jack was talking about just one more spree for the sake of old times. "A bit of a booze won't hurt me, Joe, you old fool," he said. "We'll have one more night of it, for the sake of Auld Lang Syne, and start at daylight in the morning. You go and see to the horses, it will straighten you up. Take the saddle off and hobble 'em out." But I insisted on starting at once, and Jack promised he would. We were gloriously happy for an hour or so, and then I went to sleep. When I woke it was late in the afternoon. I was very giddy and shaky. The girl brought me a whiskey and soda, and that steadied me. Some more shearers had arrived, and Jack was playing cards with 2 of them on top of a cask in the bar. Thomas was dead drunk on the floor, or pretending to be so, and his wife was behind the bar. I went out to see to the horses. I found them in a bush yard at the back. The pack horse was rolling in the mud with the pack saddle and saddlebags on. One of the chaps helped me take off the saddles and put them in the harness room behind the kitchen. I'll pass over that night. It wouldn't be very edifying to the great, steady living, sober majority, and the others, the never-do-wells, the rovers, wrecks and failures, will understand only too well without being told, only too well, God help them. When I woke in the morning I couldn't have touched a drink to save my life. I was fearfully shaky, and swimming about the head, but I put my head over a tub under the pump and got the girl to pump for a while, and then I drank a pint of tea and managed to keep it down, and felt better. All through the last half of the night I'd kept saying, in a sort of drink nightmare, I'll go for Peter Emloghlin in the morning. I'll go for Peter as soon as I can stand, and repeating Clara Barnes's words. Ride for Peter if anything happens. Ride for Peter Emloghlin. There were drunken shearers, horsemen and swagmen sleeping all over the place, and in all sorts of odd positions, some on the veranda with their heads on their swags, one sitting back against the wall, and one on the broad of his back with his head on the bare boards and his mouth open. There was another horse rolling in its saddle, and I took the saddle off. The horse belonged to an English university man. I went in to see how Jack was. He was lying in the parlor on a little, worn-out, horsehair sofa that might have seen better days in some clean home in the woman and girl world. He had been drinking and playing cards till early that morning, and he looked awful. He looked as if he'd been boozing for a month. "See what you've done," he said, sitting up and glaring at me. Then he said, "Bring me a whiskey and soda, Joe, for God's sake." I got a whiskey and soda from the girl and took it to him. I talked to him for a while, and at last he said, "Well, go and get the horses and we'll start." I got the horses ready and brought them round to the front, but by that time he'd had more drink, and he said he wanted to sleep before he started. Next he was playing cards with one of the chaps, and asked me to wait till he'd finished that game. I knew he'd keep promising and humbugging me till there was a row, so at last I got him aside and said, "Look here, Jack, I'm going for Peter Emloghlin." "Go to hell," said Jack. I put the other horses back in the yard, the saddles in the skillion, got on my horse and rode off. Thomas and the others asked me no questions, they took no notice. In a place like that a man could almost do anything, short of hanging himself, without anyone interfering or being surprised. And probably if he did hang himself, they'd let him swing for a while to get a taste of it. Come somehow was about 15 miles back on a track off the main road. I reckoned that I could find Peter and bring him on by the afternoon, and I rode hard, sick as I was. I was too sick to smoke. As it happened, Peter had started early from his last camp and I caught him just as he was turning off into Come Somehow track. "What's up, Joe?" he asked as I rode up to him, but he could see. "Jack Barnes is on the booze at Thomas's," I said. Peter just looked right through me. Then he turned his horse's head without a word, and rode back with me. And after a while he said, as if to himself, "Poor Clara! Poor little lassie!" By the time we reached the shanty it was well on in the afternoon. A fight was stopped in the first round and voices lowered when the chaps caught sight of us. As Peter walked into the bar, one or two drunks straightened themselves and took off their hats with drunken sentiment. "Where is Jack Barnes, Thomas?" asked Peter quietly. "He's in there if you want to see him," said Thomas, jerking his head towards the parlor. We went in, and when Peter saw Jack lying there I noticed that swift, haunted look came into his eyes, as if he'd seen a ghost of the past. He sat down by the sofa to wait until Jack woke. I thought as he sat there that his eyes were like a woman's for sympathy and like a dog's for faithfulness. I was very shaky. Presently Thomas looked in. "Is there anything I can do for you, Emloghlin?" he asked in as civil a tone as he could get to. "Yes," said Peter. "Bring me a flask of your best whiskey, your own, mind, and a glass." "We shall need the whiskey for him on the track, Joe," said Peter, when the flask came. "Get another glass and a bottle of soda. You want a nip?" He poured out a drink for himself. "The first thing we've got to do is to get him away. Then I'll soon put him on his feet." but we'll let him sleep a while longer. I find I've got business near Salong, and I'm going down with you." By and by Jack woke up and glared round, and when he caught sight of Peter he just reached for his hands and said, "Peter! Thank God you've come." Then he said, "But I must have a drink first, Peter." "All right, Jack, you shall have a drink," said Peter, and he gave him a stiff nobblerk. It steadied Jack a bit. "Now listen to me, Jack," said Peter. "How much money have you got left?" I can't think," said Jack. "I've got a check for £20 here, sewn inside my shirt." "Yes, but you drew 36 in 3 checks. Where's the rest?" "Thomas has 10, said Jack. "And the 6, well, the 6 is gone. I was playing cards last night." Peter stepped out into the bar. "Look here, Thomas," he said quietly. "You've got a £10 check from Barnes." "I know I have." "Well, how much of it does he owe you?" "The whole and more." "Do you mean to tell me that?" "He has only been here since yesterday morning." "Yes, but he's been shouting all round. Look at all these chaps here. They only came yesterday afternoon," said Peter. "Here, you had best take this and give me the check." And Peter laid a £5 note on the bar. Thomas bucked at first, but in the end he handed over the check. He had had several warnings from the police. Then he suddenly lost all control over himself. He came round from behind the bar and faced Peter. "Now look here, you mongrel parson," he said. "What the do you mean by coming into my bar and interfering with me? Who the are you anyway?" He used the worst oaths that were used in the bush. "Take off your coat!" he roared at last, shaping up to Peter. Peter stepped back a pace and buttoned his coat and threw back his head. "No need to take off my coat, Thomas," he said. "I am ready." He said it very quietly, but there was a danger signal, a red light in his eyes. He was quiet-voiced but hard-knuckled, as some had reason to know. Thomas balked like a bull at a spread umbrella. Jack lurched past me as I stood in the parlor door, but I caught him and held him back, and almost at the same moment a wretched old boozer that we called Awful Example, who had been sitting huddled, a dirty bundle of rags and beard and hair, in the corner of the bar, struggled to his feet, staggered forward and faced Thomas, looking once again like something that might have been a man. He snatched a thick glass bottle from the counter and held it by the neck in his right hand. "Stand back, Thomas!" he shouted. "Lay a finger on Peter M'Loughlin, and I'll smash your head, as sure as there's a God above us and I'm a ruined man." Peter took Awful gently by the shoulders and sat him down. "You keep quiet, old man," he said. "Nothing is going to happen." Thomas went round behind the bar muttering something about it not being worth his while to, etc. "You go and get the horses ready, Joe," said Peter to me. "And you sit down, Jack, and keep quiet." "He can get the horses," growled Thomas, from behind the bar. "But I'm damned if he gets the saddles. I've got them locked up, and I'll something well keep them till Barnes is sober enough to pay me what he owes me." Just then a tall, good-looking chap, with dark blue eyes and a long, light-colored mustache, stepped into the bar from the crowd on the veranda. "What's all this, Thomas?" he asked. "What's that got to do with you, gentlemen once?" shouted Thomas. "I think it's got something to do with me," said Gentleman Once. "Now look here, Thomas, you can do pretty well what you like with us poor devils, and you know it, but we draw the line at Peter M'Loughlin. If you really itch for the thrashing you deserve, you must tempt someone else to give it to you." "What the are you talking about?" snorted Thomas. "You're drunk or ratty." "What's the trouble, M'Loughlin?" asked Gentleman Once, turning to Peter. "No trouble at all, Gentleman Once," said Peter. "Thank you all the same. I've managed worse men than our friend Thomas. Now, Thomas, don't you think it would pay you best to hand over the key of the harness room and have done with this nonsense? I'm a patient man, a very patient man, but I've not always been so, and the old blood comes up sometimes, you know." Thomas couldn't stand this sort of language, because he couldn't understand it. He threw the key on the bar and told us to clear out. We were all three very quiet riding along the track that evening. Peter gave Jack a nip now and again from the flask, and before we turned in camp he gave him what he called a soothing draught from a little medicine chest that he carried in his saddlebag. Jack seemed to have got rid of his cough. He slept all night, and in the morning, after he'd drunk a pint of mutton broth that Peter had made in one of the billies, he was all right, except that he was quiet and ashamed. I had never known him to be so quiet, and for such a length of time, since we were boys together. He had learned his own weakness. He'd lost all his cocksureness. I know now just exactly how he felt. He felt as if his sober year had been lost, and he would have to live it all over again. Peter didn't preach. He just jogged along and camped with us as if he were an ordinary, everyday mate. He yarned about all sorts of things. He could tell good yarns, and when he was fairly on you could listen to him all night. He seemed to have been nearly all over the world. Peter never preached except when he was asked to hold service in some bush pub, station homestead, or bush church. But in a case like ours he had a way of telling a little life story, with something in it that hit the young man he wanted to reform, and hit him hard. He'd generally begin quietly, when we were comfortable with our pipes in camp after tea, with, "I once knew a young man," or, "That reminds me of a young fellow I knew," and so on. You never knew when he was going to begin, or when he was going to hit you. In our last camp, before we reached Solong, he told 2 of his time-fuse yarns. I haven't time to tell them now, but one stuffed up my pipe for a while, and made Jack's hand tremble when he tried to light his. I'm glad it was too dark to see our faces. We lay a good while afterwards, rolled in our blankets, and couldn't get to sleep for thinking, but Peter seemed to fall asleep as soon as he turned in. Next day he told Jack not to tell Clara that he'd come down with us. He said he wouldn't go right into Solong with us. He was going back along another road to stay a day or 2 with an old friend of his. When we reached Solong we stopped on the river bank just out of sight of Jack's house. Peter took the 10-pound check from his pocket and gave it to Jack. Jack hadn't seen Peter give the shantykeeper the 5-pound note. "But I owed Thomas something," said Jack, staring. "However did you manage to get the check out of him?" "Never mind, Jack, I managed," said Peter. Jack sat silent for a while, then he began to breathe hard. "I don't know what to say, Peter." "Say nothing, Jack. Only promise me that you will give Clara the checks as soon as you go home, and let her take care of the cash for a while." "I will," said Jack. Jack looked down at the ground for a while, then he lifted his head and looked Peter in the eyes. "Peter," he said, "I can't speak. I'm ashamed to make a promise. I've broken so many. I'll try to thank you in a year's time from now." "I ask for no promises," said Peter, and he held out his hand. Jack gripped it. "Aren't you coming home with me, Joe?" he asked. "No," I said. "I'll go into town." "See you in the morning?" Jack rode on. When he got along a piece Peter left his horse and moved up to the head of the lane to watch Jack, and I followed. As Jack neared the cottage we saw a little figure in a cloak run out to the front gate. She had heard the horses and the jingle of the campware on the pack saddle. We saw Jack jump down and take her in his arms. I looked at Peter, and as he watched them, something, that might have been a strange look of the old days, came into his eyes. He shook hands with me. "Goodbye, Joe." He rode across the river again. He took the track that ran along the foot of the spurs by the river, and up over a gap in the curve of blue hills, and down and out west towards the big scrubs. And as he rounded the last spur, with his pack horse trotting after him, I thought he must have felt very lonely. And I felt lonely too. The story of Gentleman Once. Peter M. Loughlin, bush missionary, Joe Wilson and his mate, Jack Barnes, shearers for the present, and a casual swagman named Jack Mitchell, were camped at Cox's Crossing in a bend of Urundary Creek. It was a grassy little flat with gum trees standing clear and clean like a park. At the back was the steep grassy siding of a ridge, and far away across the creek to the south a spur from the Blue Mountain Range ran west, with a tall, blue granite peak showing clear in the broad moonlight, yet dreamlike and distant over the sweeps of dark green bush. There was the jingle of hobble chains and a crunching at the grass where the horses moved in the soft shadows amongst the trees. Up the creek on the other side was the surveyor's camp, and from there now and again came the sound of a good voice singing verses of old songs, and later on the sound of a violin and a cornet being played, sometimes together, and sometimes each on its own. Wilson and Barnes were on their way home from shearing out back in the great scrubs at Binaway Shed. They had been rescued by Peter Emloghlin from a wayside shanty where they had fallen, in spite of mutual oaths and past promises, sacred and profane, because they had got wringing wet in a storm on the track and caught colds, and had been tempted to take just one drink. They were in a bad way, and were knocking down their checks beautifully when Peter Emloghlin came along. He rescued them and some of their cash from the soulless shanty keeper, and was riding home with them, on some pretense, because he had known them as boys, because Joe Wilson had a vein of poetry in him, a something in sympathy with something in Peter, because Jack Barnes had a dear little girl wife who was much too good for him, and who was now anxiously waiting for him in the pretty little farming town of Solong amongst the western spurs. Because, perhaps, of something in Peter's early past which was a mystery. Simply and plainly because Peter Emloghlin was the kindest, straightest, and truest man in the West. A white man. They all knew Mitchell and welcomed him heartily when he turned up in their camp, because he was a pathetic humorist and a kindly cynic, a joker, or hard case, as the Bushmen say. Peter was about 50, and the other 3 were young men. There was another man in camp who didn't count, and was supposed to be dead. Old Danny Quinn, champion, beer chewer, of the district, was on his way out, after a spree, to one of Rouse's stations, where, for the sake of past services, long past, and because of old times, he was supposed to be working. He had spent his last penny a week before and had clung to his last hope hotel until the landlord had taken him in one hand and his swag in the other and lifted them clear of the veranda. Danny had blundered on this far somehow. He was the last in the world who could have told how, and had managed to light a fire. Then he lay with his head on his swag and enjoyed nips of whiskey in judicious doses and at reasonable intervals, and later on a tot of mutton broth, which he made in one of the billies. It was after tea. Peter sat on a log by the fire with Joe and Jack Mitchell on one side and Jack Barnes on the other. Jack Mitchell sat on the grass with his back to the log, his knees drawn up, and his arms abroad on them, his most comfortable position, and one which seemed to favor the flow of his philosophy. They talked of bush things or reflected, sometimes all 3 together, sometimes by turns. From the surveyor's camp, the breeze from the west strengthened and the voice was blown away. "That chap seems a bit sentimental, but he's got a good voice," said Mitchell. Then presently he remarked round his pipe, "I wonder if old Danny remembers?" And presently Peter said quietly, as if the thought had just occurred to him, "By the way, Mitchell, I forgot to ask after your old folk. I knew your father, you know." "Oh, they're all right, Peter, thank you." "Heard from them lately?" asked Peter presently, in a lazy tone. Mitchell straightened himself up. "And, no, to tell the truth, Peter, I haven't written for I don't know how long." Peter smoked reflectively. "I remember your father well, Jack," he said. "He was a big-hearted man." Old Danny was heard remonstrating loudly with spirits from a warmer clime than Australia, and Peter stepped over to soothe him. "I thought I'd get it directly after I opened my mouth," said Mitchell. "I suppose it will be your turn next, Joe." "I suppose so," said Joe, resignedly. The wind fell. When Peter came back, another thought seemed to have occurred to him. "How's your mother getting on, Joe?" he asked. "She shifted to Sydney after your father died, didn't she?" "Oh, she's getting on all right," said Joe, without elaboration. "Keeping a boarding house, isn't she?" "Yes," said Joe. "Hard to make ends meet, I suppose?" said Peter. "It's almost a harder life than it could have been on the old selection, and there's none of the old independence about it. A woman like your mother must feel it, Joe." "Oh, she's all right," said Joe. "She's used to it by this time. I manage to send her a few pounds now and again. I send her all I can," he added resentfully. Peter sat corrected for a few moments. Then he seemed to change the subject. "It's some time since you were in Sydney last, isn't it, Joe?" "Yes, Peter," said Joe. "I haven't been there for 2 years. I never did any good there." I'm far better knocking about out back. There was a pause. Some men seem to get on better in one place, some in another, reflected Mitchell lazily. For my part, I seem to get on better in another. Peter blinked, relit his pipe with a stick from the fire, and reflected. The surveyor's song had been encored. Perhaps Peter remembered. Joe did, but there were no vines round the house where he was born, only drought and dust, and raspy voices raised in recrimination and hardship most times. I remember, said Peter quietly. I remember a young fellow at home in the old country. He had every advantage. He had a first-class education, a great deal more money than he needed, almost as much as he asked for, and nearly as much freedom as he wanted. His father was an English gentleman and his mother an English lady. They were titled people, if I remember rightly. The old man was proud, but fond of his son. He only asked him to pay a little duty or respect now and again. We don't understand these things in Australia. They seem formal and cold to us. The son paid his respects to his father occasionally, a week or so before he'd be wanting money, as a rule. The mother was a dear lady. She idolized her son. She only asked for a little show of affection from him, a few days or a week of his society at home now and then, say once in 3 months. But he couldn't spare her even that. His time was taken up so much in fashionable London and Paris and other places. He would give the world to be able to take his proud, soft old father's hand now and look into his eyes as one man who understands another. He would be glad and eager to give his mother 12 months out of the year if he thought it would make her happier. It has been too late for more than 20 years. Old Danny called for Peter. Mitchell jerked his head approvingly and gave a sound like a sigh and chuckle conjoined, the one qualifying the other. I told you you'd get it, Joe, he said. I don't see how it hits me, said Joe. But it hit all the same, Joe. Well, I suppose it did, said Joe, after a short pause. He wouldn't have hit you so hard if you hadn't tried to parry, reflected Mitchell. It's your turn now, Jack. Jack Barnes said nothing. Now I know that Peter would do anything for a woman or child, or an honest, straight, hard-up chap, said Mitchell, straightening out his legs and folding his arms. But I can't quite understand his being so partial to drunken scamps and vagabonds, black sheep and ne'er-do-wells. He's got a tremendous sympathy for drunks. He'd do anything to help a drunken man. Ain't it marvelous? It's my private opinion that Peter must have been an awful boozer and scamp in his time. The other two only thought. Mitchell was privileged. He was a young man of freckled, sandy complexion and quizzical gray eyes. Sly joker. Could take a rise out of anyone on the quiet. You could never tell when he was getting at you. Face of a born comedian, as Bushman said of Mitchell. But he would probably have been a dead and dismal failure on any other stage than that of wide Australia. Peter came back and they sat and smoked, and maybe they reflected along 4 very different backtracks for a while. The surveyor started to sing again. They smoked and listened in silence all through to the end. It was very still. The full moon was high. The long white slender branches of a box tree stirred gently overhead. The sheoaks in the creek sighed as they are always sighing, and the southern peaks seemed ever so far away. Blarst my pipe! Exclaimed Mitchell, suddenly. I beg your pardon, Peter. My pipe's always getting stuffed up. And he proceeded to shell out and clear his pipe. The breeze had changed and strengthened. They heard the violin playing. Annie Laurie. They must be having a Scotch night in that camp tonight, said Mitchell. The voice came again. Mitchell threw out his arm impatiently. I wish they wouldn't play and sing those old songs, he said. They make you think of damned old things. I beg your pardon, Peter. Peter sat leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees and his hands fingering his cold pipe nervously. His sad eyes had grown haggard and haunted. It is in the hearts of exiles in new lands that the old songs are felt. Take no thought of the morrow, Mitchell, said Peter abstractedly. I beg your pardon, Mitchell. I mean. That's all right, Peter, said Mitchell. You're right. Tomorrow is the past, as far as I'm concerned. Peter blinked down at him as if he were a new species. "You're an odd young man, Mitchell," he said. "You'll have to take care of that head of yours, or you'll be found hanging by a saddle strapped to a leaning tree on a lonely track, or find yourself in a lunatic asylum before you're 45. Or else I'll be a great man," said Mitchell. "But, well." Peter turned his eyes to the fire and smiled sadly. "Not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end or way," he repeated to the fire. "But we get there just the same," said Mitchell. "Destined or not." "Why, that just fits my life, Peter," said Mitchell. "I might have to tramp 200 or 300 miles before I get a cut or a job, and if tomorrow didn't find me nearer than today, I'd starve or die of thirst on a dry stretch." "Why don't you get married and settle down, Mitchell?" asked Peter, a little tired. "You're a teetotaler." "If I got married, I couldn't settle down," said Mitchell. "I reckon I'd be the loneliest man in Australia." Peter gave him a swift glance. "I reckon I'd be single no matter how much married I might be. I couldn't get the girl I wanted, and well." Mitchell's expression was still quaintly humorous round the lower part of his face, but there was a sad light in his eyes. The strange light as of the old dead days, and he was still young. The cornet had started in the surveyor's camp. "Their blooming tunes seemed to fit in just as if they knew what we were talking about," remarked Mitchell. "The cornet. Damn it all," said Mitchell, sitting up. "I'm getting sentimental." Then, as if voicing something that was troubling him, "Don't you think a woman pulls a man down as often as she lifts him up, Peter?" "Some say so," said Peter. "Some say so, and they write it too," said Mitchell. "Sometimes it seems to me as if women were fated to drag a man down ever since Adam's time. If Adam hadn't taken his wife's advice, but there, perhaps he took her advice a good many times and found it good, and just because she happened to be wrong this time, and to get him into a hole, the sons of Adam have never let the daughters of Eve hear the last of it. That's human nature." Jack Barnes, the young husband, who was suffering a recovery, had been very silent all the evening. "I think a man's a fool to always listen to his wife's advice," he said, with the unreasonable impatience of a man who wants to think while others are talking. "She only messes him up, and drives him to the devil as likely as not, and gets a contempt for him in the end." Peter gave him a surprised, reproachful look, and stood up. He paced backwards and forwards on the other side of the fire, with his hands behind his back for a while. Then he came and settled himself on the log again and filled his pipe. "Yes," he said, "a man can always find excuses for himself when his conscience stings him. He puts mud on the sting. Man at large is beginning all over the world to rake up excuses for himself. He disguises them as psychological studies, and thinks he is clean and clever and cultured, or he calls them problems, the sex problem, for instance, and thinks he is brave and fearless." Danny was in trouble again, and Peter went to him. He complained that when he lay down he saw the faces worse, and he wanted to be propped up somehow, so Peter got a pack saddle and propped the old man's shoulders up with that. "I remember," Peter began, when he came back to the fire. "I remember a young man who got married." Mitchell hugged himself. He knew Jack Barnes. He knew that Jack had a girl wife who was many times too good for him, that Jack had been wild, and had nearly broken her heart, and he had guessed at once that Jack had broken out again, and that Peter M'Loughlin was shepherding him home. Mitchell had worked as mates with Jack, and liked him because of the good heart that was in him in spite of all, and because he liked him, he was glad that Jack was going to get a kicking, so to speak, which might do him good. Mitchell saw it coming, as he said afterwards, and filled his pipe, and settled himself comfortably to listen. "I remember the case of a naturally selfish young man who got married," said Peter. "He didn't know he was selfish. In fact, he thought he was too much the other way, but that doesn't matter now. His name was, well, we'll call him, Gentleman Once." "Do you mean Gentleman Once that we saw drinking back at Thomas's shanty?" asked Joe. "No," said Peter. "Not him. There have been more than one in the bush who went by the nickname of Gentleman Once. I knew one or two. It's a big clan, the clan of Gentlemen Once, and scattered all over the world." "By the way," said Mitchell, Excuse me for interrupting, Peter, but wasn't old Danny there a gentleman once? I've heard chaps say he was. I know he was, said Peter. Gentleman once? Who's talking about gentleman once? Said an awful voice, suddenly and quickly. About 20 or 30 years ago I was called gentleman once or gentleman Jack, I don't know which. Get out! Get out, I say! It's all lies, and you're the devil. There's 4 devils sitting by the fire. I see them. 2 of the 4 devils by the fire looked round, rather startled. Danny was sitting up, his awful bloodshot eyes glaring in the firelight, and his ruined head looking like the bloated head of a hairy poodle that had been drowned and dried. Peter went to the old man and soothed him by waving off the snakes and devils with his hands, and telling them to go. I've heard Danny on the gentleman once racket before, remarked Mitchell. Seems funny, doesn't it, for a man to be proud of the fact that he was called gentleman once about 20 years ago? Seems more awful than funny to me, said Joe. You're right, Joe, said Mitchell. But the saddest things are often funny. When Peter came back he went on with his story, and was only interrupted once or twice by Danny waking up and calling him to drive off the snakes, and green and crimson dogs with crocodile heads, and devils with flaming tails, and those unpleasant sorts of things that forced their company on boozers and madmen. Gentleman once, said Peter. He came from the old country with a good education and no character. He disgraced himself and family once too often and came, or was sent, out to Australia to reform. It's a great mistake. If a man is too far gone, or hasn't the strength to live the past down and reform at home, he won't do it in a new country, unless a combination of circumstances compels him to it. A man rises by chance, just as often he falls by chance. Some men fall into the habit of keeping steady and stick to it, for the novelty of it, until they are on their feet and in their sane minds and can look at the past, present, and future sensibly. I knew one case, but that's got nothing to do with the story. Gentlemen once came out on the remittance system. That system is fatal in 9 cases out of 10. The remittance system is an insult to any manhood that may be left in the black sheep, and an insult to the land he is sent to. The cursed quarterly allowance is a stone round his neck which will drag him down deeper in a new land than he would have fallen at home. You know that remittance men are regarded with such contempt in the bush that a man seldom admits he is one, save when he's drunk and reckless and wants money or credit. When an ne'er-do-well lands in Melbourne or Sydney without a penny he will probably buck up and do something for himself. When he lands with money he will probably spend it all in the first few months and then straighten up, because he has to. But when he lands on the remittance system he drinks, first to drown homesickness. He decides that he'll wait till he gets his next quarter's allowance, and then look round. He persuades himself that it's no use trying to do anything, that, in fact, he can't do anything until he gets his money. When he gets it he drifts into one last night with chums he has picked up in second- and third-rate hotels. He drinks from pure selfishness. No matter what precautions his friends at home take, he finds means of getting credit, or drawing on his allowance before it is due, until he is 2 or 3 quarters behind. He drinks because he feels happy and jolly and clever and good-natured and brave and honest while he is drinking. Later on he drinks because he feels the reverse of all these things when he is sober. He drinks to drown the past and repentance. He doesn't know that a healthy-minded man doesn't waste time in repenting. He doesn't know how easy it is to reform, and is too weak-willed to try. He gets a muddled idea that the past can't be mended. He finds it easy to get drink and borrow money on the strength of his next quarter's allowance, so he soon gets a quarter or 2 behind, and sometimes gets into trouble connected with borrowed money. He drifts to the bush and drinks, to drown the past only. The past grows blacker and blacker until it is a hell without repentance, and often the black sheep gets to that state when a man dreads his sober hours. And the end? Well, you see old Danny there, and you saw old awful example back at Thomas's shanty. He's worse than Danny, if anything. Sometimes the end comes sooner. I saw a young New Leaf man dying in a cheap lodging house in Sydney. He was a schoolmate of mine, by the way. For 6 weeks he lay on his back and suffered as I never saw a man suffer in this world, and I've seen some bad cases. They had to chloroform him every time they wanted to move him. He had affected to be hard and cynical, and I must say that he played it out to the end. It was a strong character, a strong mind sodden and diseased with drink. He never spoke of home and his people except when he was delirious. He never spoke, even to me, of his mental agony. That was English home training. You young Australians wouldn't understand it. Most Bushmen are poets and emotional. My old schoolmate was shifted to the Sydney hospital at last, and consented to the amputation of one leg. But it was too late. He was gone from the hips down. Drink, third-rate hotel and bush shanty drink, and low debauchery. Jack Barnes drew up his leg and rubbed it surreptitiously. He had pins and needles. Mitchell noticed and turned a chuckle into a grunt. Gentleman once was a remittance man, continued Peter. But before he got very far he met an Australian girl in a boarding house. Her mother was the landlady. They were bush people who had drifted to the city. The girl was pretty, intelligent, and impulsive. She pitied him and nursed him. He wasn't known as Gentleman once then, he hadn't got far enough to merit the nickname. Peter paused. Presently he jerked his head, as if he felt a spasm of pain, and leaned forward to get a stick from the fire to light his pipe. Now there's the girl who marries a man to reform him, and when she has reformed him never lets him hear the last of it. Sometimes, as a woman, she drives him back again. But this was not one of that sort of girls. I once held a theory that sometimes a girl who has married a man and reformed him misses in the reformed man the something which attracted her in the careless scamp, the something which made her love him, and so she ceases to love him, and their married life is a far more miserable one than it would have been had he continued drinking. I hold no theory of that kind now. Such theories ruin many married lives. Peter jerked his head again as if impatient with a thought, and reached for a fire stick. But that's got nothing to do with the story. When Gentleman once reformed, his natural selfishness came back. He saw that he had made a mistake. It's a terrible thing for a young man, a few months, perhaps a few weeks after his marriage, to ask himself the question, have I made a mistake? But Gentleman once wasn't to be pitied. He discovered that he had married beneath him in intellect and education. Home training again. He couldn't have discovered that he had married beneath him as far as birth was concerned, for his wife's father had been a younger son of an older and greater family than his own, but Gentleman once wouldn't have been cad enough to bother about birth. I'll do him that much justice. He discovered, or thought he did, that he and his wife could never have one thought in common, that she couldn't possibly understand him. I'll tell you later on whether he was mistaken or not. He was gloomy most times, and she was a bright, sociable, busy little body. When she tried to draw him out of himself, he grew irritable. Besides, having found that they couldn't have a thought in common, he ceased to bother to talk to her. There are many men who don't bother talking to their wives. They don't think their wives feel it, because the wives cease to complain after a while. They grow tired of trying to make the man realize how they suffer. Gentleman once tried his best, according to his lights and weakness. Then he went in for self-pity and all the problems. He liked to brood, and his poor little wife's energy and cheerfulness were wearying to him. He wanted to be left alone. They were both high-spirited, in different ways. She was highly strung and so was he, because of his past life mostly. They quarreled badly sometimes. Then he drank again and she stuck to him. Perhaps the only time he seemed cheerful and affectionate was when he had a few drinks in him. It was a miserable existence, a furnished room in a cheap lodging house, and the use of the kitchen. He drank alone. Now a dipsomaniac mostly thinks he is in the right, except, perhaps, after he has been forced to be sober for a week. The noblest woman in the world couldn't save him. Everything she does to reform him irritates him. But a strong friend can save him sometimes, a man who has been through it himself. The poor little wife of Gentleman once went through it all. And she stuck to him. She went into low pubs after him. Peter shuddered again. She went through it all. He swore promises. He'd come home sober and fill her with hope of future happiness, and swear that he'd never take another glass. And we'll be happy yet, my poor boy, she'd say, we'll be happy yet. I believe you, I trust you," she used to call him her bonny boy when they were first married. And next night he'd come home worse than ever. And one day he struck her. Peter shuddered, head and shoulders, like a man who had accidentally smashed his finger. And one day he struck her. He was sober when he did it, anyhow he had not taken drink for a week. A man is never sober who gets drunk more than once a week, though he might think he is. I don't know how it happened, but anyway he struck her, and that frightened him. He got a billet in the civil service up country. No matter in what town it was. The little wife hoped for 6 months. I think it's a cruel thing that a carelessly selfish young man cannot realize how a sensitive young wife suffers for months after he has reformed. How she hopes and fears, how she dreads the moment he has to leave her, and frets every hour he is away from home, and suffers mental agony when he is late. How the horror of the wretched old pastime grows upon her until she dares not think of it. How she listens to his step and voice and watches his face, when he comes home, for a sign of drink. A young man, a mate of mine, who drank hard and reformed, used to take a delight in pretending for a few minutes to be drunk when he came home. He was good-hearted, but dense. He said he only did it to give his wife a pleasant surprise afterwards. I thought it one of the most cruel things I had ever seen. Gentleman once found that he could not stand the routine of office work and the dull life in that place. He commenced to drink again, and went until he lost his billet. They had a little boy, a bright little boy, yet the father drank. The last spree was a terrible one. He was away from home a fortnight, and in that fortnight he got down as deep as a man could get. Then another man got hold of him and set him on his feet, and straightened him up. The other man was a ruined doctor, a wreck whose devil was morphia. I don't hold that a man's salvation is always in his own hands. I've seen mates pull mates out of hell too often to think that. Then gentleman once saw the past as he had never seen it before. He saw hope for the future with it. And he swore an oath that he felt he would keep. He suffered from reaction on his way home, and, as he neared the town, a sudden fear, born of his nervous state, no doubt, sent a cold, sick emptiness through him. Was it too late? As he turned into the street where he lived, he noticed a little group of bush larrikins standing at the corner. And they moved uneasily when they caught sight of him, and, as he passed, they touched and lifted their hats to him. Now he knew that he had lost the respect even of bush larrikins, and he knew enough of the bush to know that a bushman never lifts his hat to a man, only to death, and a woman sometimes. He hurried home and read the truth in his wife's eyes. His little boy was dead. He went down under the blow, and she held his head to her breast and kept saying, "My poor boy, my poor boy." It was he that she meant, not the boy she had lost. She knew him, she understood him better than he did himself, and heartbroken as she was, she knew how he was going to suffer, and comforted him. My poor boy, my poor, foolish boy. He mended the past, as far as he could, during the next 2 years, and she seemed happy. He was very gentle, he was very kind to her. He was happy, too, in a new, strange way. But he had learned what it was to suffer through his own fault, and now he was to learn what it was to suffer through no fault of his own, and without the consolation of saying I was wrong. I was to blame. At the end of the 2 years there was another child, and his wife died. The four sat silently smoking until Jack Barnes asked, "And what did he do then, Peter?" "Who?" said Peter abstractedly. "Why, gentleman once." Peter roused himself. "Well, I've told the story, and it is about time to turn in," he said. "I can't say exactly what gentleman once did when his wife died. He might have gone down to a deeper depth than Danny's. He might have risen higher than he had ever been before. From what I knew of his character, he would never have gone down an easy slope as Danny has done. He might have dropped plump at first, and then climbed up. Anyway, he had the memory of the last 2 years to help him. Then there's the reformed drunkard who has trained himself to take a drink when he needs it, to drink in moderation. He's the strongest character of all, I think, but it's time to turn in." The cornet up the creek was playing a march. Peter walked across and looked at Danny, who seemed to be sleeping as peacefully as could be expected of him. Jack Barnes got up and walked slowly down the creek in the moonlight. He wanted to think. Peter rolled out his blankets on the grass and arranged his saddlebags for a pillow. Before he turned in, Mitchell shook hands with him, a most unusual and unnecessary proceeding in camp. But there's something in the bush grip which means, I know, or I understand. Joe Wilson rolled out his blankets close to Mitchell's camp. He wanted to enjoy some of Mitchell's quiet humor before he went to sleep, but Mitchell wasn't in a philosophical mood. He wanted to reflect. I wonder who gentleman once was, said Joe to Mitchell. Could he have been Danny, or old awful example back there at the shanty? Dunno, said Mitchell. He puffed 3 long puffs at his pipe, and then said, reflectively, I've heard men tell their own stories before tonight, Joe. It was Joe who wanted to think now. About 4 o'clock Mitchell woke and stood up. Peter was lying rolled in his blanket with his face turned to the west. The moon was low, the shadows had shifted back, and the light was on Peter's face. Mitchell stood looking at him reverently, as a grown son might who sees his father asleep for the first time. Then Mitchell quietly got some boughs and stuck them in the ground at a little distance from Peter's head, to shade his face from the bright moonlight, and then he turned in again to sleep till the sun woke him. The ghosts of many Christmases. Did you ever trace back your Christmas days, right back to the days when you were innocent and Santa Claus was real? At times you thought you were very wicked, but you never realize how innocent you were until you've grown up and knocked about the world. Let me think. Christmas in an English village, with bare hedges and trees, and leaden skies that lie heavy on our souls as we walk, with overcoat and umbrella, sons of English exiles and exiles in England, and think of bright skies and suns overhead, and sweeps of country disappearing into the haze, and blue mountain ranges melting into the azure of distant lower skies, and curves of white and yellow sand beaches, and runs of shelving yellow sandstone sea walls, and the glorious Pacific, Sydney Harbor at sunrise, and the girls we took to Manly Beach. Christmas in a London flat. Gloom and slush and soot. It is not the cold that affects us Australians so much, but the horrible gloom. We get heartsick for the sun. Christmas at sea, 3 Christmases, in fact, one going saloon from Sydney to Australia early in the golden 90s with funds, and one, the Christmas after next, coming back steerage with nothing but the clothes we'd slept in. All of which was bad judgment on our part. The order and manner of our going and coming should have been reversed. Christmas in a Hessian tentin, th Western, with so many old mates from the east that it was just old times over again. We had 5 pounds of corned beef and a kerosene tin to boil it in, and while we were talking of old things the skeleton of a kangaroo dog grabbed the beef out of the boiling water and disappeared into the scrub, which made it seem more like old times than ever. Christmas going to New Zealand, with experience, by the SS Tasmania. We had plum duff, but it was too soggy for us to eat. We dropped it overboard, lest it should swamp the boat, and it sank to the ooze. The Tasmania was saved on that occasion, but she foundered next year outside Gisborne. Perhaps the cook had made more duff. There was a letter from a sweetheart of mine amongst her mails when she went down, but that's got nothing to do with it, though it made some difference in my life. Christmas on a new telegraph line with a party of lining gang men in New Zealand. There was no duff nor roast because there was no firewood within 20 miles. The cook used to pile armfuls of flax sticks under the billies, and set light to them when the last man arrived in camp. Christmas in Sydney, with a dozen invitations out to dinner. The one we accepted was to a sensible Australian Christmas dinner, a typical one, as it should be, and will be before the Commonwealth is many years old. Everything cold except the vegetables, the host playing on the veranda and vines outside, the men dressed in sensible pajama-like suits, and the women and girls fresh and cool and jolly, instead of being hot and cross and looking like boiled carrots, and feeling like boiled rags, and having headaches after dinner, as would have been the case had they broiled over the fire in a hot kitchen all the blazing forenoon to cook a scalding, indigestible dinner, as many Australian women do, and for no other reason than that it was the fashion in England. One of those girls was very pretty and well. Christmas dinner in a greasy Sydney sixpenny restaurant, that opened a few days before with brass band going at full blast at the door by way of advertisement. Roast beef, 1. Cabbage and potatoes, 1. Plum pudding, 2. That was the first time I dined to music. The Christmas dinner was a good one, but my appetite was spoilt by the expression of the restaurant keeper, a big man with a heavy jowl, who sat by the door with a cold eye on the sixpences, and didn't seem to have much confidence in human nature. Christmas? No, that was New Year, on the Warrego River, out back, an alleged river with a sickly stream that looked like bad milk. We spent most of that night hunting round in the dark and feeling on the ground for camel and horse droppings with which to build fires and make smoke round our camp to keep off the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes started at sunset and left off at daybreak, when the flies got to work again. Christmas dinner under a brush shearing shed. Mutton and plum pudding, and 50 miles from beer. An old bush friend of mine, one Jimmy Nowlat, who ranked as a bullock driver, told me of a Christmas time he had. He was cut off by the floods with his team, and had nothing to eat for 4 days but potatoes and honey. He said potatoes dipped in honey weren't so bad, but he had to sleep on bullock yokes laid on the ground to keep him out of the water, and he got a toothache that paralyzed him all down one side. And speaking of plum pudding, I consider it one of the most barbarous institutions of the British. It is a childish, silly, savage superstition. It must have been a savage inspiration, looking at it all round, but then it isn't so long since the British were savages. I got a letter last year from a mate of mine in Western Australia, prospecting the awful desert out beyond White Feather, telling me all about a parish he did on plum pudding. He and his mates were camped at the Boulder Soak with some 300 or 400 miles, mostly sand and dust, between them and the nearest grocer's shop. They ordered a case of mixed canned provisions from Perth to reach them about Christmas. They didn't believe in plum pudding. There are a good many British institutions that Bushmen don't believe in, but the cook was a new chum, and he said he'd go home to his mother if he didn't have plum pudding for Christmas, so they ordered a can for him. Meanwhile, they hung out on kangaroo and damper and the knowledge that it couldn't last forever. It was in a terrible drought, and the kangaroos used to come into the soak for water, and they were too weak to run. Later on, when wells were dug, the kangaroos used to commit suicide in them. There was generally a kangaroo in the well in the morning. The storekeeper packed the case of tinned dog, etc., but by some blunder he or his man put the label on the wrong box, and it went per rail, per coach, per camel, and the last stage per boot, and reached my friend's camp on Christmas Eve, to their great joy. My friend broke the case open by the light of the campfire. "Here, Jack," he said, tossing out a can. "Here's your plum pudding." He held the next can in his hand a moment longer, and read the label twice. "Why, he's sent 2, he said, "and I'm sure I only ordered 1. Never mind, Jack'll have a tuck out." He held the next can close to the fire and blinked at it hard. "I'm damned if he hasn't sent 3 tins of plum pudding. Never mind, we'll manage to scoff some of it between us. You're in luck's way this trip, Jack, and no mistake." He looked harder still at the 4th can. Then he read the labels on the other tins again to see if he'd made a mistake. He didn't tell me what he said then, but a milder mate suggested that the storekeeper had sent half a dozen tins by mistake. But when they reached the 7th can, the language was not even fit to be written down on a piece of paper and handed up to the magistrate. The storekeeper had sent them an unbroken case of canned plum pudding, and probably by this time he was wondering what had become of that Blanqui case of duff. The kangaroos disappeared about this time, and my friend tells me that he and his mates had to live for a mortal fortnight on canned plum pudding. They tried it cold and they tried it boiled, they tried it baked, they had it fried, and they had it toasted, they had it for breakfast, dinner, and tea. They had nothing else to think, or talk, or argue and quarrel about, and they dreamed about it every night, my friend says. It wasn't a joke, it gave them the nightmare and day horrors. They tried it with salt. They picked as many of the raisins out as they could and boiled it with salt kangaroo. They tried to make Yorkshire pudding out of it, but it was too rich. My friend was experimenting and trying to discover a simple process for separating the ingredients of plum pudding when a fresh supply of provisions came along. He says he was never so sick of anything in his life, and he has had occasion to be sick of a good many things. The new chum jackaroo is still alive, but he won't ever eat plum pudding any more, he says. It cured him of homesickness. He wouldn't eat it even if his bride made it. Christmas on the gold fields in the last of the roaring days, in the palmy days of Gulgong and those fields. Let's see. It must be nearly 30 years ago. Oh, how the time goes by! Santa Claus, young, fresh-faced and eager, Santa Claus, blond and flaxen, Santa Claus, dark, Santa Claus with a brogue and Santa Claus speaking broken English, Santa Claus as a Chinaman, Sun Tong Li and Company storekeepers, with strange, delicious sweets that melted in our mouths, and rum toys and Chinese dolls for the children. Lucky diggers who were with difficulty restrained from putting pound notes, and nuggets and expensive lockets and things into the little ones' stockings. Santa Claus in flannel shirt and clay-covered moleskins. Diggers who bought lollies by the pound and sent the little ones home with as much as they could carry. Diggers who gave a guinea or more for a toy for a child that reminded them of some other child at home. Diggers who took as many children as they could gather on short notice into a store, slapped a 5-pound note down on the counter, and told the little ones to call for whatever they wanted. Who set a family of poor children side by side on the counter and called for a box of mixed children's boots, the best, and fitted them on with great care and anxiety and frequent inquiries as to whether they pinched. Who stood little girls and boys on the counter and called for the most expensive frocks, the latest and best in sailor suits, and the brightest ribbons, and things came long distances by bullock dray and were expensive in those days. Impressionable diggers, and most of them were, who threw nuggets to singers, and who, sometimes, slipped a parcel into the hands of a little boy or girl, with instructions to give it to an elder sister, or young mother, perhaps, whom the digger had never spoken to, only worshipped from afar off. And the elder sister or young mother, opening the parcel, would find a piece of jewelry or a costly article of dress, and wonder who sent it. Ah, the wild generosity of luck-intoxicated diggers of those days! And the reckless generosity of the drinkers. We thought it was going to last forever. If I don't spend it on the bairns, I'll spend it on the drink, Sandy Burns used to say. I ha na o me own, on the lass who was to gi me bairns, she couldn't wait. Sandy had kept steady and traveled from one end of the world to the other, and roughed it, and toiled for 5 years. And the very day he bottomed his golden hole on the Brown Snake Lead at Happy Valley, he got a letter from his girl in Scotland to say she had grown tired of waiting and was married. Then he drank, and drink and luck went together. Gulgong on New Year's Eve. Rows and rows of lighted tents and campfires, with a clear glow over it all. Bonfires on the hills and diggers romping round them like big boys. Tin kettling, gold dishes and spoons, and fiddles, and hammers on pointing anvils, and sticks and empty kerosene tins, they made a row, concertinas and cornets, shotguns, pistols and crackers, all sorts of instruments, and Auld Lang Syne, in one mighty chorus. And now, a wretched little pastoral town, a collection of glaring corrugated iron hip roofs, and maybe a rotting propped-up bark or weatherboard humpy or two, relics of the roaring days, a dried-up storekeeper and some withered hags. A waste of caved-in holes with rain-washed mullock heaps and quartz and gravel glaring in the sun, thistles and burrs where old bars were, drought, dryness, desolation and goats. Lonely graves in the bush and grey old diggers here and there, anywhere in the world, doing anything for a living, lonely yet because of the girls who couldn't wait, but prospecting and fossicking here and there, and dreaming still. They thought it was going to last forever. Christmas at Urundary Creek, amongst the old selection farms in the western spurs of the Blue Mountains. They used to call it Pipe Clay 30 years ago, but the old black names have been restored. They make plum puddings yet, weeks beforehand, and boil them for hours and hang them in cloths to the rafters to petrify. Then they take them down and boil them again. On Christmas Eve the boys cut boughs or young pines on the hills, and drag them home and lash them to the veranda posts. Ted has turned up with his wife and children from his selection out back. The wheat is in and shearing is over on the big stations. Tom, steady-going old Tom, clearing or fencing or dam sinking up country, hides his tools in the scrub and gets his horse and rides home. Aunt Emma, to everyone's joy, has arrived from Sydney with presents, astonishing bargains in frocks, etc., and marvelous descriptions of town life. Joe, poor Mary's husband, who has been droving in Queensland since the Christmas before last, while poor Mary, who is afraid to live alone, shared a skillion and the family quarrels at home. Joe rides day and night and reaches home at sunrise on Christmas morning, tired and dusty, gaunt and haggard, but with his last check intact. He kisses his wife and child and throws himself on the bed to sleep till dinner time, while Mary moves round softly, hushes the baby, dresses it and herself, lays out Joe's clean things, and bends over him now and then, and kisses him, perhaps, as he sleeps. In the morning the boys and some of the men go down to the creek for a swim in the big shady pool, under the she-oaks, and take their Sunday clothes with them and dress there. Some of them ride into town to church, and some of the women and children drive in spring carts, the children to go to Sunday school, leaving mother and the eldest daughter, usually a hard-worked, disappointed, short-tempered girl, at home to look after the cooking. There is some anxiety, mostly on mother's part, about Jim, who is wild, and is supposed to be somewhere out back. There was a piece of blue paper out for Jim on account of sweating, illegally using a horse, but his mother or father has got a hint, given in a kindly way by the police sergeant, that Jim is free to come home and stay at home if he behaves himself. There is usually a horse missing when Jim goes out back. Jim turns up all right, save that he has no money, and is welcomed with tearful affection by his favorite sister Mary, shakes hands silently with his father, and has a long whispered conversation with his mother, which leaves him very subdued. His brothers forbear to sneer at him, partly because it is Christmas, partly on mother's account, and thirdly, because Jim can use his hands. Aunt Emma, who is fond of him, cheers him up wonderfully. The family sit down to dinner. An old mate of your father's, a bearded old digger, has arrived and takes the place of honor. I knowed your father, sonny, on the diggings long afore any of you was ever thought on. The family have only been a few hours together, yet there is an undercurrent of growling, that, to the stranger, mysterious yet evident undercurrent of nastiness and resentment which goes on in all families and drags many a promising young life down. But Aunt Emma and the old mate make things brighter, and so the dinner, of hot roast and red-hot plum pudding, passes off fairly well. The men sleep the afternoon away and wake up bathed in perspiration and helpless. Some of the women have headaches. After tea they gather on the veranda in the cool of the evening, and that's the time when the best sides of their natures and the best parts of the past have a chance of coming uppermost, and perhaps they begin to feel a bit sorry that they are going to part again. The local races or sports, on Boxing Day. There is nothing to keep the boys home over New Year. Ted and his wife go back to their lonely life on their selection. Tom returns to his fencing or tank sinking contract. Jim, who has borrowed a couple of quid from Tom, goes out back with strong resolutions for the new year, and shears stragglers, breaks in horses, cooks and clerks for survey parties, and gambles and drinks, and gets into trouble again. Maybe Joe knocks about the farm a bit before going into the great Northwest with another mob of cattle. The last time I saw the old year out at Urundaree the bushfires were burning all over the ranges, and looked like great cities lighted up. No need for bonfires then. Christmas in Burke, the metropolis of the great pastoral scrubs and plains, 500 miles west, with the thermometer 100 and something scary in the shade. The rough, careless shearers come in from stations many dusty miles out in the scrubs to have their Christmas sprees, to drink and shout, and fight, and have the horrors some of them, and be run in and locked up with difficulty, within sound of a church-going bell. The Burke Christmas is a very beery and exciting one. The hotels shut up in front on Christmas Day to satisfy the law, or out of consideration for the feelings of the sergeant in charge of the police station, and open behind to satisfy the public, who are supposed to have made the law. Sensible cold dinners are the fashion in Burke, I think, with the hose going, and free and easy costumes. The free males take their blankets and sleep in the park. The women sleep with doors and windows open, and the married men on mattresses on the verandas across the open doors, in case of accidents. Christmas in Sydney, though Christmas holidays are not so popular as Easter, or even Anniversary Day, in the Queen City of the South. Buses, electric, cable, and the old steam trams crowded with holidaymakers with baskets. Harbor boats loaded down to the water's edge with harbor picnic parties. A trip round the harbor and to the head of Middle Harbor 1 shilling return. Strings of tourist trains running over the Blue Mountains and the Great Zigzag, and up the coast to Gosford and Brisbane Water, and down the south coast to beautiful Illawarra, until after New Year. Hundreds of young fellows going out with tents to fish in lonely bays or shoot in the mountains, and rough it properly like bushmen, not with deck chairs, crockery, a piano and servants. For you can camp in the grand and rugged solitude of the bush within a stone's throw of the city, so to speak. Jolly camps and holiday parties all round the beautiful bays of the harbor, and up and down the coast, and all close to home. Camps in the moonlight on sandy beaches under great dark bluffs and headlands, where yellow, shelving, sandstone cliffs run, broken only by sandy beach bays, and where the silver-white breakers leap and roar. And Manly Beach on a holiday. Thousands of people in fresh summer dress, hundreds of bare-legged, happy children running where the blue sea over the white sand rolls, racing in and out with the rollers, playing with the glorious Pacific. Manly, our village, Manly Beach, where we used to take our girls, with the most beautiful harbor in the world on one side, and the width of the grandest ocean on the other. Ferny gullies and fairy dells, to north and south, and every shady nook its merry party or happy couple. Manly Beach, I remember 5 years ago, oh, how the time goes by! And 2 names that were written together in the sand when the tide was coming in. And the boat home in the moonlight, past the heads, where we felt the roll of the ocean, and the moonlit harbor, and the harbor lights of Sydney, the grandest of them all. Transcriber's notes. Henry Lawson, June 17, 1867 to September 2, 1922. These stories were first published as a collection in 1902. Republished as Send Round the Hat and The Romance of the Swag in 1907. Notes on Australianisms. Based on my own speech over the years, with some checking in the dictionaries, e.g., Macquarie Book of Slang, 2000, Oxford English Dictionary. Not all of these are peculiar to Australian slang, but are important in Lawson's stories, and carry overtones. Unabridged, a bend in a river that has been cut through by the stream. The main current now runs straight, the Unabridged diverges and then rejoins. See Billabong. Baccarat. Persistent ulceration of the skin, chiefly on the hands, and often originating in abrasions. Morris, Australian English. Barcoo is a river in Queensland. Billabong. Based on an Aboriginal word. Sometimes used for an anabranch, but more often used for one that, in dry season or droughts especially, is cut off at either or both ends from the main stream. It is often just a muddy pool, and may indeed dry up completely. Blackfellow, condescending for Australian Aboriginal. Blackleg, someone who is employed to cross a union picket line to break a workers' strike. As Molly Ivins said, she was brought up on the 3 great commandments: do not lie, do not steal, never cross a picket line. Also scab. Blanky or fill in your own favorite word. Usually, however, used for bloody, see crimson/gory. Blooming, actually used in speech instead of bloody, see crimson. Bluey swag. Explanation in Lawson's The Romance of the Swag. Here. Bob, 1 shilling. Bullocky, bullock driver. A man who drove teams of bullocks yoked to wagons carrying e.g. wool bales or provisions. Proverbially rough and foul-mouthed. Bummer, a cadger or bludger. Someone who begs for food. Interesting Americanism already. Also tramp. Different meaning today. Bush, originally referred to the low tangled scrubs of the semi-desert regions, cf. Mulga and Mali, and hence equivalent to outback. Now used generally for remote rural areas, the bush, and scrubby forest. Bushfire, wildfires, whether forest fires or grass fires. Bushman/bushwoman, someone who lives an isolated existence, far from cities. In the bush. Today, a bushy. Bushranger, an Australian highwayman who lived in the bush, scrub, and attacked especially gold-carrying coaches and banks. Romanticized as anti-authoritarian Robin Hood figures, cf. Ned Kelly, but usually very violent. Bunyip, aboriginal monster, inhabiting waterholes, billabongs particularly. Adopted into European legends. Kaser, 5 shillings, 12 pence to the shilling, 20 shillings to the pound, quid. As a coin, a crown piece. Chaffing, teasing, mocking good-humoredly. Churchyarder, sounding as if dying, ready for the churchyard equals cemetery. Crimson equals gory, literary substitutes for bloody, the colonial oath, unacceptable in polite company. Why is a complete mystery. Popularly explained as contraction of by Our Lady, unproved. In reproducing, badly, a German's pronunciation of Australian, Lawson retains the word, but spells it, pluddy. Dude. A classy/cool dresser. Drover, one who, droving, driving on horseback cattle or sheep from where they were fattened to a city, or later, a railhead. Fiver, a 5-pound note. Gory, see crimson. Homebush, sale yard, market area in Sydney. Humpy, rough shack. Half caser, 2 shillings and 6 pence. As a coin, a half-crown. Jackaroo, Jack plus kangaroo, sometimes jackaroo, someone, in early days a new immigrant from England, learning to work on a sheep/cattle station, U.S., ranch. Jim Jams, the horrors, DTs. Jumbuk, a sheep best known from Waltzing Matilda. Where's that jolly jumbuk you've got in your tucker bag? Larrikin, anything from a disrespectful young man to a violent member of a gang, push, was considered a major social problem in Sydney of the 1880s to 1900. The Bulletin, a magazine in which much of Lawson was published, spoke of the aggressive, soft-hatted Stoush Brigade. Anyone today who is disrespectful of authority or convention is said to show the larrikin element in the Australian character. Lucerne, alfalfa in us. Mallee, dwarfed eucalyptus trees growing in very poor soil and under harsh rainfall conditions. Usually many stems emerging from the ground, creating a low thicket. Mateship, see Lawson's story Mateship. A heavily romanticized, but nevertheless very practical form of male loyalty to a male companion who travels with/works with him. A mate provides not only companionship, but help in emergencies. Typical of an Australian in the outback, or never, or under war conditions. A man without a mate was a hatter. His hat covers his family. Such a person might go ratty, see further in the Romance of the Swag. Equivalent to the buddy system in scuba diving. Metal of a road, covered in crushed rock, e.g., blue metal. Mulga, Acacia sp. Wattle, in Australian, especially Acacia anura, growing in semi-desert conditions. Used as a description of such a harsh region. Mullock, the tailings left after gold has been removed. In Lawson generally mud, alluvial, rather than rock. Myall, aboriginal living in a traditional, pre-conquest, manner. Nobbler, a drink. Nuggety, compact but strong physique, small but well-muscled. Pastoralist, oid sees it equivalent to squatter, but in Lawson often someone managing a large cattle/sheep station for a pastoral company, rather than an individual. Seen as ultimate capitalist oppression. Pluddy, see crimson. Quid monetary unit, 1 pound. Ratty, insane, or very eccentric, cranky. Ringer, the champion sheep shearer in a shed that season. Rouseabout, laborer in a sheep shearing shed. Considered to be, as far as any work is, unskilled labor. Sawney, silly, gormless. Scab, see blackleg. Shout, in a group, to stand, pay for a round of drinks. Bad form to leave before your turn comes around. Much peer pressure to drink more than one wished. One can also shout for everyone in the pub. Skill ion rooma? Lean-to. A room built up against the back of some other building, with separate roof. Spifflicated, punished, thrashed without mercy. Spree, prolonged drinking bout, days, weeks. Squatter, Someone who took up large areas of land, originally without official permission, squatted, for sheep especially, became the landed aristocracy of Australia. Up rode the squatter mounted on his thoroughbred stever, originally a Dutch coin, used here like penny or brass riza. Sundowner, a swagman, who is not looking for work, but a handout. Lawson explains the term as referring to someone who turns up at a station at sundown, just in time for tea, i.e., the evening meal. Line 2494 of actual text, not counting PG matter. Swagman, swaggy generally, anyone who is walking in the outback, with a swag. See The Romance of the Swag. Lawson also restricts it at times to those whom he considers to be tramps, not looking for work but for handouts. In view of the Great Depression, 1890. In 1892 it was reckoned 1/3 men were out of work, perhaps unfairly. Perhaps because he was there. See Travellers. Tattersall's, the earliest public lottery in Australia. 1881. Tenner, a £10 note. Tinkettling, making noise by striking metal pots/pans. May be celebratory, weddings, in this collection, New Year's Eve, or may indicate extreme social disapproval of someone. Travellers. Shearers and rouseabouts travelling for work. Lawson.